Hello, hello. I put stream and then I overslept. But I'm here. Are you guys? Are you? Thank you for the watch, Anna. How are you, Anna? How are you, Penguin? That's our first Penguin. Wait here. Hi. I always forget that I have my way. I really should set up more automatic routines. I've been really thinking about just in case Stream Elements does disappear. I need to move everything off of Stream Elements onto something else. But I kind of don't want to because I do like using Stream Elements. That's the thing. And I don't really want to move everything off of it. But if it's gonna disappear, it's like what's like I don't know. They're in the talks of keeping Stream Elements alive, but also it's like, just in case I should have a backup, since it's in the talks. Yeah, how are you guys? Ba-bum, bum, ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. Modi bing 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 da. Oh, hi, story. Mm, mm. Oh, so many go. Give me just a second to set up my art stuff. You had soup. Oh my gosh, soup is so good. Noodle, anything, noodles, soup, anything. It's the perfect dish. I'm telling you guys, it's the perfect dish. Mm, 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 mm. Let's roll the dice, yeah. Nice shot. Okay, I had to set up one more thing, and then I think we should be good for the art stream. I might divine. Excuse me. Hello, design. How did divine come out of my mouth? I might design. So I'm finishing up the maid outfit, the second maid outfit that we have, or the illustration that I want to get done. Um, but I might also design cozy, cozy outfit today. Um, I was thinking about it. I was like, I want to design another outfit for myself, but we'll have to see if I end up doing it or not. 'Cause I think cozy outfit would be cute to design today. But then that means that's gonna be a lot of reference picture searching. Because I don't actually, I mean, I could make it like, it's either we make it accurate to real life Connie or we just look for something cute. Mm, 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 Yeah, next. Oh, on board. Oh, I forgot it automatically captures. So, mm, mm. How are you, Story, by the way? I hope that you're well. You're probably gonna say you're just living. Just fair. I get that. I'm living too. I'm your bias. Who's your bias? I'm your bias. Who's your bias? I was thinking, I keep wanting to play more Phasmo today, but I'm also like, if I play more Phasmo, that I'm gonna regret that. Because it's just gonna be really glitchy and just not fun. I do enjoy Phasmo. I think that the part of me, here's the Steve shit. No, you're cool, Story. Don't say you're lame. I really want to play more Phasmo because I want to find those new ghosts. I think that's why. That's the only reason why I want to play Phasmo. But it's so glitchy right now, and it's not like really fun to play right now because of how annoying the event is. And I don't even know what you get out of the damn event. I'm your boss. It's me. It's me. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. If I say you're cool, you're cool. Sorry, I was choking on my water, so I had to mute. So doing the back of the head for the braids is going to be much harder than the front because I have much more to draw here. Speak crazy. Yeah, yes, yes, I do speak crazy. But crazy is right sometimes. I don't know how long to make it. I'm kind of thinking like right. Where's these ones stop about here, and these look like way longer. I'm kind of thinking like right at the sleeves or something. The braids stop because I want the back ones to be a little bit longer. So like right here, they stop. Really long braids, TBH. Well, actually, you know what I could do? We'll make another copy of this before I destroy it all. Um, mm, Let me make a copy of it before I destroy it. Da, 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 da. Mm, 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 mm. I wanted to copy. Or what we could just copy the full thing and just move it over. Mm. Because I want to have one version where the hair is. Yeah, of course. You can DM me anytime. I'm. I will. Okay. I am. I will just be honest. I am bad at sending DMs just because I will be like, oh my gosh, I need to DM this person and just completely forget later on because I'm just so bad at sending DMs. That's it. Nothing against people. I literally told someone last night, hey, I need to DM you, and then I just didn't because I was like, I'll just do it tomorrow. But I got so tired, and when I woke up, I was like, I forgot about it until now. I'm just so bad at it. I keep forgetting that I'm in Discord, and then my music pauses when I'm in Discord. Let me leave Discord. I don't know. I thought I was gonna be using my PNG today, but then I ended up using my YouTuber. My YouTuber? My VTuber. You know, like bothering people. Here, I'll send you the DM first, and you could just poke me anytime. I don't think I have you added yet, Story. There you are. Send you a nice email. Yeah. There you go. You can bother me anytime. I don't mind. Shit, that's Jackson. Oh my gosh. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take a pause from drawing just to send DMs real quick. There's two people I need to DM. I don't know if he'll be available to play something today, but I'll. I can't spell. You know what? Good enough. I can't spell. Then I was gonna ask Kari something. Where did I put Oh, there she is. Kari is so sweet. If you don't know who Kari is, we rated her last night, but she is so sweet. Mm. Do, 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 do. Is Kari offline? There she is. Okay. There we go. I have to write up a message for her. Is Valera I might have to. I haven't seen Valera in a while, and I don't know how to reach out to her because I don't think she has a Discord, and so I don't know how to reach her. Actually, I have to check if she followed me back on Blue Sky, because then I could just DM her on Blue Sky. Okay. Wow, I just remembered so many things because I was like, I need to ask Valera a question. Okay, Opera, thank you. Um, see if she followed me. I think that's the only way I could DM her. I don't think so. I really wanted to include Valera, but I might have to like not include her just because I don't know how to get in contact with her. Is the only thing, and I would feel bad because of that. And they haven't streamed in a while, in a few days. Like, I don't know, a couple weeks. Let's see, unless I missed it. No, it's been actual like exactly a couple weeks since they've last broadcasted. I was trying to check like what other stuff she has, but like I feel like Blue Sky would be the only way to properly contact her, and I just don't. I don't see if she has a Discord. I don't see it at all. Oh my gosh, she's almost at 1K followers. You guys, if you don't know Valera or don't follow them, mm, 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 mm. I actually didn't know that she used any pronouns. I thought she only used they them. Oh, just to know. Go follow Valera. Valera is very cool. A lovely dragon VTuber, lunar dragon VTuber. She's almost at 1K followers. A little bit away, but you know, anything can help if you want to follow her. Um, you know, I'm noticing something I love. So, you know, something that I'm noticing. Um, a lot of a lot of black VTubers are either space theme or purple, and or both. You know, it's kind of not to say that it's is. I feel like that's the most common I've seen so far. Not to say everyone's like that, but at least some of my black girly mutuals, a lot of them are purple and space theme, which is kind of funny. Oh, we call it cocky. Ooh. Kind of fun to think about. But I guess for now, sadly, I'm going to cut Valera out of the the picture because I don't know how to contact her. If I see her before I am able to get this piece, like, started up, um, you're busy right now. Oh, you sick, Junior? Um, it's a big wheeze too. Oh, um, oh, I spelled Kennedy's wrong. Dave wrong. Kennedy, but Kennedy. Or like asthma. Do you have asthma, Junior? Is that what it is? Um, you do. Do you have an inhaler for it? Like actually? Sometimes when I'm sick, like it kind of helps sometimes to take my inhaler when I'm sick. If you do have one. Minor reason too, but you never had asthma before. You could always develop asthma if you didn't know, Anna. It could be asthma, like actually. There's funny thing is a lot of like a lot of like stuff like that. Like I was born with asthma, but it does kind of run in my family. I've noticed that a lot of people in my family, when they get older, they start developing asthma. My family, it happened to my uncle. It's happening to my mom, and so it's kind of interesting to see. I think it's just something that does run in our family, but it just doesn't show up until later for some people. Oh my gosh, I had the nastiest cough just now. I had to mute for that. This is a limit when they get old, yeah. Hi Khan. Hi DJ. Hi DJ. How are you? Sorry, I'm trying to send DMs right now. You don't know what it is exactly, but it's a bit scary. I think is it like large? Like is it very mm, is it like kind of early or like when they're like I don't know what's old. What do you consider old in Brazil? I know everyone has different definitions. Wondering now you can do all good. Please take care, story. Thank you for always hanging out. But yes, please get yourself some good sleep. Get yourself some good sleep. Well deserved sleep. $60? That's fair. I feel like that's just is it like is it like you don't know what people say just DVH, that's fair. I was gonna ask, is it like I feel like a lot of old people lose motion, but is it like a lot of motion where you can't move at all anymore? Or is it sooner than that? It's like I think it just it scares you because you haven't any pace since middle school. It could just be like some kind of joint. I don't want to say chronic joint something disease in your family that just pops up. Could be something like that. I'm no doctor though. Oh, wow. Oh, it causes. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I'm so slow at typing today. But yeah, how are you, DJ? Hope that you're well. Uh, Sorry. I think we might have three bunny girls in this pic, but it's okay. More bunny girls is better. Hi, Jacunis. Hi. How are you? I I still think I would really like Kari to make this image, but I know her comms are completely full, I think. Maybe I'll shoot her a second DM later on if she wants to be a part of it once I finish everyone's designs and ask her if she would love to do it. And well, had a scary day Sunday. Whoa. If you want, what happened? Mm-mm. Okay. I think it might only be 8 people for this, but I just said sorry the DM. There we go. All my DMs are sent. I can't send Valera one because I can't find her. Find them. Mhm. I should just room on this page. So I just gotta duplicate this one. Copy. I want to change the name of it. Hello. Hello, Alex. I'm good. How are you? Had a tornado pass within 2 miles of your house. No damage or no injury. Oh, but it made its way across aisle west. Oh, that is very scary. I'm glad that you're safe and everything. Just glad that everyone's saying, That's very good. I saw that you were in VC with Nyan Nyan and Kai. What are you guys up to? You doing? Is it bingo? I thought the bingo only happened on the weekends. You guys are watching something else. Oh, you guys are watching car crashes. I see. No, I don't enjoy. I don't know what it. I don't enjoy watching car crashes. Yeah. Mm-mm. I have to close that one and then move this one. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. The high speed ones, I don't recommend. Yeah, I don't usually recommend car crashes either. But I guess thanks for the offer. Uh-uh. Rara, hi, hi, hi. How are you? Mm-mm. Bum. This one's a little good. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. A little bit tired, but I mean, I'm tired just because I think my brain just feels a little bit exhausted, but I'm not like actually like physically tired. I feel like my brain is like you're tired, but my body's like you're fine. Okay, this one will be the bald one. Am I not on the? Oh, I have to open it. That's why. Headpad. Thank you for the headpad. Wait, it might have not worked because I forgot to turn that on. Sorry. I always forget to turn on certain programs that I use. I didn't even know ads were gonna start playing. No? Which headpad? Thank you for the headpad. I need to drink more water, I think. Lately, I haven't been drinking a lot of water like I usually do. It's been affecting me. Like, I drink not too much water, but I just drink like a lot of water usually. And like, I haven't been doing it for the past couple of days, and my body's like, "What are you doing?" It's like freaking out. Motion, yeah, yeah. I was gonna start working on your outfit for, because I know I told you about it, the commission that I wanted to get. Um, I was gonna start working on your outfit soon because you said, I remember you said you wanted space made bunny. I remember. Mm-mm, mm-mm. I don't remember where my shoulders. Mm-mm, mm. I just want this one to show the back of the head. No, no, not the no. Every time, Junior. It's such a scary number. Um. Mhm. Or something. I just want to use this one to show the back of the shoulders and stuff. Yeah. I'll fix it up later. Right now, she'll just be like a little bald back of the head. And now I have to work on all the braids for this one. Because I do think I want the braids to be long for this one. You skipped the rest of Lacros's. You know, that's fair. I wish I was faster with art. I do, but I do like taking my time with things. Can't remember what was happening in the store right before you fight the early in the mid. It's Lacrimosa. It's Lacrimosa as you didn't skip much, but you was done. That's fair. Basically there's a jelly monster that is imitating Lacrimosa because the way that the wait, did you want me to tell you? Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's just like a jelly monster that's imitating her. Sorry, I keep coughing. Try not to cough into the mic. Did you skip through the whole story quest? Do you want me to tell you what happens? We're gonna make the braids go about here, I think. So let's erase all that. So, oh, okay, okay. So you did finish it. Basically, the jelly monster was imitating Lacrimosa because people online thought that she was the person destroying all the tomato jelly vending machines. Um which was kind of true. Like because she the only reason why she destroyed the tomato jelly vending machine was because she didn't understand that you had to pay for them, and so she was just like, "Hey, you just shake the machine to get the jelly." And so like the monster heard all the rumors online of people saying that she was the person stealing from the destroying the vending machines. So the monster was imitating her. So it was like feeding off of the like hate online to imitate her. And so we had to fight the tomato jelly monster. So people forgot that it like, moved on. Na 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 banana. Oh, is he? The machines are always found messed up. Okay, so now we gotta make all the braids. Ah, that's the hard part, making all the braids. I'm just, I don't, so making braids is not that hard necessarily. It's just like how many you want, it makes it the hard part. Because you can kind of like make them messy and then fluff them up like that. That's good. You just have to put all the markings. You have the dialogue play it when you start doing it. But I guess the main part that you missed was like Tagito got really angry about people. You probably saw that part, but like Tagito got really angry people, so he was fighting people online, and then he got his account banned, and so he was Tagito became a live streamer for a little bit to defend Lacrimosa. But then as soon as the quest ended, no one was talking about the controversy anymore, and everyone moved on with the next big thing on social media. It's kind of funny. It's like real life. Okay. I like those for the braids. Now we just have to make the pattern. The kitty kitty kitty. After you beat Tomato Mosa, yeah, that's the part where Togito was like so proud of himself. He's like, "Look, you guys, I saved Lacrimosa, and no one's talking about her anymore, or everyone's talking about how she, talking about her in a positive way." And then Togito checks like social media and finds out that no one's talking about the situation anymore, and they've moved on with their lives to the next big thing. It was kind of cute, but yeah, it wasn't nothing like too much. Most people are like Togito skippers, so it's fair. Draw braids, like hearts. Oh, I know. I think I know what you mean. I know everyone always has their own way of doing. I like doing the like. What I usually do, especially for braids. I don't draw braids often, actually. Funnily enough, I like to do like the V method. It usually works pretty well, and then afterwards you go in and kind of add like little humps on the side where you draw your V's. It kind of it works out pretty well for it. I know there are brushes for it, but um I would I don't sometimes I okay, although they're brushes for making like hair like this, I I usually don't find the brushes easy to use, so I just don't use them because I'm too dumb. So maybe I just don't know how to use them. So I just end up drawing it. I'm untouchable. I do want to draw more. I think this is a great opportunity because I like designing things, for outfits and stuff. I think this is a great opportunity for me to draw more of my more black hairstyles for sure. I just don't get to draw them often, and it kind of sucks because then I don't get to practice like different hairstyles. This model does actually have coconut. That's me. I forgot what button it is for this model. Let me see if I can figure it out without checking. Is it H1? Nope, that's my hair accessory. H2? That is one of them. There, this one. I do have this one, but I always forget that I have it. Without the thing. I do have this one. How are you, Broly? I'm untouchable. I'm pretty good. Mm, 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 mm. Marva, you play Marvel Rivals, right? I think I have asked you this before. You rated me while I was playing Marvel Rivals. I forgot. Did you also play? If you do, who's your mains? Doing good. Just stopping by saying I appreciate it. I hope that you're doing well, Broly. Or I mean, yeah, you said you're doing good, but hopefully that you're taking care of yourself. Oh, you play Meow. I see that. That's fun. I love that. Crocodile. Mm. Recently, I've been maining Dino. I really like Dino. Yeah, you wanted to show me a video to watch while I was doing art. Watch me, touch me. inside. This is actually coming together like well without me like doing much to it. I've been maining dinosaur lately, but also I really like playing Invis slash White Fox, especially White Fox lately. I don't know why I really like White Fox. Um, but I think I might try playing Dino more this season, but I'm just not the best tank. Or I just need to like when playing Dino, it's kind of hard because you have to have like the right teammates for it. I feel like I enjoy it, but like not having the right teammates sucks to play Dino. I kind of want to, I've been a support main for so long, but I do kind of want to become. What if I just become a tank main? What if I just take that on, like, but also that's like if I take on being a tank role, I feel like it just true. It's true masochism. It's true pain. It's true crying. You know what I mean? Okay. I just have to fluff it up a little bit, but they look decent enough. But I feel like I maybe shouldn't make them. They're so much smaller in the front than the back part, but it's okay. I think I know how I can fix it a little bit. Let me see what it said. It's about why men weren't portrayed in the same manner as women. Like principle was. Hold up. After the song though. I want to listen to the song. It's been a while since I've watched videos and done art. The thumbnail. The thumbnails. It's Leon Kennedy. The thong with the tramp stamp. It is an amazing thumbnail. I'm gonna kill opera. Oh my gosh, why is it so bad? Mm, no. No, TBH, I think nowadays a lot of either like at least I feel like maybe it's always been like for example, ultimate games have always been a thing, but I feel like they're way more popular now. Like especially Love and Deep Space. Like it's they realize like women a lot of women are gooners too. Like dude, like women are the same basically. You can sell it just I'll put it in the corner for chat. I actually don't know where to put it. Chat, now that you're in the corner, where do I put the video? I just put it in the middle, right? His male dominant staff and as well, like making sexy men. Yeah, that's why that was a, that you know what that reminds me of when they were making Flynn Riders in at Disney. So when they were making Flynn Riders at Disney, they just oh yeah, I can put it top left. I usually put it bottom though, but that works. Um, when they were making Flynn Riders at Disney, they just didn't like when they were trying to make a man, they just didn't know what women actually wanted. So they literally just brought the women's staff in and they were like, what do you guys like? And then went based off of what the women like, and it was nothing like what the men thought it would be like. Because like, women, and so they made the ideal man. Like I feel like not every woman, but a lot of women do like Flynn Riders. I can't even fault hey, I look at Flynn Riders. I'm like, yeah, he's a fine man. I usually like I'm not usually like into a lot of the Disney princes, but he's one of the fine ones. Same with Navi. They cooked with him. Oh wait, that I forgot about this man. That video is such a crazy one. Let me make it small. It feels like it's squished. Is it squished? Or is it just the ratio of the video is just weird? I gotta put the sound on for you guys. I'll put the I'll pin the video let me pin the video on on chat, because then you guys can also go check it out and give it a view too if you guys want to watch it later or whatever. That's maybe I'll make it a little bit smaller. If it needs to be bigger, you guys can let me go. No. Mm, can't tell if that's too big or not. Wait, chat, let me know if it's too big, and then go for smaller. Why is easy to do that? He's 19. Is he supposed to be 19? Because I mean, it's easy. Have Junior, have you seen? I've talked about this before, but I'll say, have you seen? There's a character in ZZZ, the most recent one, named Norma. I'm not shocked that they would do this. Norma looks super young, but apparently she's not. I hate when games do that. I don't know how old she's supposed to be, but she shouldn't be looking like how she looks. The 500-year-old. I don't even think she's supposed to be 500 years old. She just looks super young and is a young adult, I think, from what I've heard. I haven't played the new story, so I can't make that judgment myself, but I've heard people say that's what it is. She's not even supposed to be like a, I don't know.
So, I snapped when I wasn't really expecting
Yeah.
it. Edge is the longest running general gaming magazine still in publication, and in mid-March I was unassumedly reading issue 420 in the middle of the hype section when I reached the cover for a feature on Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. In isolation, this collection of characters wouldn't have caught my eye, but with all of them together, Storm's pose really stuck out. If you've been gaming for long enough, renders, animations, and outfits designed to show off the figure of female characters are nothing new. If anything, there's a chance you're already desensitized. However, in this context, it really stood out how sexless the poses were for the 4 male characters in contrast to the 1 woman on the page.
That's kind of true.
I find these men attractive, Captain America and Spider-Man in particular, so I was left, eyes twitching, staring at the page, wondering why we don't have a render of Spidey with his back arched towards the camera, or Cap in an outfit that doesn't cover as much of his physique. And to be honest,
I gotta appeal to your audience, yeah.
The answer isn't snappy, it's wrapped under layers of societal norms, gaming standards, and masses of context. But at that moment, all I was left asking was, would it sell? If Marvel Tokon marketed itself with a sexy Spidey alongside this Storm, or, God forbid, instead of her, would it shift as many copies? An obnoxious conversation that I'm shamelessly feeding into here is a hyper-focus on a game's sales as an indication of its overall success. With the production cost of games rising, they need to be guaranteed hits, because if they're not, we'll see another headline about a horrific number of layoffs, or perhaps just an
Yep.
entire developer getting shut down. But on a smaller scale, new games are having their sales and player counts tracked as an indication of their quality, and if a game isn't doing well enough, certain people will claim that the game had
Oh my
worse
gosh, wait,
character designs
I'm
and
gonna
would have
pause
sold
this real
more
quick.
if it had.
I wanted to talk about, mm, maybe I'll talk about it another time, if I remember. I guess brought it up, I can't just stop. Sorry, I just realized the picture. I see these pictures all the time on Twitter, these like woke slop feminists, and it's just a normal looking character, and then they're like fixed. Look at fixed it. She has boobs now and she's hot. I AI generated this. Look at it. Isn't she hot? Like this is what we want. It's like, brother, just just I don't know, just go watch porn or something, brother. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to I paused on this image and I got distracted. Um, I was thinking about uh, wanted to start. I've been thinking about this for a while, but I wanted to start writing my own manga story. I do have the plotline that I want to start off with, but I want to start writing something along the lines of that and start designing stuff for that eventually. 'Cause I've had this idea for a while and it's been racking in my brain just recently until I started writing down my thoughts and my ideas for it. We'll see how that goes.
Had sexier women. Sex sells, right? But looking at Provocative Storm next to Chaste Cap and Spidey, all I could think about was the untapped market of sexy men. Shocker. So, would games sell as well if they sexualize their male characters as much as is standard for female characters? Because it's a given that games don't sexualize men as much as they do for women, right? Well, there is one demographic that disagrees.
some some
How mad would you be if games started sexualizing men as much as they do women?
Don't they? How many games have half-naked muscular men? They already are for the most part in peak physical condition and 10 out of 10 looks. As a man, it doesn't anger me in the slightest. If anything, I go, man, I want a body like that. Are you forgetting all the shirtless buff dudes in games, or are you just
Can I be
listening?
honest? Can I be
Men have been
honest?
sexualized just as much as women, if not more.
If not more? That's crazy. I don't see. Hey, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I feel like I don't see men doing the splits and shaking their titties in my face whenever they are in a fighting game. Like, be so for real. Like, what are like? I think in their brain they think men just being shirtless is sexualized. That's it. That is it. Also, hi Duck. How are you? Like, I just don't. I feel like that's just. I mean, I don't know. I just don't agree with that.
More so, especially in fighting games.
More, if you think more so, that is crazy. I'm good. They see half naked women as normal, probably. Yeah.
Most main characters are buff beyond the norm. They started with sexualizing men. It's when they got to
Oh,
women
so
people
I
start.
see what their logic is. So they think, so, it's okay for women to be super skinny, big boobs, big butt, but like when there's a buff guy that is too buff, that is not normalized. I think it's just because of how it's not only the like societal norm of like women, like usually women have to very much so men being shirtless is sexualizing. I think to them, yes. But because I think they're thinking like since women usually have to like uphold a certain standard, look a certain way all the time, that is normal for women, but men don't have to keep up the same standard. So they see a buff man in a game and they go, that's a sexualized man. No, all good. Welcome in. Sorry, let me mute real quick to cough. Sorry, I was dying. I was dying just a little bit. But yeah, I'm doing good today, Doug. How are you, Mikasa? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. That's why we're talking about it today. This video is about how what if men were sexualized like how women were sexualized in video games. So to their logic, just it doesn't make sense. But that's just some people. That's their mindset, apparently. You know, there's no logic in it if it helps. You see her all over your Insta. She's so beautiful.
Crying bloody murder because the real life girls couldn't compete. Gears of War had lots of muscular men, but that didn't stop me from playing 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So there seems to be some obvious dissonance between the person asking this question and the people who are answering. Would you be mad if games sexualized men? The overwhelming response is a dismissal of the premise of the question. This is worse considering this question was actually a poll. 90% of voters claimed to be somewhere between neutral and in support of games sexualizing men, while only
That's
10%
stupid
gave a negative
TBH, yeah.
response. If I was being lazy, then that
Yeah.
would be my answer. Video over, most consumers would be fine if games started sexualizing men. But if we look at the comments that overwhelmed the conversation under the poll, then I naturally come to the conclusion that a lot of those votes were uninformed. I'm going to be self-serving and grant myself a lazy assumption here and say that based on how a lot of these responses read, they're coming from people who aren't attracted to men, but likely...
That's true. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit and then go back to my art because I'm just staring at it. Sometimes what I do, I end up like forgetting what I'm doing. So I have to like turn up the video so I focus.
I say that because there's a clear lack of understanding of what makes a man sexy, or more importantly in this case, sexualized. From this collection of responses, the scale of attractive men begins and ends with buff and shirtless.
That's what I'm saying.
That does it for a lot of people, but it's a simplification that hints at a lack of experience in, well, finding men attractive. The subject is mocked and given an overly simplistic gotcha answer in a way only possible by a man who isn't attracted to men on a question about sexualizing men. And this is far from the only time this misunderstanding has happened. A similar post titled Sexualization in Games asked, can men be sexualized? And while answers were admittedly more varied, a familiar style of response cropped up.
Duke Nukem, the Doom Guy, Contra, Solid Snake, muscles are sexy. Courage, confidence, leadership.
sorry. I had to pause there because sorry, I've never like looked at the Doom Guy and gone like he's sexualized. Sorry, that really made me laugh for some reason. Yes, the Doom Guy, yeah. He has like a little crotch pad. That means he's sexualized. Yup. Welcome back, your goodness.
It absolutely exists and has existed and is the same as women. They go hand in hand. Saying it doesn't
There's no
happen is
way.
just ignorance. A sexy man is a powerful,
it's the same thing. I think of Doom Guy and think of GTA Strip Club, and yes, it's the same amount of sexualization.
Competent, assertive man. There is an unlimited supply of these in video games.
People
video
are arguing
games,
about
being fantasies represent ideals. They represent the ideal male specimen.
So here we go, a rubric of what makes a sexualized man in a video game, and a selection of examples. Snake, yeah, I can definitely see the case. Duke Nukem, if you say so. Doom Guy is a lot of things, but sexualized by the game? Again,
that's what I'm
forgive
saying.
the assumption, but I think we're getting answers about what sexualizes men from people who don't know what to look for. I've already made the assumption that this is the almost understandable confidence of people who, while they don't find men sexy, think they do because they are men. You would like to think that you'd know how to make yourself desirable to your intended audience,
Duke, I go,
and can then project that knowledge onto video game characters like we've just seen. The reason I'm confident in assuming that the straight men, not all straight men of course, are making these claims is because this disconnect between what straight men think people who are attracted to men
So
find attractive and what they actually do find
so
attractive.
basically, basic premise of this video is talking about if sex sells, why don't men get sexualized in video games the same way as women get sexualized in video games? And so right now he's talking about how like certain people's logics are not understanding what sexualized means in video games. So he's going through like comment threads and different stuff like that of particularly, you know, seemingly straight men who don't understand like what he actually means by that. So a lot of the straight men are thinking like, hey, sexualization just means buff MC man, buff man, because that is not, you know, that is quote unquote sexualization, even though it's not really. Um, you can make arguments for maybe like you can. The fact that he said Doom guy is just ridiculous to me. People are wild, yeah. So you know, of course, there's gonna. I'm sure he's gonna go on to like answers that are like actual like answers, like people were like maybe women answering in the thread, being like, yeah, sure, I don't mind. I would love if men got sexual. Does showing abs count? Not really. I don't think showing like there's it depends on, I guess it depends on how the game is showing abs. Because for example, like I could say this again, Love in Deep Space, it's a harem, reverse harem game where the MC is with a bunch of like, you know, with a bunch of guys, I don't know, like and that they all like love the MC or whatever. The way that that game plays itself very much sexualizes men, but that's what it's marketed to do because, you know, whoever wants that will play the game. um but just like, I think if it's just like a character with his shirt off because like, you know, it's like ripped or I like, it's not always sexualized, you know. Five Guys, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely, yeah. Like if it's just a guy with his shirt off, I don't think it really is. Like I don't think inherently like a girl like a girl character with her shirt off or whatever and she's just like in a bra like is sexualized. If they start like zooming in on the boobs and like focusing on like every detail on the titty, yeah, that's sexualized. Because like let's say she used her shirt as a bandage or something, like to like tie something or something, like that's not necessarily sexualized. She's doing something to help, you know. You know. But if they start like zooming in on her titties when she takes off her shirt, yeah, that's sexualized. But everyone has, also, this is another thing, everyone has like different definitions. That's why like when you look at these men talking about like what sexualization is for guys and them saying that men already get sexualized in media the same way that women do, there was a guy that said that men get more sexualized in video games than women do currently, which is crazy. But I don't think it's I don't think it's extremely subjective because like for I I don't know how many chatters are like how whoever one is, but I don't think it's extremely subjective. I think it's a subjective to a certain point. There's a difference between looking at like how how a lot of women are portrayed in media and stuff like that, the amount of gays. If you sexualize it, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's fully true. I don't think that's fully true because there is a purpose for why, like, you don't need to be zooming in on certain parts of the body for no reason. Bayonetta. Having muscles is equivalent to having boobs. Mm, women have muscles too. I don't think that's the same thing. it's just how women like. It's very hard to describe if you I don't know. It's something that is very, I think, sometimes hard for some people to understand if you don't know what it like for me as like, you know, as a woman. I'm not gonna say everything's sexualized. I don't like looking at things. What's a good I'm trying to think of like what would be a good example of this. Mm, you don't know if you can make it. It's fair, but how do I I'm trying to think of proper media that like everyone would know that would be a good example of this. It's just that they choose to sexualize it almost all the time. Yeah, it is. Everyone will have different opinions like this, but I don't think most of the time men have been sexualized in the same way that women have in video games. Most of there might be some examples, but most of the time I don't think so. With how it's marketed, but you could always disagree because everyone has their own opinions. Like these people would disagree with
manifests
me.
surprisingly often, and let me give you a very recent provable example.
Ollie Murs.
Just a brief local aside from gaming, and if you aren't from the UK or Ireland and have heard of Essex-born singer-songwriter Ollie Murs, I'll be very shocked.
Oh, Ollie
Rising
Murs.
to popularity
Oh my
after
gosh, that
placing
just
second
spawned
on the X Factor in 2009, he
a
began a
memory in my
semi-successful
brain.
music career with 4 UK number ones between 2010 and 2012.
Yeah, he made Troublemaker.
Even though he still continues to make music, he's found more success as a TV personality in recent years, capitalising on the fact that he is the quintessential English cheeky chappy. He's not really funny, but he is charming enough to host, and from what I can surmise, largely unproblematic. Very popular with mums. Anyway, relevant to the topic at hand, in early 2025, after a 12-week program to get shredded in preparation for his upcoming tour, Ollie's nutritionalist posted his before and after pictures to Instagram to show his
progress is actually incredible.
Before continuing, I do just want to say good for him. It's clear he got the results that he wanted, and I say that because, in what I can only call a deranged social experiment that you could only find on Twitter, a user posted the picture asking men and women to vote if they thought Ollie looked better before or after. This is the whole reason I bring the mess up, because as unethical as I find this poll, the results and the response to them illustrate my point perfectly. Out of the roughly 5,000...
That is actually very interesting to see if, like, it, I don't know how accurate. It is a Twitter poll, after all, but a lot of, I'm just saying, a lot of women like dad bods. Like the less like muscly type. I'm the same too. I don't like people who are overly muscular. Not like it's a bad thing. I think it's impressive for who you are, but I don't personally find it like attractive. Attractive in the way where like I want to pursue that person. Also, I don't know if like they meet it in like what type of way. I'm like very much asexual, so like I can't, like, it's like more of like, oh yeah, he looks cool. Like that type of thing. I don't know.
This is the whole reason
I'm not gonna look at someone's body and be like,
as
I'm
unethical
attracted
as I
to
find
them.
this
I don't
poll,
know.
the results and the response to them illustrate my point perfectly. Out of the roughly 5,000 anonymous voters on the poll, male respondents voted in favour of shredded Ollie almost 2-1, whereas female voters answered before Ollie roughly 4-1. I highlight the anonymity of the vote because I think it emphasises the absurdity of the mass reaction to this result being accusations that the female voters were lying.
Women in this poll are lying. I know from experience how women feel about six-packs.
Yeah, I heard that so many times too. Women are lying about like not wanting the ripped shredded person. But I know most girls don't like shredded men like that. Of course there are women who do like that. Not to say all, but like a lot women must be lying. Yeah, that's the first reaction to not like wanting to like the shredded body. Like it a lot of women just don't find that attractive. I don't either personally. Like it's impressive. I'm not gonna be like, I don't know. I don't think like I'm gonna lean towards one more than the other, but like having someone who's too shredded is a lot.
Lied in this poll. The women that say they prefer dad bods may be more numerous than those who prefer jacked, but the women that prefer jacked are far more turned on by their preference than those who prefer dad bods. Women cap.
Obviously the women that like the shredded body get more turned on. I know, I'm a scientist. Trust me, I know. Half of those men probably aren't like shredded like that either. They're just saying that because they're upset.
No, the women are lying. I want to again clarify that Mers was the victim of some particularly cruel reporting following this tweet, which he didn't ask for, but luckily he seemed to take it in his stride and just express disappointment in the often disappointing Daily Mail. Yeah, that checks out. But in his shredded state, Ollie Mers is exemplifying the sexy, muscular shirtlessness that gaming forum users insist should make anyone attracted to men swoon. So why are the ladies of Twitter capping? Bringing it back to the realm of gaming now, the problem is that there's a guttural misunderstanding from people who aren't attracted to men, but are men about how to sexualize men, or at least who we're sexualizing them for.
Because there is a large presence of the heterosexual man's identity in the development process and in gaming's audience, the perceived neutral vision of game design takes on the influence of the socially appropriate interests specific to straight men. The aesthetic of muscles denotes strength, agency and power for the assumed male player to relate to. The
Yeah, but then why is every time a woman is sexualized in a game, it's a certain body type the same way every single time, most of the time? You're not gonna see a bigger woman sexualized in a game. It's like, yes, that is very true what you mean, Draconis. It's 100% true, but like in games and media is what it's kind of encompassing for sure. It's just like in games and media, they always have the stereotype of what they're gonna portray, you know? But very much what you said is very true. It's very subjective in that way, but in games and media, it's not gonna be as subjective with things, like in the sense of how things are done when game companies want to make either a character or whatever it is. They're stronger tropes, yeah. Yeah, no, you're good, don't worry about it. You're very much right. Just in the context of what this particular video is talking about, it's very much the tropes of things and stuff like that. Like it's like the whole thing, like, oh, let me choose male character or female character, and the female character is armor is like the little bikini armor, like barely any protection, and then the male armor is like a full coverage armor, that type of thing, you know? Because I feel like that's a lot. Actually, that I'm surprised that didn't come up more often in this thread or something. Or I guess no one's thinking about it, but it's like that type of thing.
active male characters become more of male power fantasy. What a man wants in a woman and wants of himself is found in games.
Most men in gaming aren't sexualized to be seen as erotic, but instead aspirational. Courage, confidence, and leadership. Powerful, competent, and assertive. Shirtless, buff dudes. These are all traits that primarily straight guys find attractive in one another, not homosexually, but homosocially. They don't desire these traits carnally, but they do desire them for themselves.
If anything, I go, man, I want a body like that.
I'm sure you do, and unfortunately, with a lack
Can I
of
be honest,
curiosity that borders on willful ignorance,
I have never heard homo socially, and that is a really, I know it's not supposed to be funny, but it's a really funny word to me. It's a really funny word to me. I just wasn't expecting to hear that. I might have to go check on my cat soon, but I'll leave the video playing. I do have my wireless headphones on, but I won't check on them until like I'll check on them in 5 minutes.
Led to an assumption that these same desires map over to those who do sexually desire men, and while that's sometimes the case, it's an incredibly slim view of what people actually want when they talk about genuine male sexualization. But I'm getting ahead of myself, because maybe these guys were onto something. Some of these guys must be sexy, right? Before going any further, first we need to have a look at the potentially sexualized men in gaming we've got already, and see what we're working with.
Oh my gosh, he uses AOA?
So in
Sorry,
my obsessive
I got excited.
preparation for this project, I
K-pop
asked my
mentioned.
friends, loved ones, various co-workers, and eventually my charming audience who their picks were for male sex icons in gaming. You would think that if we were truly living through a drought of sexualized men in gaming, it would be slim pickings, and perhaps it's a testament to what was a relatively
What's
open-ended
AOA?
question, but
Listen. Okay, speaking about sexualization, I'm gonna take a pause from this video real quick just to show AOA. AOA was a K-pop group, and they were sexualized all. Sadly, they were very sexualized. But the song that he played was called "Miniskirt." It's very much a song that they shouldn't have been performing and were probably forced to do. Very iconic song in K-pop, though. It started trending again actually recently because of TikTok. A lot of things start trending again because of TikTok. Because someone made a remix, I think, in Choreo.
So in my obsessive
As a
preparation
distraction,
for this
but
project, I
sorry.
asked my friends, loved ones, various co-workers, and eventually my charming
I
audience
think that'd
who
be
their
so interesting to ask people that I know. Like, hey, who do you think are sexualized men in video games, you know? I just want to know what people think. I'm trying to think about it. I think the funny thing is, most of the time, most men, I feel like a lot of guys who get sexualized are just because of, not because of the game, because of the fandom.
picks were for male sex
Not really
icons
like in game, like
you would
know.
think that if we were truly living through a drought of sexualized
But maybe
men in
I'm
gaming, it would be slim
maybe
pickings.
I haven't played
And
enough
perhaps it's a
games where
testament to
men.
what was a relatively open-ended question, but it instead resulted in a rich tapestry of men. It's honestly overwhelming to take them all in at once, so let's
Actually,
break it
you know
down.
what? I think it is Marvel Rivals. Never mind, I take it back. Marvel Rivals sexualizes all. Well, they sexualize all their characters, funnily enough, but But yeah, I think a lot of, I wouldn't like necessarily say that the characters themselves throughout media has been sexual, but at least in Marvel Rivals they have.
There are the ones who I think you'd expect to see. Cloud and Sephiroth, Leon is having a
Cloud, I love Cloud.
resurgence thanks to his appearance in the latest Resi, and Chris is a mainstay. Alongside him, Geralt, obviously, and on the other end of the spectrum, after the Breath of the Wild saga, Link has arguably been solidified as the twink of gaming. Then a much wider net is cast for almost everyone else who ranges from popular within
Luigi! Why does Luigi look like that? Sorry, I got distracted. I had to look. What? Someone said him? I mean, he's literally just like... Gosh, I don't... You know what? We won't talk. Like, attractive, but you wouldn't go say sexualize. Then they go sexualize a woman. Have you seen the new skins in the battle pass? Maybe not necessarily. Literally, Magneto's wearing ripped up clothing. Like it's like in the same portrayal as like what a woman like they would portray like a woman, like kind of. I kind of feel like maybe, but maybe not necessarily. But maybe it's just like, well, cause I don't know. Maybe it's not the same degree though. I don't know. I think it's kind of I just maybe I just view Marvel Rivals as a whole like I guess the skins are like that's the gooder part of the
Their
game.
fandom to very personal picks. These are the guys who you might find hot in their games, and you'll probably see some buzz around if you follow the game online. And hell, if the game
Bowser.
gets popular enough, they might even temporarily reach that upper echelon. You could argue for a couple of years there, Astarion deserved to be in that previous category. While most of these men were likely not designed with sex icon in mind, you can understand how
That
a
is true.
lot of players latched onto them. And then I should also acknowledge a handful of men who likely weren't designed with any form of sex appeal in mind by original devs, but have ended up with this mantle anyway. Pyramid Head is supposed to be terrifying, but when you build him like that, yeah.
It's kind of crazy how Pyramid Head became like an attractive icon for a lot of people. It's
And
kind of
while I haven't
crazy.
played Deltarune yet, I wasn't surprised when Spamton showed up a couple of times because of how involved I know that fanbase is. Luigi and Bowser had their niche fans for
Sorry, this Luigi photo. What is he doing? Why does he look like that? Why he's like oh. Why is he making that face? And then why is Bowser looking at it? There's the worst photo. The Yoshi one. Are you talking about? The Yoshi sticker from Mario Party.
years, but all it took was one homoerotic finger drag in a
That's
movie
true.
trailer, and they've skyrocketed up the charts.
That's kind of
And we
true.
should
Bowser in Luigi's ship has skyrocketed. That one's pretty bad.
all know by now that furries are an unstoppable force. Star Fox Cannon be damned.
Good for the
What this
furries.
highlights is, of
Big
course,
boot
the
for the
beautiful
furries.
subjectivity
But that
of
photo
attraction.
were.
But if you take a step back, these men, these gaming sex icons, are just not that sexualized. Sure, for some of the romanceable characters here, they'll usually have a tasteful sex scene, and for some of the playable characters here, you can dress them up in as much or as little as you'd like, but with men in video games, you'll often notice that developers hesitate to sexualize them, or more accurately, eroticize them. Even the top tier men, the answers I expected the most, weren't actually made to be that sexy in their own games. Leon is attractive, but part of the reason he's become so objectified is because of mods that aren't canon.
That's what I said.
Geralt's iconic bathtub scene is unfortunately fleeting, and while the widespread appeal of characters like Link and Cloud is well known, it isn't really something the devs seem that interested in leaning into. The most outwardly sexualized men here are Manito and Albert. Manito from Zenless Zone Zero with his
That's crazy.
viral
Sorry. I can't believe he's gonna be talking about a BL guy. This blue-haired guy is from a BL, and that BL is heinous.
men here are Manito and
I hate
Albert.
it so much.
Manito
I
from
got traumatized because of it.
Zenless Zone Zero
It-
with his
yeah, but
viral reveal trailer.
The thing is about Zenless Zone Zero, I feel like it sexualizes everyone, you know?
Focus placed on his bountiful chest. Then for
Yeah,
Albert,
that's true.
the protagonist of gay visual novel Dramatical Murder, who, if you don't follow his church, you might not know, has lovingly been titled Yowie Jesus. Gets
He
some
is
clear
Yowie Jesus.
objectification in his various not so tasteful sex scenes throughout his game.
Kinda cra-
Even with these
Whoa,
moments of
that's crazy that you put
sexualization,
that in the
both
video.
of these characters still
Is that allowed on
exist beyond
YouTube?
these moments, with plenty of other aspects to define their
That's what I'm saying.
personalities. For example, Dramatical Murder got an anime adaptation which removed all the sex, and Albert still had plenty of characterization to work with. This starts to sound like complaining, whining even, that amongst all of these sex icons, the sex itself is so stripped back. But I think the comparison becomes more egregious when you actually consider what it's competing with. An example that a friend brought up, which really brought it home for me, was Quiet from the Metal Gear series, who only wears a minimal amount of fabric possible because, conveniently, she can only breathe and drink through her skin. Too much fabric and she would suffocate. And while she's
Makes
a
sense.
radically different character, to use Bayonetta's stronger attacks, she has to strip more of her clothes since the hair she uses for her attacks is also the hair that her clothes are made from. It's all about resource management, you know? Sure, it makes sense given the context, but would in-universe excuses for a male character to always be flashing this much skin ever make its way into a game this mainstream? It reminds me of how Verily
Yeah,
Bitchy
we're
spoke about the original
hey, let's
Tomb
be
Raider
for
game.
real. Where's some men who can only drink and breathe through her skin and just be like actually like just only in his underwear. Like, come on. Where is he?
And how they presented Lara Croft to overcome any hesitation from young male gamers about playing as a girl.
Luckily, Lara came with her own solution. There is a built-in emotional distance between the player and Lara. She talks directly to you. She welcomes you to her home following a sexy loading screen.
Welcome to my home. I'll take you on a guided tour.
This is why female characters have to be sexy. If she's sexy, she's not you. She's for you.
It's not as pervasive now as it was when the original Tomb Raiders were released, but a modern equivalent is how Eve's every movement is animated in Stellar Blade. Will we ever get to a point where we have multiple mainstream examples of male characters in gaming who are not just supposed to be us, but be for us? Eve is the main playable character in her game,
She's
as
very
are Lara
pretty.
and Bayonetta in theirs, and while Quiet isn't, she's in one of gaming's most popular series. In contrast, Manitou is one of many unlockable characters in a gacha game, and Alba, while a niche icon, is from an over 15 years old visual novel only officially available in English on Steam with heavy censorship. This feels a bit like digital slut-shaming. However, considering that these aren't real women or real men, but they are being designed
I've
by
never
real
heard that
people
word before.
for real people, it shows where priorities and perceptions lie
But
about
interesting.
what gamers want to see.
Then there's our introduction to Madison in Heavy Rain. The camera is not shy. Then watch Ethan Mars' Morning Shower from the same game. The camera is much less fond of his curvature than it is of hers.
Blah. Boring shower, boring man. The cameraman clearly wants to get back to the lady, who is naked. Ethan's not unattractive by any means, just like most of the men I got when I asked for male sex icons in gaming. But when you look at those two shower scenes back to back, you remember that the attractiveness of male characters is clearly not taking precedence. But is getting equal the right way to solve this imbalance? There have been debates surrounding the quality and the impact of this style of female sexualization in gaming for decades now, and the discourse has been gargantuan. That's a parallel discussion I'll be referencing. But veering in the direction of, well, let's have some beefcakes too, can often come across as petty and perverse. I think part of that energy is deserved. However, I also think it would be productive if we had some more direction and intention on how we should be sexualizing the men of gaming, and perhaps more importantly, a deeper explanation of why. Much like how World War I didn't start just because Franz Ferdinand was assassinated, I'm not talking about sexualizing men in video games just because of Storm in Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. It was just a straw that blew out the gay boys' back. In the past couple of months, I've just so happened to watch and read a few insightful pieces that cover this topic from a variety of different angles, and it meant that by the time I saw these renders together, I was already primed to see it for what it was. So let's look at these three cases and see if we can scrap them together to create a roadmap of how to progress with male sexualization in gaming. Posted in April of 2025 by YouTuber and streamer Viveros, How to Actually Sexualize a Male Character covers exactly that. Like all of the sources I'll be using in this section, I'm not squeezing them for all they're worth, and I'm actually just going to be talking about what each of them discuss in pretty specific sections. Because of that, I heavily recommend watching each of them afterwards, but more on that in the outro. While the how of sexualizing men in gaming, as you can imagine, is the primary focus of Viveros' video, what's most relevant here and what helps me get over my first hurdle is his focus on the why. When looking at the female characters I listed near the end of the previous section, the reasons for their sexualization can range from anywhere between absurd to alienating. Because of that, asking for any form of reparations can come across as lustful desperation, since surely there's no reason to want it aside from the base appeal. Well, Viveros makes a case for sexualization as a tool for characterization.
My personal opinion is that there's nothing inherently wrong or bad about a character's design being sexualized regardless of gender, provided that it actually works for the character.
Viveros frames sexualization as a method that can be used in video games to help sell a character's personality and place in the world, a double-edged sword with one very overutilized edge and one that is not.
I personally think that sexualization needs to be done better regardless of gender, and when it comes to men specifically, I think it should be done more because it's a missed opportunity when it's never on the table. Sexualizing a male character can convey confidence.
You know how many Gunnar women there are?
It can tell you which of his assets he views as most impactful and important by highlighting them, and it can put him in direct contrast with more modest characters. If every man was being sexualized, then sexualization would lose its ability to tell us something about any of them, which is counterproductive.
If we, when appropriate, sexualize male characters, it not only lets us know something about their personality, but it also tells us something about the characters that aren't sexualized. And by refusing to sexualize men, it limits options and means that men in gaming are often barred from certain forms of expression. A perfect example of this being,
I want to play RPGs where my charismatic mage or bard or whoever else doesn't have to be drowning in 3 layers of some boring ass outfit that doesn't show off his body.
female characters tend to be far more popular in games as character
That's
creators
true.
because they have the more dynamic outfits, and it means that male characters are often left in comparison, as Viveros puts it, drowning in layers. It's like each bit of fabric cut out of the female characters' outfits are put onto the male outfits. Games like Baldur's Gate 3 and the most recent Monster Hunter Wilds have made steps to improve this, with Baldur's Gate not gender-locking clothing and Wilds retaining the series' tradition of masculine and feminine armor, but now letting hunters of whichever body type wear whichever armor they want. This is
I actually did not
something
know that. That's
both
actually
of
kinda
these
cool.
examples also indicate towards the wider problem. The more revealing outfits in Monster Hunter are still the feminine designs, and the majority of the sexier garments in Baldur's Gate are intended for the female characters. And that perfectly leads me to the other edge of the sword.
There's also often an assumption that being critical of over-sexualization is synonymous with assuming sexualization is inherently bad, and that's not a position I agree with either. It is bad if that's the default for every woman, because not only is it annoying when people act like the purpose of all video games is just to turn them on, it's also just really boring when that's the lens through which all female character design is perceived. It makes sense for characters like
Women
Melina
gooners
or
are
Emma
scary, men
Frost, but
gooners
less
too.
so for Katana and Sue Storm.
Just as sexualization is underutilized
I like
for
this.
male characters in gaming, it's often overutilized
think that looks
in gaming
nice.
for women to their detriment,
This.
and, as Viveros highlights, their mischaracterization. It's something a lot
just
of
gotta
games
color it.
are desensitized to. See how I don't think I would have picked up on my issue with the Storm render if it weren't for the direct comparison. However, when you look into it, it's just hard to stop finding examples. The ones Viveros mentions are focused on character design, but it can manifest in so many different ways besides this. One of the more subtle examples of how deep it runs was made aware to me pretty recently in an obscure title called Dispatch. For those who are unaware, Dispatch is a
Wait,
choose your own
actually,
adventure game by
I just
Ad Hoc
remember-
Studio, a team
Wait,
formed
how much
by and
spoilers
made
is
up
this
of
gonna
many
be?
former members of Telltale.
I have this game, I think. Do I? I wanted to play it soon. Let me check. I got distracted now that he mentioned Dispatch. I think I have this game. Is that a bug on me? No. Oh, I don't have. Wait, do I not? I was like, I want to play it.
Games, and in it you can romance a character called Invisigal. While her design doesn't fall into the issue I'm talking about, one scene, however, does. At the start of the 4th episode, Invisigal is having a sex dream about the main character Robert, but you wouldn't know that the sex dream is her sex
Hands
dream
backwards.
because
Yeah,
the
they're
camera is
backwards.
obsessed solely with
Maybe
her,
I had to.
and more
The nails
importantly,
look a little
her
bit weird. I
body.
had to.
This girl is shown to be unhealthily attached to Robert throughout the game, but in her sex dream about the person she has caught feelings for and apparently wants to be wrecked by, we just don't see him. Surely he would be the star of this dream, and he's a character who, in universe, is charming and attractive enough to bag pretty much anyone the devs can be bothered to write a romance route for. But are the devs interested in helping build up this side of his characterization by perhaps showing
I need
off
to
some of
fix
his
the nails
sex appeal
properly.
in a sex dream from someone who's sexually attracted to him? No.
Oh.
According to the camera, Vizzy is instead more
That's
focused
seen
on
as in the
her
game?
own body.
Apparently.
A level of self-obsession not reflective of her personality outside of this scene whatsoever. Looking at this example, you can see that the director of episode 4 of Dispatch, Nick Herman, was only interested in representing the interests of one group when putting this scene together, much to the detriment of everything it involves, but particularly in Visigal's characterization. Luckily, that isn't representative of any deeper issues with Dispatch. Viveros brings up another comparative example within a series that I've played before that's been bothering me for years now.
Think about how in Persona there is a succubus persona and an incubus persona. The
That's true.
succubus looks like this, and it makes pretty perfect sense. She's a succubus. There are few character concepts more suited to being presented as sexy and sexualized. But then you have the incubus, who looks like, well, a goblin with a horn on his dick. This ties into something I talked about earlier, about how the over-sexualization of women and refusal to sexualize men puts us in a position where the female characters who should have a sexualized design like the succubus can't really stand out as sexualized, because that's also how a lot of non-sexual female characters are presented. And the male characters who should likewise be sexualized aren't, which means that you lose that part of their core concept as well as their connection to their counterpart.
The succubus doesn't really look like a succubus because she's designed like a lot of the other female demons in Persona, who all just happen to be designed to look like, well, sex demons. And the incubus doesn't look like an incubus because Atlas are seemingly terrified to make one of their male demons look too suggestive. But watch out for Mara. It all leads back to a final point of Viverose's that I want to highlight, which argues why increasing the sexualization of men in gaming is a net positive.
The onus should be on the opposition to prove the merits of arbitrarily deciding that male character designs shouldn't incorporate more sexualized elements by default, or at least just in general, like raise the average a bit, and they have not done that.
Those misbalanced scales, as established, are obvious, and as Viverose points out, few good reasons have been made as to why. But I want to focus on the impact of this imbalance and just how influential an effort to rebalance it can be with one specific case study.
More K-pop?
Egg and Fire Emblem Contextualized was posted in November of 2025 as YouTuber Ike Finir's
This man gets my
video.
sub.
Just to save any confusion out of the gate, Ike Finir's username is a portmanteau of the names of Fire Emblem characters Ike,
Oh
and the
cholera,
subject of this
czy to
video,
Freddy
Ike Finir.
Fazbear?
And because of how frequently Ike Finir will be getting mentioned, I'll be referring to Ike Finir as just Ike to save any mix-up. Unlike Viverose's more general video about the state of sexualized men in gaming as a whole, Ike chooses to laser focus on one specific example and the mountains of context surrounding it. To give a very abridged summary of the premise, Fire Emblem Heroes, the free-to-play gacha spin-off of Nintendo's Fire Emblem series, featuring compressed tactical gameplay shrunken down to fit on your phone screen, was initially touted as a Fire Emblem crossover game where you can see all your fan favourites in one place. And while it still is that to some degree, since its beginning in 2017, an increasing focus has been placed on its original characters, as they are the stars of the game's now almost decade-long story. To keep the narrative semi-manageable, the story is split into roughly year-long arcs called books, each introducing their own new batch of OCs, and this is where Ike starts to notice a pattern.
So this was the state of Fire Emblem Heroes. The male characters were never taken seriously. Instead, they were used as fodder to uplift whichever new waifu they wanted to spotlight at the time.
Looking at the tier list, you can see how the few male characters that were introduced would often find themselves dead by the end of the arc or relegated to some form of narrative purgatory, whereas the female characters would, in contrast, prosper. This pattern is truly egregious as Ike breaks it down book by book, and the lack of interest in the male cast of Fire Emblem Heroes isn't just narrative, but clearly design oriented as well.
These are the fairies from the Realm of Dreams. Okay, nice, very pretty. And now, here's what the guys look like. I mean, do I gotta say it? Book 4 overall has really nice aesthetics, and it's cool to see fairies as flying tome units in a Fire Emblem game. It's just, why do the girls get to have these fun, interesting, eye-catching designs, while Freyr just gets these
they're men.
rags and a chopped
Yeah, they don't
haircut?
get, you just get
Why
rags.
is there only one guy? This is what the girls from Vanaheimer look like. And now here are the guys. I mean, what the fuck? Again?
These are just examples from Book 4 and Book 7, but it shows that not only are the developers' intelligent systems more invested in making their female characters visually engaging than the male ones, but clearly sexualized too. It shows a presumption in who their audience is, and it gradually started alienating anyone outside of that group, and similar presumptions started degrading the quality of the narrative.
Even though they eventually allowed us to customize our summoner, whose gender is ambiguous with a few different appearances, it really feels like they started to make this game
One
with the
black skin tone,
assumption
two
that the
black
player
skin
was a
toes.
horny, straight
Let's
man. It all
go!
started
Well,
with
barely
Storm,
black, they're
who
like
they had
10.
fall in love with the player.
I love you.
And then we eventually got this fucking deranged scene where Plumeria, the fairy of lewd dreams, drugged Alphonse to dream about Peony, Mirabilis, and his sister Sharena trying to have sex with him, but it was totally okay.
That's crazy.
Because that was a fake out. It was actually us, the player, dreaming that we were Alphonse. In Book 4, one of Note's character quirks is that she hopelessly falls in love with handsome men. She then began to catch feelings for us, the player. The problem here is that at no point did they even bother using gender-neutral language, implying the story was written for a male summoner. In Book 7, part of Njordr's evil plan involved commanding this chick to go and have a child with you, the player.
While the connection isn't obvious, this reminds you of when I played Rise of the Ronin, a game that lets you customize your character to be any gender, and hypothetically unlocks all the romance options in addition to this. However, even after testing romances with as many male characters as possible, for science of course, all of them ended up feeling restrained and borderline platonic, with any semblance of attraction only rearing its heads in the last moments of the relationship questline, if at all. Whereas with the female characters, while I never completed any of the romances, just by befriending the characters and doing their side quests, it felt like the game had made the decision that you would want to romance them, and it had started building the foundations for this payoff from the very first time that you meet them. A lot of the male romance options in Rise of the Ronin are some important characters in the story, and the fact that you can technically romance them is cool, but they don't end up feeling like they're actually romance options because most of the bonding opportunities just treat them like they're someone you're going to stay friends with. On the other hand, almost all of the female
That
romance
happens
options
a lot.
are much
It's
less
like
important
where
to the overarching story.
the female
because the
characters,
developers
like, it's
can't
like feels
fathom
like a
that you'd want to
date
treat them
whenever
as
you hang
anything
out with
other
them,
than
and then the male
romance
characters
options,
is like, oh,
and
we're
the
best
narrative
buds.
relevance takes a hit because of this. Rise of the Ronin feigns letting you play as someone attracted to men, but like Fire Emblem Heroes, the game just ends up feeling wrong unless you're playing with the preferences of a straight man that the devs clearly intended. So back to Heroes. If we line up the sexualized assumptions that the player is a straight dude paired with a complete lack of interest the game had in sexualizing the male characters, exemplified every time a new series of summer skins would be released, it meant that anyone who wasn't lapping up this increasingly obvious pandering in a spin-off for a series that has historically had a pretty diverse fanbase was exhausted. It all meant that by the time we got to Book 8 and we were introduced to Eikfenir, the response was, understandably, rabid. Sure, there was still an imbalance of male to female characters introduced in this book, but Eikfenir managed to reach the end of the storyline with narrative significance and without dying, and while looking like that. One of the best aspects of Eikfenir's character design is that it perfectly suits his place within the world of Heroes. Each of the new characters within the cast of Book 8 is part of a group called the Healing Hands, each specializing in a different branch of medicine, with Eikfenir's being physical therapy.
Did I pause it, or you guys want to keep watching while I'm gone? So I'll just leave you guys right here if you want to keep watching. I'll have my headphones on because I'll hear everything. I'll just be right back. Take a quick break. Or I can put you guys on. Be right back. No answer means I'll just put you guys on BRB. I'll be back. with a cat. Come here, kitty.
This checks out.
But his attractiveness isn't at the expense of the cohesiveness of his design or the characters around him. Eikthenir's appearance complements his character well and makes sense in the context of his story. Athleticism naturally comes with attractiveness, and as a character who specializes in building the body, it makes sense for him to wear clothes that showcase his muscles. Eikthenir is the strong, silent type, and his medical mask serves to visualize this. Masks are often a big plus for contributing to men's attractiveness, and Eikthenir's mask draws attention towards his mature-looking eyes, which he relies on to convey emotion.
And while yeah, it's nice that this all ties up to make a cohesive character, it's refreshing that the game is just willing to sexualize him on top of that.
And while sexy camera angles are usually reserved for female characters only, they actually gave us similar shots of Eikthenir too.
But this would all be for naught if Eikthenir flopped. He's just a hot guy in a mobile game primarily known for sexualizing its female cast, so how much of an impact can he really have? Well, this was the reason why Ike made his video in the first place, because Eikthenir won the men's category for the Choose Your Legends event, an annual popularity poll run by Intelligent Systems. For context, the men's division is usually only won by series legends, like the guys you know from Smash, protagonists from the mainline games, longtime fandom favourites, or joke characters. And while female OCs from Heroes have won Choose Your Legends on a few occasions, because there were actually popular options to choose from, before Eikthenir the only male character from Heroes to win was Alphonse, the literal main character, like the guy who was the face of the app for a while. So Eikthenir winning was a clear indicator to say, yes please, more of this, we are begging. Ike goes more into detail on how impactful the results of these polls can be and how the winning characters can show up in future titles, but I'll leave that for you if you want to watch this video. What Ike's case study displays in relation to my argument is that the ingrained imbalance that is omnipresent throughout the mainstream gaming sphere and clearly exacerbated by Fire Emblem Heroes has bred a desperate hunger that when satiated led to an outpouring of support and engagement. It's good to give developers an indication that this is something that gamers want, but should we maybe be more discerning before celebrating? I don't want to focus too much more on Fire Emblem Heroes because it really is one of the most egregious examples of how unbalanced the state of affairs is, but luckily in this case it's only used as a jumping off point. While also a YouTuber, a primer on actual SFW-ish male fan service is instead a short essay on Gascon Onyxil's blog posted in February of 2024. Gascon's discussion starts similarly.
It doesn't even look like the girl's hair. Well, I guess maybe like for a second, but she doesn't even have black hair.
To mine here, narrating a frustrating inability to publicly
that's right, that's right.
unrelenting torrent of horny, just verging on explicit
female
character designs in Fire Emblem Heroes before
someone comes along and leaves a comment to the effect of, "But the summer banners have shirtless men. Checkmate, loser."
Checkmate, loser.
Acknowledge the conclusion I reached earlier that the majority of these male character designs are created within
the aspirational power fantasy lens adopted by most mainstream straight male directed media.
Yeah, what he said essentially. And if you want to find male characters who are sexualized outside of this limited aspirational, often unerotic perspective within gaming, you have to look much farther afield than you have to do for female equivalents.
To demonstrate genuine male fan service on par with what Fire Emblem Heroes does with its female characters, I'm going to have to pull example art from pretty much the only video game subgenre that can be relied upon to deliver here.
You never do that.
Sexually explicit gay dating sims.
Does, on initial read, that feel extreme? Kind of.
Are you Kilo?
Do you really have to look that far as niche pornographic gay specific games just to find male sexualization that gets close to the female sexualization in Heroes and the wider gaming sphere as a whole? Well, when you rack your brain and see the direct comparisons, the answer is spelt out for you. It's in the framing. So let's do some visual learning.
Let's start with something simple and soft core from coming out on top. This is a variant on a popular mild fan service image. A guy lifts his shirt, exposing his belly. In context, this is also intended to convey vulnerability, as the character is drunk and struggling to undress. Also noteworthy is that the framing here is explicit, with the main character in the shot.
While there are plenty of examples of male characters undressing,
I should separate the layers
are they particularly vulnerable during these scenes, and even rarer are they not the player character. Coming out on top makes it obvious here that this is something we're supposed to be viewing, not embodying. It's a perfect mirror to the parallel shower scenes from Heavy Rain earlier. You're playing as Ethan, it's an interactive sexless sequence, but for Madison's
Your
scene,
new phone
don't
case?
get it twisted,
Ooh.
you're watching her.
You sent a pic of it?
Now, turning up the heat with a couple of examples from Full Service.
This may be the tamest of the swimwear outfits seen in the game's beach episode, but I wanted something that would compare to the summer banner designs of Fire Emblem Heroes' male characters. Even so, note the pose. Reclining, legs slightly open, displaying a single nipple. This one comes from the game's costume night set piece, which includes several designs that would be out of place in some of the more random seasonal banners. I chose this one as a counterpoint to what Heroes does with its shirtless men. There's the cocky expression, the crotch bulge with nothing underneath, and the angling which makes it look like he's standing over you. The muscle-bound partial nudity is less about being aspirational for the presumed viewer and more about erotic dominance.
Here Gascon directly compares these outfits to the gimmick outfits you'll find characters wearing in Fire Emblem Heroes, and like he said in the introduction, you'll find shirtless men during swimsuit season, they just aren't framed in a way that we're really supposed to find this shirtlessness attractive. Whereas for the female characters, that's nearly always the intention. See the infamous swimsuit outfit for female Aaliyah, the main character of Fire Emblem Engage, complete with literal camel toe. Swimsuits are perhaps one of the best mediums to witness the gender divide of sexualization in gaming, where for female characters, being within a 10-mile radius of a beach setting is a developer's green flag to include a scene where we ogle at the female cast, while for the male characters, if present at all, I don't know, swim laps in the background. You'll probably be surprised to hear that there hasn't been a spin-off of the Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball series with its genre-defining physics engine that features any playable male characters. And now back to Gascon for a final example from the still unreleased Jock Studio.
It's a male boobs and butt pose, one that doesn't require the character to dislocate his spine. I chose this image because the pose and outfit choice is remarkably similar to that of the notorious Tharia Summer Scramble DLC pick that got censored outside of Japan. Much like Tharia with Anna in the DLC, here the character is being surprised by someone walking in while they're changing and making comically lewd remarks about their body. The contextual difference is that, rather than being forced into a swimsuit like Tharia, the character here is disrobing to film a pornographic scene. Jock Studio's setup is ironically less voyeuristic despite the game's premise.
The porn game has a less perverse relationship with consent than Fire Emblem Awakening.
That's
and
kind of
just
crazy.
For the sake of comparison, here's Cordelia's swimsuit pinup that came in the same
that
DLC pack, and here are the equivalent male swimsuits, just to give you an idea of why the ladies might have gotten all of the attention. And just to bring some attention to that boobs and butt pose that Gascon referred to, it's something that if you weren't aware of before,
basically,
you now won't be able
they were
to
making
stop.
a comparison. The person that he's including in his video, is that he was talking about, they're talking about Fire Emblem Heroes, I believe, is the mobile game. I never used the hard on. They were talking about how in this porn game, in comparison to Fire Emblem's Hero, which is just like a gacha game with Nintendo characters, has less perversion than the gacha game. So yeah. Which is kind of crazy.
Noticing, while it was popularized in comics, it's something that's become just as prevalent in gaming. Tracer, Poison Ivy, Shantae, Mario, oh, and Storm, just to name a few. I'm sure the pose would show up more for male characters in gaming if there was an interest in sexualizing male characters beyond an aspirational six-pack, which just so happens to be the only part of the book.
When was this made? Probably recently, 3 weeks ago. They might go over it. There's still a bunch of sections. It's kind of hard for you to see, but there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 10, 11 sections left in this video, so we'll see. It might not talk about it because that maybe in that media it's I don't know. I should not have paused on this picture.
Obscures. So,
I didn't mean
just
to,
the games I mentioned
but
for this source. Fire Emblem Heroes
there's
and
no good.
Awakening,
I'm gonna be
Heavy
honest.
Rain, Dead or Alive.
I feel like anytime I pause on this video, it's not a good time to pause. This is the only this is probably the tamest time I've paused.
Extreme Beach Volleyball, a diverse selection of relatively accessible games across
But
genres
they have
and generations.
they have talked about Dead or Alive, though. I feel like that's very like early on of its kind of, where it's just all females just meant to be sexualized. Like they're literally girls. Like it's crazy to think that Dead or Alive started off so differently than this, and then it turned into like girls just being on a beach stuck on an island, and you get to choose what it's kind of crazy.
Featuring different methods of framing sexualized female characters. And if you want something close with male characters, free games I can't look at the Steam page for without registering my identity. But these are just a handful of the examples Gascon covers though, and if you want more, I heavily recommend
There would
reading
never
his
be a
full
good
essay,
time to
but
pause this
viewer
video, that's
discretion
true.
is advised for some of the more
In the
NSFW examples
third
that I've
industry
kept
and
off
all media
YouTube.
was
The
revolution.
title is
Yeah.
SFW-ish for a reason. It's my pet peeve, and I know many other people's too, when a video essay starts to turn into a summary. So for now, I'll leave these free sources since they all still contain plenty that I haven't touched on that's worth going back to watch or read once you're done here if you're so inclined. But we now have our roadmap. From Viveros, we have an explanation of how sexualization
Yeah,
can
I believe
benefit
so now. Yeah, I think sadly in the UK now you have to like register everything if you want these types of games.
characterization of
I think
certain
so.
men in gaming, then built upon by Ike Veneer, displaying the scale of the current imbalance and just how successful and impactful a good implementation of a sexualized male character can be, capped off by Gascon's IKEA guide on how to properly sexualize male characters if we want to match the levels of female sexualization in the mainstream. It's an incredibly detailed how and why that could easily just be shortened to, well, it's hot and we deserve it too, and this is something these guys don't hesitate to acknowledge either. Gascon includes a disclaimer at the start of his blog post mentioning how his sexuality will influence his opinions. Viveros says near the start of his video,
I also am coming at this from the selfish perspective of wanting hot men to look hot, and I'm not afraid to admit that.
And Ike makes his attraction to Ike Veneer in particular no secret throughout the entirety of his documentary. These are free gay guys who, on top of their research, are also willing to undercut it a bit by pointing out the more horned up motivations as well. But this trend might be a bit of an issue, because why is it just gay guys?
He literally
So
every
just gay guys.
he's just he loves K-pop, so like he gets my sub. And this video is just good. Like I'll have to check out his other stuff later. Like I mean, I'm just saying.
Is an exaggeration, but when researching male sexualization,
His
in
taste is
gaming,
immaculate.
The major discussion threads, the long-form videos, and a lot of the people who were really into it were queer men. All three of the previous sources, gay guys, and I'm not helping the ratio either. I'm pretty shy about it, but I'm gay too. It's a bit strange since you'd think with straight women, or more broadly speaking, women who are attracted to men, are a much larger demographic, but there's nothing really wrong about this ratio. Well, actually it is a problem. While we should sexualize men because it's only fair is sweet, we want to know if it would sell. And if the only
Leon.
people who care about this in these discussions are any indication of the only people who are a paying audience for this being just gay men, a much smaller demographic, then it's not looking good. Gay men do occasionally get games. Niche ones, like the one Gascon referred to in his essay, and they'll occasionally get bones thrown their way with minor representation in bigger games.
I just think to push games and movies is the same as space fight to push cell phones.
But I think the industry as a whole sees that as enough. So to get to the bottom of this, we can split it into the two sides of this disparity, why gay guys are overrepresented in the discourse, and why male-attracted women are underrepresented. So, since we're already talking about them, let's start with the gays.
The gays. I like how you said that. I love him.
Vita Sackwell West noted in her diary that she, being homosexual, was more qualified to discuss homosexuality than any expert psychologist. for the empirical data was daily under her scrutiny by necessity, and the measures of
Maybe we
rightness
should
or
alter
wrongness
the
of her tentative
dark side and
conclusions were
upgrade our
constantly on her
skills.
side. By this sort of daily critical self-inquiry, homosexuals have become the scientists of the South.
This quote from Richter Norton's 1974 essay, The Homophobic Imagination, uses a noted diary entry to explain his theory as to why queer people are more qualified to discuss matters regarding queerness than their straight counterparts, as well as how the experience of being queer puts oneself through the ringer of regular self-scrutiny to be transformed into what Norton calls a scientist of the self. While this theory still holds a lot of weight and does a lot of heavy lifting, and of course it's not talking about all queer people, not every queer person is naturally gifted with above average introspection skills, if we drag Norton's writing 50 years into the future to now answer why gay men discuss male sexualization in gaming more than mostly straight women, it's just not that simple. In reality, there's not one big cumulative point to build towards, but rather a litany of smaller reasons based on a variety of factors, some of which feel obvious, while others are a little less surface level. While I was able to source most of these reasonings myself, I've also reached out to the culprits in question, Viveros, Ike and Gascon, who very helpfully given me their answers as to why they think gay men are always at the scene of the crime.
I just play Skyrim and make everyone naked, even the playing field.
You'll be hearing from them occasionally throughout too. After all of that, it might seem reductive to say, maybe gay guys are just like that. The stereotype that gay men, of course not all gay men, tend to be more hypersexual isn't baseless, and I'm bringing that up first because it just so happens to be the one point that the three devils on my shoulder just so happen to all agree
Three
on.
devils?
Gay male culture is generally hypersexual and gets us more comfortable with talking about our sexual interest and just seeing eroticized male bodies on hookup apps, in porn, at pride events, and so on. So it's probably more immediately noticeable for us when we look at mainstream media and see how squeamish it can be about sexy guys.
Queer men are broadly pretty shameless about the fact that they like men, want to fuck men, and think men are carnally sexy in a way that a lot of women who are
Damn, that
attracted to men
outfit
just
is slaying.
aren't.
When I talk to my girlfriends who play games about male characters, I get the sense that while they do have some interest in the subject, they don't have that same testosterone-fueled passion that guys like me have for fictional meat.
If we want to look at this passion for fictional meat in action, one of my favourite examples is the r/gamers subreddit. It's a useful forum for all the kind of things
You know what the
I
thing is? You know why I don't think women are making videos like this is the same capability? I love you, Colonel Sanders. Women are more imaginative in a way where they don't need a media to do it. In a way, because you will hear like a lot of women will read like smut books and other things like that, so they usually just imagine it. A lot of them, but that's why I don't think there's much of an advocate or maybe as much of many video essays in the same way. Like there's probably other factors too. Smut that women read, yeah. Very interesting stuff. Yeah, a lot of women are like they just either read it or they could just, envision it, that type of thing.
write about, and there are some really interesting discussions that frequently pop up. However, the default state of the page...
I'm getting so distracted too. He keeps putting Monster Hunter in the background, and I'm like, I want to play Monster Hunter again. But I don't have like a lot of friends that are like, maybe I just need to find a friend group that is like really into Monster Hunter to carry me through it. There is a general audience, but more often than not, if you don't know, more often than a lot of you'll see it not only like with a lot of like videos where like a lot of women, not to say that there aren't men that don't read it, it's just there are more women who are interested in it usually and talk about it than there are men. Not to say that they're not men, like this. But like for this is we're talking about like sex, like why men are sexualized in video games and stuff like that, or why there are not as many women talking about wanting to sexualize men in video games, because he's talking about this right now. It's because for women, it's not as hard to like. I don't know. They don't need something visual for it. They could just do it in a different way. Not to be like, oh no men. It's just more popular usually. From what I've seen and heard, it's just oh.
Which advertises itself as a place for LGBTQIA gamers of all stripes to share their nerdery and geekery, is dominated by posts fawning over the hottest male character designs in gaming. I mean, I get it, I'm making this video, so I'm not complaining, but it's telling that was almost...
There, like, even if there was, like, female game designers, I don't think men would be sexualized in the same way necessarily, but maybe. I gotta look up, maybe. But, like, it's just... Yeah, he does mention this. We've been watching this video for a long time.
$70,000 weekly visitors.
We're kind of like in the middle of it, yeah. The video's pinned too if you want to see, or if anyone's interested in seeing more about it. If I say anything that may, like, seem like too much of a generalization or whatever. For this particular section, he's talking about, like, right now he's talking about how mostly gay men are the ones talking about wanting men to be sexualized more in video games most of the time. Like, or like what he's seen so far,
The kind of posts that are rising to the top. Being more sexual isn't inherently wrong, but it's a trait of gay men that has been taken out of context. Hypersexuality is a stereotype that can be twisted and used to mischaracterize queer men as a whole. Being more in touch with and open about sexual desire is often misrepresented in media, and that of course includes gaming, with gay male characters who often overstep boundaries and have a general lack of respect for consent. It's shit, and it's what happens when we don't have queer people in writing rooms with the opportunity to stop this trait from getting twisted to its worst manifestation. But the baseline trend of queer men who are more open and bold with their sexuality isn't plucked from nowhere, as we've seen. So why is this the case? Well, being socialized as a man and being attracted to men is a potent combination.
That is, yeah, that is very fair too. Maybe there's still... Did you watch the full video, Alex? Maybe later on he talks about it, but if he doesn't, like, that is...
Queer men still receive the same socialization that causes straight men to invent Hooters and get upset when Mortal Kombat decides that Melina should get to wear more than 3 square inches of fabric. We're just applying it to ourselves. We bring our socialization as men in terms of this very one-sided attacker versus defender conceptualization of sexuality into a dynamic where we're both on attack and defense.
You saved it for later.
I think that pretty dramatically affects how we talk about it as opposed to how women talk about it.
When you sexualize men, when you are sexualized by other men, it becomes naturally easy to talk about sexualizing men with innate authority. There's a level of comfort there because you are both parties involved. You don't have to worry about feeling like you're misrepresenting either side because you've probably been both sides yourself. On top of this, until you come out, society will often treat you and sexualize you like a straight man. You'll also likely talk to your female friends about how
game
they
developers,
sexualize
true.
men. So there's just a lot of experience with sexualizing men because you're in the middle of a very specific Venn diagram. You've probably seen men sexualized from pretty much every angle.
Hello, Rafi. Thank you for the raid. How's your stream? Oh, you sent your phone case. Oh, wait, Kilo, that's a sick-ass phone case. That's a sick phone case. I'm doing fine.
diagram, you've probably seen men sexualized from pretty much every angle. Back to the topic of being both sides though, that embodies another side of it. Gay guys don't just want to sexualize male characters as an observer, but also to embody them. If you're a female gamer and you want to play as a sexy female character, you are drowning in options, to the point of it literally being drowning. Negative connotations.
I also don't think Tracer's sexualized, though. But maybe it's just because of how Overwatch fandom is. I don't think Tracer's sexualized. And maybe it's just because of this pose, that's why, but like, I think it's just because of that pose, that's it. Like, you literally look all like everyone else, is very different.
Much intentional. Whereas for men, it's the opposite, and gay guys want a way to feel sexy that doesn't feel so terminally straight.
Because of the art style, maybe. Everywhere else, yes, that is true, Kilo. Tracer in game isn't. Everywhere else, yes.
It's really common for gay men to play as girls in games too. To give an example,
it's very true.
In Mario Kart, I like to play Pauline, Birdo, or Honey Queen. But now that I think about it, if Captain Falcon was in Mario Kart 8, I would absolutely be speeding down Big Blue on a motorcycle 7 days a week. Like, could you imagine that point of view? In most mainstream games, if a gay man wants to express themselves as an attractive male character, or enjoy male characters the same way that straight men enjoy female characters, it's significantly harder or flat out impossible to do so.
I have never advocated for a sexualized male character design that I would not want to be dressed up as myself. Even with my VTuber model with his pretty ridiculous outfits, I would 1000% wear any of that if it were possible. Like, I would love to normalize men being expected to wear something a little sexier, both because I like to see it, but also because I like to feel sexy like that, and I think more men would be happier if they could also feel comfortable experiencing it.
Wanting to express sexuality feels like a trivial point from an outside perspective, but when the majority of the male playable characters in games are portraying a straight aspirational version of sexiness, sure, you can get something from that occasionally, but it ultimately feels like you're wearing someone else's clothes. Wrong size, wrong fit, not your style, not meant for you. But as has been established, something that is designed for men as a whole is gaming. Not anymore, thankfully. Well, that depends who you ask, but historically, in its infancy and adolescent years, gaming was marketed towards men.
I pretty much agree with that, wanting to play with a character that you feel like you can embody or whatever. I always say this, I hate when there's only male characters that I can play as for gacha games, at the very least. Gacha games, I hate when there's only guy characters. It makes me so upset because I don't want to. I don't want to be a guy. Yucky.
And that, of course, included queer men who fell under that umbrella. And even though gaming is now a much more gender-inclusive hobby, in spite of the concerted efforts of a miserable few, men still feel more comfortable publicly discussing gaming-related issues.
It's common knowledge that gaming is a male-dominated space.
Default,
men are accepted into gaming by default, while women might face a lot of questioning or opposition on the basis of their gender that men don't have to deal with. For gay men, in games with voice chat, we might get hate crimed if we play a female character and our voice is clocky, but a woman faces that kind of harassment 10 times worse than we do.
And that takes it back to the other half of this mystery. Now we have more of an understanding of why gay men are so happy to discuss male sexualization in gaming. Why is it that women are underrepresented?
That dragon looks so sick. I want to kill that thing in Monster Hunter.
I do see.
I'm distracted. Sorry, I need to start. I need to go back to my drawing.
Understandably, don't center wanting to see sexier men as much as they do discussions about misogyny and how mainstream media neglects and vilifies women's interests.
When I think about the kinds of games with a broader appeal, they're usually the more inclusive ones that already have palatable male and female characters. For the games that struggle with this kind of thing, women seem to be more busy fighting the battle of properly representing female characters.
I guess I gotta draw it.
Women attracted to men, generally speaking, of course want to see more sexualized men in gaming, but that is far from the top concern when the state of representation of women and girls in gaming is in such dire straits. I painted a picture here in terms of the historical over-sexualization of female characters, but that's only really scratching the surface. While women aren't a minority group in the real world, in gaming they are often treated like and tokenized akin to minorities in how they're represented. It's a basic example, but the Smash roster, even to Ultimate, features a massively unbalanced gender ratio, and the women that do show up, while some of the most iconic ladies in gaming, do display a very limited scope of womanhood and femininity. This is of course not something that has gone unnoticed. A major reason why we don't see women getting as involved in discussions surrounding sexualization of male characters in gaming is because the conversation about female rep is just much more pressing. And I fully agree, female gamers have to work incredibly hard against the grain of an industry that wasn't built with them in mind to be heard, represented and respected by a hobby that they love that often doesn't love them back. It's been difficult, but progress has been made, and the gaming sphere now has a much more diverse array of female characters and protagonists that represent and hopefully empower the female gamers that want to play as them. But this has always been the victim of relentless pushback. The embarrassing ripples of the Gamergate movement are still being felt over a decade later, and no matter how much people who are involved try to claim that it was about transparency in games journalism, that doesn't change the fact that it became a targeted harassment campaign that primarily went after women's voices in gaming. Then more recently there's a pushback against ugly female main characters in gaming who just look like real women. I'm not going to show too many of these posts because I don't want to platform them more than they already have been, but I think we've all seen the Aloy Glam filter post that was arguably patient zero all the way back in 2021. This has essentially morphed into the people I cited at the start of the video, claiming that we need to bring back sexualized female characters in gaming, and if this happened, woke would be destroyed, and more importantly, these games would sell even more.
Agenda.
It's tiring, and you can easily become disillusioned with the whole gaming sphere if you spend enough time looking into this void. But it's a fight worth fighting. The reason why I think it's so important to highlight this side of the argument is because the case for male sexualization in gaming, and the case for better representation for women in gaming, and by extension more realistic and less aggressively pervasive sexualization of female characters, end up complementing each other. This might come across as laying my cards on the table a bit too openly, but I just find it too satisfying to not point out. It's hard to not sound like a sex fiend when arguing in favour of male sexualization in gaming. And on the other hand, it's tricky to not sound like a bit of a prude when suggesting that games maybe tone down the over-sexualization of female characters. However, if you recontextualize it as balancing the scales, it's harder for people to project morals onto your stance, and your case is made even stronger when there is so much evidence of how unbalanced the scales are tipped, that one side is so high it's in orbit and the other is so low it's in hell. So, this focus on generally wanting better female representation in gaming might be why female gamers aren't discussing male sexualization in gaming as often as queer men, but that shouldn't be misconstrued as a complete lack of interest. Just because I haven't mentioned female gamers having these discussions yet doesn't mean they don't happen ever. I'm sure a good chunk of people watching are women who are sexually attracted to men, so it feels silly to have to say that a lot of women have sexual desire, but for some people it needs to be proven. A source recommended to me by a friend is a thread on r/girlgamers called "Let's Objectify Sexy Men in the Games We Love," and they damn well do that. Leon is OP's pick, then a Garrus body pillow, Gustav, Sephiroth, Arthur Morgan, Leon again, Clive, Astarion, Leon again, Carlos, Edgeworth, Dante, Leon again, and even the relatively small survey I did asking for male sex icons, I know for a fact that multiple of the people who responded,
women never
and
know what sex
passionately
is.
so, were women. It feels a bit mad to have to prove that female gamers are interested in hot guys, but these examples I've given are truly just a microcosm. Now it's well and truly established that there is an active audience and desire for male sexualization in gaming from a diverse array of gamers, so all we really have to do is work out why we haven't got it already. While it's second nature for developers to sexualize female characters in gaming, sexualizing male characters to make them anything other than aspirationally appealing for straight men is subversive. Subversive as in, you're going against the grain, you're working against entrenched norms and ideals, and that makes it much more difficult, all because of how we see the male body. You can see this in how desexualized male nudity has become in gaming. I don't want to beat the example to death, but Ethan's flaccid shower scene in Heavy Rain, and how the male swimsuits in Fire Emblem read so flat. And it's not something that's only present within gaming. Male nudity and exposure is often treated as a gag, a source of humour, not something that the audience is supposed to find attractive. It's why sexualizing a male character in games isn't just as simple as making them wear less clothes, because we aren't socialized to see that as something inherently sexy. You might find it sexy, but in most media, and gaming especially, a shirtless guy or even a butt-naked one isn't something you're expected to salivate over. In comparison, sexualizing female characters is something that devs do like breathing. Exposed midriff, exposed chest, thighs, shoulders. It's horrifying as someone who isn't a woman to hear about all the ways women are sexualized, not autonomously, but by the world around them. This aspect of reality then seeps into gaming and is used to sexualize female characters with ease, because of the way we're conditioned to look at female bodies.
You need to make a little bow on the back of this or something.
Less attention given to creating believable and fantasizable male characters in games is a facet of being part of a patriarchal society.
And this really isn't helped by looking at the people who are making the games. While it is improving oh so slowly, the ratio of male to female to MB and others working in the games industry comes back to that central theme that keeps rearing its head. A wide imbalance, with men still dominating at 64% in early 2026.
64%.
With this divide being something that is so socially ingrained,
I feel like that's a little bit
male
better.
voice within the gaming sphere equally ingrained, you have to imagine that this isn't the easiest topic to broach.
I would guess any hesitance to sexualize male characters would be in fear of being disruptive.
Particularly sexy makes them slip
imagine
bullets.
being the one female dev in a meeting room among mostly male peers.
That is
Would
very
you feel
true.
comfortable even suggesting this? I imagine it might take some courage to even try.
For most games, straight men are still treated as the primary demographic, not to mention they're a majority of the people actually developing these games. Turning the lens of the male gaze back onto male characters would highlight just how objectifying it is.
It's also rarely pleasant to talk about the topic. Usually, any arguments settle on the accusation of games as serving as wish fulfillment for heterosexual men, and the more vocal of said demographic replying with a "so what?" What's often overlooked is the possibility of the sexualization of men, as if it's not an option.
While I hope it's not a large presence, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the most influential straight men in gaming likely feel similar to the men cited earlier who believe that a powerful and confident shirtless dude is enough for us to swoon over and that's a job done. And if that's our idea of a satisfying job done, then we might as well resign to our proverbial balls staying blue. So, if you want to sexualize a male character, you need to go all in. You need to follow the guidance laid out by the sources I cited earlier, and when you go all in on making a male character who is obviously sexualized, they
A
end
little
up
bow in the
looking
back is nice. I
gay.
think.
When we think of images of obviously sexualized men outside of the realm of aspirational images for straight men, the images that come to mind will often contain some form of gay iconography, or will just trigger a guttural feeling that what you're looking at is gay in some way.
The taboo parts of male bodies are below the waist, and objectifying men would have to mean emphasizing those parts. And you can find examples of that in pop culture and even in video games. But what do you notice about these examples? They all feel kind of gay, right?
Sexualizing men would involve drawing focus and emphasis to their goods in a manner similar to how we currently do with women, by featuring them in low-rise pants and underwear, tight jeans to emphasize their bulge and butt shape, etc. Because it violates the prevailing male gaze ingrained in all of us, this can seem like an uncomfortable idea. However, media geared towards gay men already uses and exploits this technique. Because men's sexualization primarily appears in a homoerotic context, it's not a surprise why it's relatively absent in games.
And that's definitely a part of it, but I think that underestimates the appeal of this sexualization to any group outside of gay men. Just because we often associate images of hypersexual men with homosexuality doesn't mean this is the only group that this can be appealing to. But why do we make this association?
The thing with male bodies is that when you objectify them or play them up as objects to be desired, you are working against the traditional understanding of how gender is supposed to be performed.
My theory is that we're so accustomed to seeing sexual desirability as something designed to appeal to men as the desirers, that this misogynistic cultural norm is strong enough to overcome heteronormativity, so that when we see an obviously sexually desirable man, we assume it must be desirable to another man. Whenever something is sexy, we'll always just assume it was done for a dude. This extends to why when we see a desirable female character, the last thing we're thinking is, oh, lesbians must love this, because it's largely made without their interest in mind.
And even if they might find a sexualized female character hot, it might also kill the buzz a bit to see how your gender is being objectified, especially since you know that it's being done for the audience of men that are watching or playing or whatever else.
I mentioned earlier that one of the reasons why queer men are more comfortable discussing male sexualization in gaming is because of our male socialization, a socialization that conditions us to not be sexually passive. While a lot of men aren't actually this sexually active and aggressive, we're conditioned to believe that men are the ones to do all the desiring and women are supposed to sit there and be desired, with their desires being a secondary consideration. Well, secondary doesn't even do it justice, it's just not really considered at all, and this hegemonic preconception manifests in some pretty morbidly entertaining ways. One of my favourite responses to the "can men be sexualized" thread from earlier reads,
"Adolescent men are intoxicated on hormones most of the time, and if you want to sell them something, slapping boobs onto it is a surefire way. Women suffer the same intoxication, but their behaviour is different, so to sell them crap you appeal to self-worth and sense of belonging. See, for example, the million female influencers."
Don't worry ladies, you're now immune to feelings of lust. All we need to sell things to you is a sense of belonging and influencers. Hugh Jackman for boys, Hugh Jackman for girls. But of course we know that women feel sexual attraction. Like I said, it feels silly to have
what do you
to point
mean?
out.
Women don't
There's
feel
that thread
sexual
on r//
attraction. That's not
Gamers
real.
of women openly objectifying male characters in gaming, and a more mainstream example is the popularity of shows like Heated Rivalry, popular with both women and gay men, that openly sexualizes its male characters.
I think part of why the industry is so hesitant on the side of sexualizing men more is that they're worried that there will be a conflation between a man being slutty and a man being gay. They're not entirely wrong about that, but part of why that dynamic exists is that nobody is willing to seriously contest it by treating sexuality and sexualization as independent variables from one another. A queer man can be more modest, and a straight man can be a slut.
However, every example of a sexualized man being labeled as gay or for gay men is reinforcing a toxic combination of misogyny and homophobia. Women don't want sexualized content of men, and gay guys only want sexualized men. Sure, gay men can be more hypersexual, but there's a reason why there's a massive demand for more authentic romances between men and gaming. The Hans and Henry romance from Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 remains particularly popular with gay men because it feels like an authentic romance between queer men that only turns sexual right at the end. This conversation can get overcomplicated and bleed off into multiple ancillary points. For example, I could get into the minutiae of differentiating how women and gay men are attracted to men, maybe bring up some otome games, or the distinction between BL and Bara, but I want to keep this on some form of track. That track being, the desire for male sexualization in gaming is definitely there.
I
but
was
the
wondering if
culture
he
isn't.
was gonna go down the ultimate games and other stuff like that, but he's trying to keep it in a certain, keep it in a certain track because you can go down so many pipelines. It's
The
interesting.
desire is well and truly subversive. Subversive for women and inherently subversive for queer men too. That's a shame since gaming started as a bit of a countercultural interest, but it's hard to stop norms this dominant from leeching in when they're this all-encompassing. Well, there is one thing more powerful. We're in late-stage capitalism. Who cares if the culture isn't there yet? If it'll sell, they'll have to catch up.
Ding.
We all know Expedition 33 is a masterpiece, but imagine if Luna had a tune-up, just a tiny bit. The game probably would have sold even more copies on top of every milestone it already hit.
There is this pervasive presumption from one side of the debate that they know what gamers want, and if only developers and publishers would listen to them, they would be printing money. But from what we've seen, they're clearly overlooking the other side of this demand through willful ignorance. However, it is hard to prove the point that male sexualization in gaming sells because we just don't have much existing data to work with. As has been thoroughly established, there isn't much existing mainstream male sexualization in gaming to work with. The niche indie gay games that indulge the most are hard to scale up to encourage more mainstream implementation. Then the few examples in more mainstream games are either skins or outfits in live service games or characters in gacha games. These are a little easier to track because abstract sales figures of these are occasionally reported, but again, this is tricky to scale up. Ike goes on a similar tangent in his video where he compares the success of Fire Emblem Heroes to other gacha games in the App Store to counter claims that games with female characters just sell more than games with male characters, and while it was just an aside, his evidence shows that it's not so black and white. Sexualizing female characters won't make easy money, and doing the same to male characters won't hinder sales either. So, because there are so few examples of genuine male sexualization in mainstream gaming, a point I've beaten to death by this point, it's bloody and bruised, begging to be put out of its misery, we might have to look at less sexualized examples to make the point that not pandering to an exclusively straight male audience can still be successful. Of course, there's the still niche but rapidly growing success of otome games, which I've already mentioned in passing, which really shouldn't have their influence underestimated. Similarly, gaming commentator Michelle Clough did a talk back in 2014 called Fewer Tifas or More Sephiroths, Male Sexualization in Games, and I'd recommend watching it since it touches on a lot of similar points I talk about here, but of course from a decade ago, and it's interesting to see how
that
the
is
industry
very
has
interesting.
and hasn't changed in the last 12 years.
I might watch that later by myself because that is interesting. From 10 years ago is very interesting. Do I need more water? I do need more
decade
water.
ago, and it's interesting to see how the industry has and hasn't
after
changed in the
part.
last 12 years. One point in particular that I want to highlight though is how she references the successful sales figures of Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core, and how a relatively mainstream game starring almost exclusively pretty boys sold incredibly well. So while we don't have much to look for when it comes to solid indicators of success, but what we do see is positive. But the more I look, the more it reminds me of the quote from Vivaros's video I cited earlier.
The onus should be on the opposition to prove the merits of arbitrarily deciding that male character designs shouldn't incorporate more sexualized elements by default, or at least just in general, like raise the average a bit, and they have not done that.
Yeah, they haven't. And that also brings me to perhaps the largest oversight that I've been skirting around up until now. What about when the sex doesn't sell? If Claire Obscure had all the female characters breasting around boobily, would it have sold more? No. It feels obvious to point out, but extraneous sexualization doesn't fit in a lot of games. While there was some light fan service in Claire Obscure, if it was this much, it would have actively detracted from everything else surrounding it, and that would have reflected in the critical reception and definitely the sales. People want games they don't have to be scared of people walking in on them playing. Sex sells is one of those phrases that a lot of people take for granted and kind of just casually believe because it sounds good, but it flattens and narrows a conversation that clearly has a lot more to it. If sex sells, why doesn't Bluey the game have jiggle physics? The majority of the best-selling and most critically acclaimed games of all time don't feature sexualized characters.
I have to pause there because that was the last thing I was going to see. Sorry, that was the last thing. That was the last thing that I thought that I would hear today. I never thought I would hear that sentence in my life. If sex sells. Okay, I need to take a pause after that one. I need to go get more water. Give me a sec. I'm back. I just needed to like I was so stunned. Like I looked up and I was like, did I hear that correctly? Why doesn't the game have chisel chisel jiggle physics? Yeah, it's a quote from the video, Rafi. Put your name on that.
Characters. And while there is a market for games that do feature sexualized characters, reports have recently started surfacing to indicate that for female characters, and suspend your disbelief here, the market is oversaturated. The first
Definitely
Descendant,
is.
a live service game, while having the thin guise of a wider appeal, was marketed primarily on the back of its fan service. Forbes reporter Paul Tassi puts it better than me, saying,
Much fuss was made about it being a Guna title, with its scantily clad female cast.
The game has recently regained some attention, with the developers Nexon reflecting on the game's reception 2 years after its 2024 launch, and have themselves claimed that it had no staying power. The game bet so much on the sexualization of its characters to market itself that the gameplay was clearly a secondary concern. As Tassi puts it,
I only see the first Descendant in the news when it does things like add a hot tub to the game. It leaned into the dress-up portion of its player base even further, an effort to grab more microtransaction sales, but the community simply is not there anymore.
if sex sells, then where is the dedicated community? And oversaturation is just one reason why oversexualization can negatively impact sales. A topic that I talked about years ago.
I think also like people just don't like microtransactions anymore. Like no one really likes them anymore. Like, it's less of a appeal with how much like gacha games and all that stuff.
But it's still somehow pertinent here is how sexualization in games, depending on territories, will drive up the age rating, massively limiting the audience and sometimes just getting it banned in entire countries. Occasionally this means that sexualization will be censored or toned down in the localization process to make it so the game can still be sold at all or sold at a lower age rating. But then it'll inevitably get embroiled in a censorship controversy, and that's a headache publishers will often just want to avoid altogether. But perhaps the most influential argument against sex sells in gaming, and this one is most applicable to the sexualization of female characters in gaming in particular, is how it alienates a massive chunk of the potential player base. The same friend that pointed out to me the first r/girl gamers thread also sent me another one titled, Does anyone else have trouble getting into video games where most, if not all of the female characters are hypersexualized?
I have said this before so many times. I have a hard time usually sometimes. I've learned, like, I feel like I've gotten over it just a little bit, but like there's still a part of me that like is like I kind of find it hard to play certain games whenever it's like that's why I find what does it sexualize if like I don't know. I think it's most gacha games do that. I feel like it's just within an anime gacha game a lot of times. I think for me, the why I don't like it as much is just how they portray their relationships between the main character and a lot of the female characters. It just feels like, oh, I'm in love with the main character. They've done it less now, I believe, way less now, but that's why I sometimes don't play
While
WoW as
unfortunately
much.
the content of the original post has been deleted, the conversations below it all concur with the sentiment, with examples of trying to
That's
get
why
into
sometimes with
certain
NTE
games,
it's too
but being
much
put off by
with certain
hints by
aspects.
the devs that these games
I
weren't
try
made
to
with their
ignore it. I
custom
don't
in
do the
mind.
hangout
And then
events.
there's also appreciation for the inverse, when games don't do this.
I love Deadlock for getting away from this. It has a roster of men and women and other, with a really large degree of variety, and the character designs are way more focused on expressing what makes them unique and interesting. If a character is sexy, they're sexy. If a character is cool, gross, cute, or weird, they look like that. Them being male or female might impact their apparel, but it doesn't decide how sexualized they are, which I love.
There's not a complete hatred for
I haven't.
over-sexualization in its entirety.
I've been wanting to play Deadlock, but I just never have. It's because I don't think I would
And
actually
I
be
think this
interested.
frustration manifests in more subtle ways too. A friend who was invested in Fire Emblem had their breaking point with the series due to the differences in outfits given to male and female Byleth in free houses. Another friend wanted to get more invested into Genshin Impact in the peak of its relevance, but was put off by how the male characters had a genuinely diverse range of outfits, ranging between more revealing and more modest to match their personalities, whereas pretty much every female character would be showing off as much skin as possible or wearing skin-tight clothing. Why is the uptight Grandmaster of Mondstadt wearing leggings and heels day in and day out? I couldn't answer, but the disparity frustrated her to the point of being alienated enough to never pick up the game. So if there are so many reasons why sexualization probably shouldn't be in gaming, even in spite of daddy capitalism, how
Don't play
throughout all
Deadlock.
these
It's
years,
League,
the
but
sexualization on this
really is
scale
it that bad?
managed to
I kind of have heard that, but I've been like, I think the characters look really cool in the game, but if it's like that, I did not know. I'd definitely not play then. The characters look so cool in the game though. That's the only thing that I like about it. You're exaggerating. You haven't played. Okay. Maybe I'll try it out, but we'll see.
seep into so many games.
Amidst nostalgic posts on X celebrating Bayonetta, a fan
Don't
asked
call it
Kamiya
X.
to verify
It's
one
Twitter.
iconic statement from an old interview about the main heroine's trademark glasses. Kamiya confirmed that it wasn't him who said these famous words, but rather animated director Yuji Shimomura. When we were designing Bayonetta, our clients requested us to take off our glasses, and it's true that I kept rejecting their proposals. But it's also true that on a separate occasion, Mr. Shimomura, who produced the cinematics, said Bayonetta's glasses are just like our underwear. Do not take them off at any cost.
Kamiya's fondness for glasses was so well known that Bayonetta's character designer Mari Shimazaki kept them on standby to pander to him.
During the development of Bayonetta 1, when I was drawing up rough sketches of the character design, Kamiya appeared behind me out of nowhere and whispered, "Give her glasses." That's how everything started. Later, whenever I was sketching rough designs for Bayonetta, he'd always come up to me saying, "Why don't you give her glasses?" So it became
Give her
a habit for
glasses.
me to always have a glasses layer
give her
ready in
glasses.
my designs.
Kamiya was
Please.
able to hold so much influence in the design process and resist client feedback on Bayonetta's design so stubbornly because he is gaming's equivalent of an auteur. Auteur is a term that was coined to describe film directors that are praised for their distinct approach and personal
It's
genius,
iconic.
and throughout this earn immense leeway and sway that would typically be spread across a wider creative team. This term has been rightfully criticized for often attributing the hard work of a massive group of people to just one person, but that doesn't change the fact that this happens. While the medium is still young, thanks to certain similarities in how games and films are produced, auteurship has caught on in gaming too. Hideki Kamiya, Hideo Kojima, and I would even argue Katsura Hashino with his distinct transformation of the Persona series beginning with the third entry. The reason I highlight these three in particular is because they've all managed to work overt sexualization into their games with varied levels of success throughout their careers. At this point in the video, I'm not going to break down examples of the sexualization in their games and how successful or not I think it is, especially since it's come up with some of them already, but the point I want to make is that they were able to use their sway to include their tastes in the games they worked on, most of which are in fantastic AAA mainstream games, and that's because they have those positions of seniority to push for them. Representing the interests of straight guys in gaming is easy, because they're already up there, representing themselves as auteurs, and holding most of the other senior
I
positions
see,
as well,
yeah.
under the assumption that most of the people playing the game share their tastes. Representing the interests of people outside this group is harder, because they're not up there in senior positions. The numbers are gradually growing, and that's because they're slowly working their way up from the bottom. When they do rarely reach publicly senior positions, the outcry is large enough to remind us how rare this achievement still is. And of course, then there's the assumption that the games are still primarily being made for straight dudes, which is a belief that is being desperately defended with cherry-picked statistics from the aforementioned reactionaries. But that doesn't change the fact that there are now almost as many female gamers as there are male, and queer people still fucking love gaming. But we're working against all that context, so to bring up something as subversive as potentially balancing the scales of male and female sexualization requires heavy justification. Hence this video. Auteurs can include whatever details they like because they titillate their whims. See Kamiya's penchant for glasses. But how much would a gay guy in the character design department need to push for a new male
Yeah,
character?
but the whole point, she is cunty in this is about why it, this happens every time. So okay, if sex sells, why are games sexualizing men? It's a very long video. I suggest watching the full thing. You know, it's pinned. It's pinned actually. But if I can send it too if you want. It's a pretty good video. He talked about this before, how although Bayonetta is very iconic, her whole like thing is she takes off all, you know, her hair is her, I forgot, like she basically takes off all her clothes to fight better, because her hair is her weapon. You know, um why aren't there any male characters like that and stuff like that? There's more to it than that, for sure. But I think this video is very interesting. He does a good job. He doesn't dive into everything, but like a lot of things. Yeah. She is iconic though. I will say that she is iconic, but yeah. It's a very interesting video. We're in the last like 20-ish minutes now.
To not have his model pushed through the ass-flattening factory. Auteurs can make their products how they like without having to worry as much about justifying how it'll directly lead to sales. They're even allowed to make decisions that might actively harm sales. Those clients Camille was referring to thought Bayonetta's glasses made her less sexy. Clearly they didn't see the vision, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Obviously, not everyone can be an auteur, but having the creative power to include something without the direct justification of capitalistic gain will often lead to a better, higher quality game. Sometimes a better game won't sell as well. The best-selling games every year are FIFA and Call of Duty, but very few gamers will try and tell you they're actually the best. Games that try and appeal to everyone and do everything often end up feeling soulless and inoffensive. My favourite game is Kid Icarus Uprising, and I fully understand why a lot of people don't like it, and while its sales were relatively impressive, it underperformed for a first-party Nintendo title with a massive marketing push. Sexualized male characters in gaming would sell, but they shouldn't have to. The first flop game with a sexy lady didn't stop developers from putting more in. But the good news is, times are changing. Men are slowly but surely getting their freak on in gaming. While I don't play, an example that kept on being brought up to me when discussing this topic is some of the newest skins in Marvel Rivals, and they are certainly undeniable. For a game that was controversial for the sexualization of some of its female characters, it's nice to see an effort is being made for the male characters to at least attempt to counteract this. Belial's swimsuit outfit in Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising
I remember that
gained plenty of attention for being the level of shamelessly revealing that is usually only saved for female characters, and bonus points for how it perfectly matches his characterization in universe.
It's about if you appreciate MR some good, yeah, it's Mexi Men. Kind of, yes, Junior. It's a kind of about how you know, if sex sells, why aren't men more sexualized in media and stuff like that? I think you would really like this video. I was saying earlier, I think you would really like this video. If you want to check out the full video, it's pinned. We're at the end of the video, so it's kind of you know, we're at like closing points, but I highly suggest that everyone is looking for an interesting video. Alex sent it to me. I think it is very interesting, for sure. You know, it's very interesting. We got a wild quote from this video, but it's a very interesting video. I think it's a I literally just through the video I was like, yep, I'm subbing to him. I like it. For stream for a while, you do that to say, well, oh good, I hope that you're taking care. If you want to play, I'm about to be like kind of finishing up this part of my art. If you want to play something, let me know, Junior. We can continue our repo run if you want to do that. But yeah, I think this video is very interesting. It's pretty, it's a lot of his points is made. It's way it's sectioned out and way it's talked throughout. He also includes some other people's videos in the description. I am probably gonna check those out later because they looked interesting too. But yeah. He doesn't delve into Ultimate games because it kind of dives differently. But I kind of wish he did touch on to it, like talking about it. He did bring up another YouTuber who does talk about it and stuff like that. And I think it's linked in the this video description. I did wish that he would talk on it a little bit more about because there's other topics, you know, that could touch on the whole thing, but I feel like he was very right about it. It should be like a separate video to talk about them. Because he was also talking about the genres of other things like BL, Bara, you know, Ultimate games and stuff like that.
I've also mentioned the gender unlocking of the armor in Monster Hunter Wilds, and staying with Capcom, around the time of Resident Evil Requiem's release, a story broke that Leon's hot uncle look was thanks to the strict insight of women developers at the company. It all comes back to Leon. And this story is similar to how the design for Ganondorf in Tears of the Kingdom was made to look overwhelmingly evil while also being handsome enough that both women and men would fall for him. This is just a quick overview,
yeah, that is true.
And I encourage you to tell me if there's anything I've missed. Really, tell me exactly where to look. And while this is all good news, it does put the current scale of male sexualization in gaming into
Who's that character? Wait, sorry, I'm distracted. Who's this lady? Wait. Who's this lady?
Exactly where to look. And while this is all good news,
is she a Fire Emblem character? Who is she? I like her.
It does put the current scale of male sexualization in gaming into perspective.
Guilty Gear, yeah.
Skins, gender unlocked features,
Guilty Gear has some top tier stuff.
Being taken into account during
I like
the character
designs a lot.
Is still rare enough to justify it being newsworthy. It's there, but it's not on the cover. Steps are being made, but we're a long way from Spidey or Cap being in a provocative pose next to Storm on the cover of Marvel Tokon Fighting. Throughout this video, a common reoccurrence has been an inability to get to the bottom of one issue without exploring its inverse. We can't look at why men aren't being sexualized without investigating why women are. We can't fully digest why gay guys are talking about this so much without diving into why it isn't the primary concern of female gamers. It's a very binary and often gendered way of looking at things that I'd usually prefer to avoid, but with how inherently gendered this debate is, it's been hard to step away from. But what I can do, with my power of authorial intent, is counteract the occasionally negative grounded tone of the video with an injection of optimism. I hope we're always going to keep getting our more niche gay specific games which we can count on for a consistent source of male sexualization in gaming. I have a future project planned to highlight them more specifically, but if you're looking for something to play that isn't a visual novel, or perhaps a little more mainstream, a specific game I'm looking forward to that I want to mention is Grave Seasons, an upcoming horror, RPG, farm sim, murder mystery, romance hybrid.
Yes, Grave Seasons! I want to play this game so badly, it looks so good.
Of course, an interesting premise, but also a game with interesting male character designs as well, and when I say interesting, I mean hot. But that's just one, and I included it to set the example that hopefully some of you will follow.
It's on my list too,
I'm hungry for some more suggestions myself, or maybe thirsty would be more apt. On a grander scale though, what we need to do is keep pushing for more, especially in the mainstream. I'm not pushing for more mainstream representations of male sexualization in gaming because I think indie games aren't good enough, but instead because this is where it's most lacking, and mainstream representation ensures that the demographics who actually play games are, in one way at least, having their interests visibly represented. By having the interests of all gamers actually being equally represented in the games that they play, it serves as a reminder to, for lack of a better word, grifters, that gaming hasn't just been their thing for a long time now, and never really was. It feels absurd that male sexualization can be used as a tool to push back against toxicity and exclusion within the gaming sphere, but when over-sexualization of female characters is being used as a tool to reinforce it, sometimes you've got to bottom to be on top.
What a quote.
And we're at the end, but before
sometimes you gotta bottom to be on top. I think you would like that game actually, Junior. It's kind of like Stardew-esque, but it's like a horror version of it, you know? Can we can we add that to the quotes too? I think we need both quotes. Like that's a really good quote in this video.
Get to the flurry of thank yous, if you want a couple of bonus points where I talk about the limitations of my perspective and an aspect of Straight Guys that I glossed over, stick around for those right after. Also, if you liked what you watched, subscribing would be lovely. And if you want something similar, there are my videos about gay men in gaming, bisexuality in gaming, or if you just want to hear me talk about my opinions on games for even longer, there's my ranking of everything I played last year. Anyway, I truly have a lot of people
What's
to
this
thank,
guy's
since this has
name?
been my most collaborative project.
His name is Garfield Kermit. I love that name. Yeah, Garfield Kermit. What a good name. And he has, is that JoJo's? Does he have a JoJo's PFP? Peak? Actual peak? Siri, edit a quote 177, please.
To date, and it's been a lot of fun because of that. Usually I just have an idea and get to work, maybe talking about it to people occasionally, but for this one I was influenced a lot more by my discussions, and I think that's really enriched the whole thing. So for a start, there's everyone who helped me with the gaming sex icon question. Whether you answered the survey or I accosted you in real life, thank you. You contributed towards a stunning tapestry of gaming men, and it helped massively. And on top of that tapestry lies Leon, drawn by the wonderful V, who you can find on Twitter in the description. This commission is perhaps my favourite we've worked on together so far.
Yeah,
and
the person,
but
yeah, he made this thumbnail. This is the thumbnail of the video. Peak. Shout out to Sopa or V. You forgot how to do it. You have to actually go on to Stream Elements. You know, that's the crazy thing. We're gonna lose all our quotes if Stream Elements shuts down. Don't do it, Stream Elements. Don't do it. Someone buy it, but not a bad corporation. Yeah, that's their art. They made the thumbnail for the video. Their art, I like their art. It's pretty. On your Twitter's crazy.
Perhaps my favourite we've worked on together so far, and that's saying something. But it looks perfect, so go and send her some love on
Basically,
Twitter.
okay.
Then there are
basically Stream Elements was in the talks of shutting down at the end of the at the end of May. But recently they made a tweet talking about how they're in positive talks with certain like a Aquin, you know, someone who wants to acquire Stream Elements. So we'll have to see how much change happens to Stream Elements, what actually, like, who buys it, what's gonna happen, and all that good stuff. But basically, they were supposed to literally just shut down completely. Everything that you had on Stream Elements was gonna be gone by the end of May. But right now, they're in the talks of getting acquired, so we'll have to see that. It doesn't let you edit it. You should be able to edit it. You want me to edit it then? I'll do it after this. Yeah, it's a lot. We don't, it hasn't been a lot publicly said yet, but hopefully, I really hope that Stream Elements gets acquired by someone nice, because I personally like Stream Elements a lot. It's been the one thing that I've used the most. I also won't be able to take donos if Stream Elements shuts down. Like, genuinely, I won't be able to take any donations because PayPal is stupid. It does not let me have an account, a business account. So no, OBS is not the same thing as Stream Elements. Stream Elements is something that you use to put like displays and stuff on OBS. And find turtles, yeah. I'll have to see what I could use for donos because I am not using PayPal at all. Yeah. And I'm forced to be paid for pants. Yeah, that probably. See, that's what I'm saying. I tried to make a yeah, PayPal is cheeks. I tried to use PayPal business account, but it didn't let me do a business account, and it was stupid. Like, I just could not be bothered with PayPal. So I'm gonna have to like Venmo maybe, but Venmo does dox your full name unless you can have like a Venmo account without your full name on it, right? Or I can't tell. You can have a business Venmo account? Because if I could, that would work. But I would. You can make a business. Okay. I guess that could work. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. Yeah. Um. Yeah. I'll look into it, but I just like having a generalized one where it's kind of easier. But Venmo should work still. You know, if people want, I'm not saying like people have to donate, but I would rather have an option because I know some people don't like subbing on Twitch in a sense, because like Twitch takes a part of it. Whatever you like to do, you know, I like having the option there. That quote is crazy. Yeah, I'll have to start moving stuff from Stream Elements onto something else. I've seen people talking about it. I've seen some websites that people said that are really good, so I'll have to look at them and try to get things you know, moved. Mm-hmm. But yeah. That's all. That's all we'll talk about Stream Elements. Stream Elements might get shut down. But yeah. Well, I'll have to definitely start moving stuff over.
On my rocks, Jay and Annie. Jay is the voice behind all of the miscellaneous quotes found throughout the video, and personally, I think he appreciated the break from having to voice every quote per usual, even if he did claim I was outsourcing his work, so I just want to take this chance to tell him he's on thin ice. And Annie helped edit my script, and we had a lot of fun with this one. She identifies as an ace lesbian, the yin to my very allo gay yang, and while I don't think an ace perspective shines through that much, more on that in a minute,
Give me a sec. I thought someone was knocking on my door, but apparently not. I'm just crazy, I guess. They're gonna be screwed because their products run through Stream Elements. I know a lot of people were talking about that. Like they made like certain assets specifically through Stream Elements or whatever for like either merch stuff or different things like that, where it's just gonna be like gone.
the insight was incredibly helpful, and she also helped me find some of the sources, which was great. And finally, Viveros, Eichvanir, and Gascon, who were all fantastic. While I mentioned it throughout, I do heavily recommend watching Viveros and Ike's original videos and reading Gascon's article, since there's still plenty left in all three that I haven't touched upon. Like, Viveros goes more into the how of sexualizing men in gaming, and he goes at it from a completely different angle and approaches the topic of different body types, something I barely scratch here. If you're at all interested in the narrative surrounding Eichvanir, Fire Emblem Heroes, and its context within the Fire Emblem series as a whole, Ike's video goes into so much more depth, and it's a great watch. Gascon's essay also has way more examples than the handful I covered, and if you're interested in learning more about gay dating sims and how they sexualize men, he is the expert. If you want more videos that focus on character design analysis, I would heavily recommend Viveros' wider catalogue, since it's a topic he covers quite often. And while Ike is still very fresh-faced on YouTube, his first two full-length videos are great and well worth watching. It's honestly annoying how good he is at this. Like, don't go back to my early videos after watching his. It's an unfavorable comparison and not for him.
That's a crazy
Also, at the time of writing, his third is imminently approaching, so look forward to that too. And Gascon's channel is also an incredibly eclectic extension of his blog, mainly focused on Fire Emblem and gay stuff, a man after my own heart. If you want specific recommendations for all three, they're down in the description. Also, while all of my sources are available down there, I do want to particularly recommend the Verily Bitchy video I cited a couple of times as well. It's a great quick watch that only lightly touches on the topic I focus on here, instead focusing more on how character creators struggle with genuinely representing gender nonconformity, and it's just really interesting. Now those two bonus points. The one that was bugging me the most throughout writing this was the limits of my own perspective. So this video was originally going to be much shorter. When I stumbled upon that storm render and the proto structure of this video came to me, I didn't think it was going to end up being this extensive. But the more I wrote about it, the more aware I became of how limited the conversation was. That line about the discussion being annoyingly binary in the conclusion wasn't a throwaway, more an expression of my awareness seeping into the main body. I think those limits help it in some way. I don't think it would have shaped up the way it did if it wasn't built on the foundations of my perspective as a gay male gamer. But what I'm asking for here is satiation of my curiosity. I mentioned a lesbian perspective in passing, but there's clearly more to be said about how sapphics view female sexuality in games. The trans umbrella is widely overlooked as well, and it's something I'm interested in hearing about.
I don't know how to suck it, but I can learn. 260. I didn't even realize.
How it might slot into this conversation too, since it didn't crop up much during my research. Also, while it might seem antithetical to the subject matter, I'd love to hear what any Ace people still watching think about the topic. I've already mentioned having the benefit of getting my editor's perspective.
I think it's interesting. I think it's fine. Well, I don't know. I don't really care about, like, I guess just, how do I say? Just do the males. Hey, and quote Alex on that. For me, as an asexual person, I don't look for sexualization. I don't really like sexualization, but if it's gonna be done, at least, like, I don't know, make it equal. Because I feel very uncomfy that all the time, like, I think it's fine. Like, if the character is meant to be sexualized, it's fine. But, like, having every single, like, woman character in your game be sexualized, especially for a lot of, like, Genshin characters or whatever, like, gacha characters, it's very not fun for me. I don't really enjoy it. You can edit. I will remove Alex if you touch any of those damn quotes. I will remove you as a mod. Don't mess with them. Don't mess with them. How'd you feel? Because you're not Ace, but just, yeah. So I don't see, the thing is, I don't mind certain women characters being sexualized. I think Bayonetta is absolutely iconic in a lot of ways. Sometimes it's a little too much for me, a little too much, but it's just certain things. But I think she's iconic in a lot of ways. I like how she looks. She's very cunty, but it gets a little much with certain parts of the game that, from what I've seen, just because it's like, I don't know, like, I have like a threshold for, like, skiing certain like sexualization. It's like I have a, it's like a limit. Like, it's like I don't know when it's like, I don't know how to, like, to be like, oh, this is my limit right here, because it just depends, I guess. Like, I seen it, like, I'll just have to, like, see it, like, to be like, oh yeah, that's too much, or that's too, like, I not too little, but, like, that's too much. There's only, like I have a certain, yeah, context matters, yeah. But yeah, he became what, never mind. But yeah, I think I'm trying to think of games where it's like female gaze in mind. Oh, I was thinking about the visual novel that I played, that is very sapphic. I don't know if I ever told you about it, B. I really like that one. I don't think there's much sexualization in it, to be honest, but, like, female gaze. I know about that. I mean, spoiler for some if you've never played Honkai Impact. Spoiler for some if you've never played Honkai Impact, but I don't think most people will. But yeah, I don't mind characters being sexualized because sometimes I look at outfits, I'm like, that's a pretty outfit, or I don't have the same mindset of being like, oh my gosh, that's sexy. It's more of like sometimes maybe like I might be like, oh, that's sexy, but I'm not like, oh my gosh, I want to get with that character. It's just like more of like a passing thought. It's not like anything I have. Most of the time, I've never really like thought of characters. Is struggling to think of female gay stuff that's not lads. Yeah, lads. I think lads is tasteful sometimes, but other times it becomes over the top. There's a lot of cards in that game where I'm like, okay, this is fine, but then it starts getting too much, and I'm like, okay, this is uncomfy for me at least, because I'm like everyone and every asexual person is different. Some people might think it's completely okay everything in lads as an asexual. Oh my gosh, B, can I tell you something? I'm pissed to all hell. I'm not pulling on that damn banner anymore. I really wanted the savior card because I didn't have it yet. My first 10 pull I did, the fact that I could lose my dumbass 50-50 on that game, it frustrated me where I was like, I'm not pulling anymore. I'm not touching it for a while because it pissed me off. I got damn Caleb instead of Xavier. You spend money so much. I refuse because like, how do you tell me I get a 5-star, you got a 2? Oh, are we cursed? B, are we cursed? Is it because we've been talking too much trash about Caleb? I mean, as we should, but like, we cursed. I don't want him. What do you mean? I just want my Xavier. I got so ticked about it, man. Okay, I'll let this. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. I'll let this video finish out because we were going on the topic of like ace perspective. I actually would think it would be fun for me to do a video about sexualization in my own opinion. Like, it's very gonna be very limited, but like, because I have a very differing opinion about sexualization than, you know, like how I would view sexualization than anyone else, you know. And every ace person is different, so that's the fun thing. Maybe I would have to find more ace people to talk about it, but yeah. I have to go feed my cat real quick, but I'll let this video finish out because I shouldn't be too long. So yeah.
And something I found really eye-opening is how she responded to the times I mentioned that most gamers are probably desensitized to over-sexualization of female characters. And she just said that she isn't, and it's something that she always flags immediately. But moving on to that second point, one demographic that I think I did discuss relatively thoroughly in the video was straight guys. But there is one side of heterosexual men that I didn't find a way of cleanly including in the main video, being that I think it's underestimated how much they'd probably be chill with men being more sexualized. There was that poll which I cited at the start, but it gets pretty quickly discarded since I just don't trust it. But the tolerance of straight guys to genuine male sexualization in games is something that Ike brought up to me when we were discussing the topic, and it's also something Viveros mentions in his original video too. Ike recounted a story about how he was watching his friend play Marvel Rivals as Iron Fist in a particular skin, and while all he could do was essentially drool at the screen, his friend kinda just liked having a skin that made the character look cool, and perhaps a little sexy too. And that's what Viveros touched on in his video as well. He goes into more detail than I do here, but while it's more normalized for gay guys to be in touch with and want to express their sexual side, it's a desire a lot of straight guys would like to express as well. And while that's something we often just get to see through that often boring and limiting typical straight aspirational lens, it's not surprising that some of them want to go a bit more all in with a genuine male sexualization too. I hope any straight guys who've got this far know that the early section of the video is not about all straight men, of course, but if you're still here and you've just heard the opinions about what free gay guys think you feel, correct us if there's anything you think we might have gotten wrong. Now that's out of the way, while I posted about it when it happened, I should also say thank you for 10k. That was my goal for the year, so hitting it so early on was a lovely surprise, and I just wanted to thank everyone who helped me getting there. Also, on the topic of posting about things, I finally started a public Twitter page after years of just lurking. While I've been using community posts on here for a while, they're pretty unpredictable and occasionally people just don't see them, so I thought having another platform to post updates and maybe just occasionally tweet shite would be useful. Oh, and one last thing, thank you to everyone who contributed to the queer games list after the last video. That project is still very much ongoing, but to make my life a little easier, since I didn't expect so much of a response, I've left a couple of steps in the description to save getting any more doubles, since it'll save me loads of time. But genuinely, thank you so much to everyone who gave me suggestions, it's been overwhelming. But now we're pretty much finally at the end. I always really struggle with what to do here, except make some banal comment about how you might still be here. So instead, I'll just give a specific comment prompt, especially since I have a good one this time. Is there any character who you thought was sorely missing from the male sex icons of gaming tapestry, and if so, who? Also, if you were one of the people who contributed, then who was your pick? Okay, done now. Bye!
Oh my gosh, that was a very interesting video. Fellas, is it gay to want to feel sexy? I just want to be. Why can't we just shake some ass in peace? Actual W video, really good. That was really interesting throughout the whole thing. I highly suggest for anyone who missed throughout the video or anything like that, like to check it out themselves. It's pretty good. Let me see if I can find another one. Ooh, I want to watch this video. This is about mouthwashing. I don't know if we've played mouthwashing before. And I think the fact that so many people miss the point with mouthwashing is very interesting. I don't know if this guy is going to be a good commentator, but I do want to see it. It's called Mouthwashing and the Men Who Hate Women. I'll put a pinned message for all the videos we watched today for anyone who wants to. Yeah. I hate the fact that mouthwashing became so popular and has a fandom. I don't like it. I get liking games. I think if they had a fandom in the sense of having conspiracy theories and stuff, oh, what if this happened, blah blah blah, is fine. But to the extent so many people cosplay, and it feels weird. It feels weird to me, personally. You hate that most men straight to be exact are essential when it comes to the gay playful stuff. Yeah, they're weird. I recently saw a video that would piss me off so much. It was about this gay guy who just happened to call some other man cute, just in passing or whatever, not in a weird way, just oh, you're cute. And a bunch of the other men tracked him down and just started shooting him with a paintball gun at his car, which was crazy to me. And I was like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you guys? Do the whole pause thing, because that's a huge thing. Yeah, they go pause. It's brother. Kind of slight overreaction. Yeah, it was crazy, and I just felt bad for the guy. This is the next video. I'll pin this one now since we're watching it. If anyone wants the other video, just let me know. I'll just send it again. Yeah, this is the video where I don't know if this guy is actually gonna be good. If he seems kind of icky when I'm watching him, I might just turn it off, but we'll see. I'm hoping that it's gonna be interesting.
We'll begin today's exercise with our daily affirmations. I am a good man.
I'm not a man.
I wouldn't hurt anybody. because I am a good person.
I wouldn't hurt.
My friends are good people. They wouldn't hurt anybody because they are good people.
That's a great
I would know a bad man. I would
Ooh,
stop
okay.
him from hurting anybody.
You can send it in chat, beep.
Because he is a bad person. And he is not like me. Because he is a bad person. Thank God for good men. Thank God for good men.
They're actually straight men, probably, yeah, for sure. Because a lot of men just don't understand things.
In crafting narrative through lines and subtext, writers often employ the use of motif, a recurring concept, object, idea, phrase, etc., that appears again and again throughout the story. Think of them as the flux that allows the audience to bind textual elements, what's actually occurring in the story, with various subtextual elements. Things like the overarching theme of the narrative.
They're just a lot of men who are just kind of misogynistic. It's you know, who tend to not. I don't know if you've seen this game before, Junior. It's called Mouthwashing. I think this is another game that you think would be very interesting. Actually, it's kind of like a psychological thriller game. And it's actually pretty good. I played through it. I liked it. Kind of like a clicker. It is kind of like a clicker game, but you have to like find stuff. You do have to kind of like. It's not all clicking. I guess it's mostly just clicking. It's like you do have to like interact with things, figure things out, pick things up, collect things and stuff like that. That's the kind of main objective. And it's like the way that the story unfolds is very interesting. Highly suggest for anyone who's looking for an interesting game in the category. You mean clicker as in the category? Do you don't you hold clicker tally on your hand? It's a different game, I think. Like you just click through the whole game, like click, click, click. I don't think you hold a tally counter in Mouthwashing. I don't think. What the hell? Don't worry, you're fine.
And generally
It's
any
easy to
idea the
confuse
writer wants
game.
to convey with subtlety. Motifs can take many forms. A prayer that's always recited the same but feels different depending on the character and context of its recitation.
Fear is the mind killer. I will face my fear. I will let it pass through me.
I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me.
And I'll face my fear and I'll permit it to pass over me and through me.
A campsite of friends and comrades that slowly and quietly disintegrates as grandiose dreams of freedom crash onto the rocky shores of reality.
Dutch.
Changes his titles and thumbnails so much. You think this is I'll open it for later. I don't know if we'll get to it because I don't think I'll be drawing this whole time, but we could also save it for next stream. Next time I do art.
That is what you should be pursuing.
What really makes a man desirable? Ooh, okay. I will save this for later. I'll just have to remember about it. Yeah. We'll probably watch this next time because I'm probably gonna be switching over soon. Scrapped. Feed them to the dog. Junior, do you want to play Repo after I finish my art? By the way? Oh. You want a Farto? What's Farto? Wait, what's Farto for? FD stuff is meant for straight men, mainly to get them to rethink. Yeah, that's you know, honestly, I think it's a really good, that's a really good thing for him to do because a lot of men, if a woman or like a gay, like even as someone else, like just like anyone else was to make a video like that, they probably wouldn't listen. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, let's just continue with this.
Touch. Be practical now.
A tattoo of a dragon, representing a great profanity, and the cost of surviving it. Mouthwashing is a 2024 indie horror video game release from Swedish developer Wrong Organ. It's a small scale, narrative heavy, and about 4 hours tops to clear, so if you want to get off the ride before I get into spoiler territory, this is your
Okay, just saying, this is spoiler warning for anyone who hasn't played Mouthwashing. If you do want to play Mouthwashing, I highly suggest you do it. Highly suggest, or watch a video about mouthwashing. There's plenty of videos. We can watch a different video if you want to stay junior. You got it. Here, we can find a different video. I don't want you to drop out. I do want to watch this though. The most disgusting game I have ever played. I'm kind of interested in this. Well, I'll watch it another time or next stream. It's for the straights, got to go.
Before we begin,
I'm glad that you turned to a better direction, being born in a heavily religious.
Explicit content warning for themes of.
Okay, we're gonna, since we watched a lot, you know, some men today. Let's watch this woman talk about the most disgusting video game she's ever played. Just for now. I'm interested in this too. This one now. I will watch that other one later because it seems super interesting.
Before we begin, explicit content warning for themes of sexual assault, pedophilia, grooming, rape, self-harm.
I can't relate. I'm out. I'm sorry. Whoa, that's a lot. Content. This is all the content warning. Wee woo wee woo. If you don't want to hear about this right now, this is. You are free. Like, it's very understandable to not want to listen to this. You're out. But yeah, this is all the content warning for you guys. If you don't want to hear about that, I completely understand. It is a lot of these topics are very hard to listen to, or if you've experienced something like this, it might be hard to listen to. So major warning if you don't want to watch the video, or you can mute the stream. I'll probably, I don't know if I'll finish this whole video, but it's an hour long, so like mute the stream for like about an hour if you don't want to hear anything about it. So yeah, there's your warning. I will start it now. Just saying. I want to just make sure people know that the content warning is sexual assault, grooming, pedophilia, rape, self-harm, and suicide. Content warning.
And graphic depictions of suicide. Yeah, we're going whole hog with this one, I'm afraid. She was low, plain low, in the morning, standing 4 feet 10 in one sock. She was Lola in slacks. She was Dolly at school. She was Dolores on the dotted
Lolita,
line,
she's
but in
talking
my
about.
arms, she was always Lolita. Lolita is a 1955 novel written by the Russian-American author Vladimir Nabokov, centering on the protagonist and narrator Humbert Humbert and his disturbing obsession with one poor 12-year-old girl and nymphette, Dolores, or Lolita as he calls her. After losing out on a chance with an old childhood sweetheart, Humbert grows up well into adulthood, but his attractions remain firmly where they were when he was younger. He grows almost unknowingly into a paedophile, the inner machinations of his mind treating it as though it is the most natural, misunderstood impulse in the world. As an adult, he meets a cold, shrew woman and marries her for access to her daughter, Dolores. When his new wife learns of his dark side, she bursts into an hysterical fit, as you imagine you might, runs out into the road, is hit by a car, and killed on impact. Humbert abducts Dolores, driving her across the country to keep her for himself until she is suddenly stolen away in the night, lost to him for decades until he eventually meets her again as an adult. One of the most unique aspects of this book is its first-person telling of the story. We experience Humbert's life through his eyes, brain, and worldview. He is firmly an unreliable narrator, meaning that while the events are framed from his point of view, so therefore are the events tainted by the way he tells them. He describes poor Dolores very sexually. He's obsessed with her softness and her shape. He describes their relations in very cringe, over-the-top detail, and he perceives a love between them that never existed, a one-sided obsession justified by false feelings. In actuality, none of what he tells us is true, but it's reality to him, and his brain justifies it to us as casually as one might explain their favourite meal. He feels deep lust and obsession for Dolores, and as a result assumes the same from her. All at once we were madly, clumsily, shamelessly, agonizingly in love with each other, hopelessly I should add, because that frenzy of mutual possession might have been assuaged only by our actually imbibing and assimilating every particle of each other's soul and flesh. But there we were, unable even to mate as slum children would have so easily found an opportunity to do so. In reality, Humbert is just one sick man proclaiming his one-sided passion, lust, and obsession for a child he takes captive, isolates, and violates, who does not return his feelings in any shape or form, and actively rebels against him.
Oh, I know where it is. Okay, I just realized what folder it's in.
His perspective. We glimpse her rebellion only through moments of weakness in his prose, when he accidentally lets slip that she is angry, scared, and upset. He's a convincing man, and for the uninitiated, it's easy to take an unreliable narrator at face value. The way he describes their bond is done articulately, with the language and experience you'd expect from a middle-aged novelist. We're so used to reading the words on the page as gospel truth in our stories that it can be easy to take things without question. The words on the page tell us the sky is red. Okay.
If the other point of view is shown, because sometimes it's harder to depict an unreliable. Yeah. It's very. I don't even know. I've never looked into Lolita. I only heard people talk about it, and I know the basic premise. It's supposed to be from the perspective of the disgusting man. And hearing in detail about the little things, it's very icky. It's very icky, and I don't think it's something I can't even imagine trying to read it or anything like that.
The sky is red in this book. Book protagonists really lie. They're telling us a story after all, so why would they need to? It's an expectation so natural that we see it subverted in games like Bioshock, where our very vessel of tutorial, exposition, and guidance becomes our final confrontation, as they reveal to have been manipulating us all along. We take our tutorials so implicitly that we never think to question them, hence the absolute shockwaves that game made on release. Except in the case of Humbert. He doesn't do it because he wants to manipulate or exploit. He has nothing to gain from telling the story, at least not consciously. He does it because he is telling us his reality and he wants us to support him. Humbert really does believe his feelings are genuine, and consequently he talks
very
about
icky.
them proudly without shame or remorse, as though he expects you to be nodding along with him. Being a first-person narrator allows him that power, such as when he says, "Despite our tiffs, despite her nastiness, despite all the fuss and faces she made, and the vulgarity and the danger and the horrible hopelessness of it all, I still dwelled deep in my elected paradise. A paradise whose skies were the colour of hell flames, but still a paradise." If we read between the lines here, we can understand that Dolores is deeply unhappy. She's trapped with him in a situation she can't escape, physically or financially, carted from motel to motel, violated and possessed. Away from friends or family, money and resources, she lashes out and she hates him. They argue, but he's so happy, so content in his personal paradise, unable to empathize with her, that he interprets these as lovers' tiffs, her nastiness as a mere personality quirk rather than her only means of taking control of her life, and he dismisses it without a second thought. She is his Lolita, why would she be unhappy? I read Lolita aged 14, and even wrote about it for some of my final English literature essays, but I didn't understand it. As a 14-year-old, you simply...
That's crazy. So you're telling me that... What? That's crazy. She read that when she was 14? Maybe because she has an she does have an accent, I believe. Maybe that's why? I feel like in the US, we would never allow that. No? Yeah. That's crazy. And she wrote a paper about it, too.
cannot grasp the gulf in maturity, experience.
Yeah, she does have an accent, so like maybe it's just
cannot grasp the gulf in maturity, experience.
That is true. Or like I'm wondering like where she's from. Like they gave her like a list of books that she could write about, or if she just chose it or something like that. Your mom would let you read Toni Morrison. You're way too young to understand. I read her books too, actually, yeah, when I was really young, but I could, I couldn't understand when I was younger. Like to like barely.
Experience and intellect between yourself and someone in their 50s. Even if you know more on paper, you absolutely just cannot comprehend the sheer difference in your age gap. I didn't understand the issue then, being underage myself. Love is love, I thought, confused. Sure, the age gap is huge, but he seems to really care for her. Maybe this is an exception to the rule. Pedophiles to me were alley lurkers, shadows with red eyes that lured children in with shark-tooth grins and dirt-covered sweets and chocolate. They were the figure in the thunderstorm, wind and lightning lashing at their backs, the emblem of the classic villain, the monster under the bed, the witch in her cottage, the unmarked white van. Reading from the perspective of one, I couldn't see the forest for the trees. I didn't understand then, but how could I? Barely on the cusp of understanding consent myself.
That is sounds about right. No kid is gonna understand that type of like, that like consent or like why it's bad. But because the message behind some of them, yeah, The Bluest Eyes was a very good book though. Yeah, it was.
I was in Lolita's shoes. I saw a girl having fun, being driven around the United States on a constant summer holiday by someone who cared very deeply for her. I hadn't read many books with unreliable narrators, so I didn't know to question his plain-faced lies.
Honestly, she probably like thought it was like very romantic too, being younger when she was 14. Because it's like, oh, she's on a vacation in the US, and I'm sure that's fun to travel, like, in another country and different things like that. Wow.
Bored, digested it,
I don't know why I'm so shocked that she read that book.
I didn't understand the idea that she might not want sex or love, being told very reassuringly by Humbert that she actually did really like it, promise. She's just shy, she's just repressed, she only resists sex because she's nervous. Yep. She's just naturally a fiery and rebellious lady. I believed him as Lolita believed him, a victim of clever words and well-spun justifications. Humbert dances in the grey area, along the thin white line, and muddies your thoughts with his language. The obsession side of it was also darkly tantalizing in a way. The idea of having somebody who likes you so much that they steal you away from everybody else. 12 years later, age 26, I understand completely what a disgusting person Humbert is. I understand the mental difference between somebody aged 18 and somebody aged 23, yet alone 12 and 50. I understand consequence, I understand control and power. I understand the idea of a separate perspective. While Humbert wrote the book from his own eyes, he dazzled the reader with romanticisms that never existed in the flesh. He used his viewpoint to write his story, and Lolita was a victim of that selfish ignorance. I wonder if the writers of mid-tier walking simulator The Suicide of Rachel Foster took any inspiration from titles like Lolita. While dark and disgusting, the art of getting your own readers on side is a difficult one. Writers of shows like Breaking Bad and Peep Show understand the delicate art of writing a despicable person well, justifying their inhumanity with compassion and logic, and bending an audience to their whim. It's a difficult undertaking, helped mainly by framing the perpetrator as the protagonist, having the audience see the world through their eyes, flattering the audience, making them feel clever and appreciated, admired.
You're reading it in middle school? Oh wait, yeah, Twilight. 12 to 13, and you didn't recognize the red flag. Yeah, for both Edward and Jacob, yeah. Even like watching the movies I remember like watching them when I was younger and not like thinking much about them, but like rewatching them, you're like, what the hell? What is wrong with both of these men? What is wrong with them? I wanted to add little hair ties at the ends of the hair here. Let me do that real quick. Because I did it for the front part here. I used the light green from here. I think it's I like a lot of women commentators because it's very interesting to hear like either their experiences or perspectives, because I feel like they often don't get pushed up in the algorithm. At least sometimes for me, they don't get pushed up in the algorithm, and it like gets lost. And when on occasion when I find a really good like commentator, like it's very interesting to hear.
And writing a compelling argument for
and
why
I always forget how much like sometimes I'll hear stuff and remember like, wow, that is like something like that has happened to me, or like, oh wow, that's kind of like, you know, I remember like having something like that.
Despite
Like,
their
whatever.
flaws, are people worth
Similar
admiring,
experiences or
supporting,
whatever.
and encouraging. It's an art they didn't manage to hone because I walked through that game without a shadow of a doubt that the perpetrator was a horrifying, disgusting person. Never once on side and never once in support. Just a rotten Grinch hiding away in his hotel with a poor young victim, yet somehow deified by both the game and characters alike. Today I want to talk to you about how the writers glorified a child rapist, paedophile, and predator, and then sat back, threw up their hands, and waited for your jaw to drop with amazement and awe. Today I want to talk to you about the suicide of Rachel Foster. Before I begin, I just want to address, my last review of a game, Final Fantasy VII, took on a really particular template of 5 likes and 5 dislikes, told in an alternating fashion, and I know I promised to keep that template going, but in this video I won't be following that, because this isn't a review per se. I promise I'll return to that template in the—
Did y'all see the reason Edward was acting all weird when Bella first— yeah, I got into classroom, started having his cover his nose because she was on her time of— yeah. There's a woman who explores the lore of Elden Ring, and you love listening to it because she puts so much emotion in it. Ooh.
future,
I like
but this
that.
game, in a way you'll understand to be very ironic as this video goes on, does not deserve the grace of balance. Grappling uselessly with a subject matter it is not equipped to touch, The Suicide of Rachel Foster writes a story dark and damning, only in that the perspective shines a light on what the writers themselves consider to be acceptable. So here I'm going to explain to you this game step by step, generally reviewing it, discussing key things as we go, and then I'll round off with final thoughts, because I don't want a moment of this review to be ambiguous. Everything this game tries to do, it does at best poorly, and at worst insultingly, and I will most effectively convey that to you if you understand the events leading to it. And if you enjoy the video, please like it and drop me a sub here on YouTube, or head over to my Twitch channel to chat more about games in real time. Thanks in advance for watching. So without further ado, let's discuss the suicide of Rachel Foster.
I like this. Little like bands on the hair.
The suicide of Rachel Foster starts with one very interesting shot, and then absolutely plunges down a hill, slides into a trench, and sinks down deep below the earth, right.
Was that the original? The movie said it was because of garlic. I think that's in the book, like actually. In parts of Midnight Sun, and that wasn't mentioned. I thought it was, from what I remember. There's a girl who does a lot of parodies about like talking about the movie versus video that you sent. Alex, if you have some, yeah. Yeah. Like, there's a girl like who does like a lot of like retellings of like how book Bella and movie Bella are so different. Since you read the books, so maybe we could. I can just look it up now. Why did Edward— that's how you spell it— leave Bella first— I feel like it's a weird question. Smell Bella when they first met, or what did he— maybe what did he— what did he smell? What did Edward smell on— if I knew how to spell this would be very nice. He smelt her blood. To him, the sweet— when Edward met Bella— that's Google— well, that's from Quora. He smelled her blood, but it doesn't say what type. Oh, you don't. It was kind of flat. Yeah, her movie counterpart was just so flat. He did smell her blood, but it doesn't say what type of blood. Who knows?
Down to hell where it belongs. The shot in question is one cool overhead perspective.
He didn't read her mind at all, yeah.
of a cluster of black umbrellas. One particular
I think book Bella is so much better than actual Bella in the movies. Like she is actually just better. She is actually like interesting. Also, hi Zentina, how are you?
Particular one being the focal point. This umbrella, presumably your character Nicole, nudges past the other figures as the rain pours down on her. A funeral of some kind, obviously. We're then told of whom by way of the letter Nicole reads in tandem, the shots flipping back and forth like windsocks. To paraphrase, you are told in this letter from your mum, who has recently passed away, that your dad had sex with a young woman. She states, the affair your father had with that young woman 9 years ago and her ensuing suicide broke our family apart forever. So let's break this text down. From the use of the word affair, we can glean that your father entered a sexual relationship with another person rather than a one-off one-night stand or simply having a crush. Your mum's use of the word young woman implies somebody in their late teens or early 20s. It certainly denotes maturity, both emotionally and physically. Personally, I get an image of my mind of a recent high school graduate, a 20-year-old or so. Either way, the word woman here is a notable choice, and so is affair, because it implies a level of consent that, as you'll soon learn, was never possible. We also learn that she directly correlates this woman's suicide with the splintered family. It is grouped vaguely with the affair, but ultimately we hear her ensuing suicide broke our family apart forever. There's blame there, implicit or not, and it's entirely on the girl in question, both in that her suicide caused the splintering of the family, but also the lack of blame on the father. Through the structure of this sentence, we can understand that the affair, which also wasn't attributed to the father, didn't lead to her suicide as far as the mother is concerned. The father did nothing to cause the suicide, but rather the suicide is seen as one discrete activity this girl seems to take on a whim that is detached from surrounding events. From the way this sentence is written, you'd almost think she woke up one day and spitefully decided to off herself just to annoy them like a spurned lover. Your mother states that she wishes to make things right, and to do that she wants you to go up to the hotel your family used to live in, sell it, and use the money partly for yourself for a better start in life and partly for the family of this dead girl. Your mum goes on to say your father had irreparably betrayed our trust, and that she, the girl that is, had done the right thing by throwing herself off that cliff. The mother again separates the father from the girl and her suicide. He betrayed our trust, our family, with his infidelity. But how did he fail this girl so badly that she took her own life? How did his influence on her life affect her so negatively that her life was over before it even began? She says she did the right thing by throwing herself off that cliff, directly justifying her death like a righteous consequence? Like a death sentence.
You love this, yeah.
We can
It's very
see
interesting.
from the way these two clauses are separate that they are almost two distinct events in the mother's mind, rather than being related or in any way connected. Throwing herself off that cliff sounds almost impulsive, like suicide is just something you do, maybe as a violent act of revenge, when ultimately it is entirely the opposite. What's the point in killing yourself out of spite? It's the only violent act you'll never see the consequences of. Choosing to end your own life isn't something a neurotypical person simply gets up and does. There's more here, but nothing that the mother will acknowledge. But before I get ahead of myself, in summary, this letter is telling us three key things. 1. Your dad had sex with a young woman. 2. This young woman goes on to kill herself. 3. Her suicide is the catalyst in destroying your family. The suicide of Rachel Foster poses this almost like a murder mystery. Was it a suicide? Is it a horror? Is there a haunting? A dark mystery? Was it murder? A cover-up? Why did she commit suicide? Why was she killed? The title implies a game that will be a thriller, probably drawing in a lot of women, since we all love ourselves a bit of true crime, but that's probably the worst demographic you could ask for, considering how this game is going to handle some of the darkest themes available in media today. So this is the scene we are set, and this is the scene that is abandoned for the first half of the game. There won't really be mention of it until at least day 3, but that's the slow burn intent of this game, and therefore I won't criticize it too much yet. But there is plenty to criticize, believe me, so let's jump in, and beware spoilers for the entire story. Not that I recommend you play it.
There's a part of this drawing I want to change, but I'm kind of lazy to do it.
Abandoned hotel in the snow. Now, the pedo stuff takes a bit of a back seat here. In fact, all of it does. The game very weirdly zigzags right back to your character as the focal point and drops.
Maybe change it a little bit later on, actually.
You guys to understand how appallingly written this is, so I'll talk about Day Zero nonetheless. So yeah, it might feel like whiplash, but we are going to go and slow down on the damnation and go into a bit of detail here on the finer segments of gameplay, how the game builds up to its tragic finale, and other general details of note, because I want you to know everything everything about how this game works. You pull up in the garage, turn off the car, and remove the key from the ignition, leaving them on the seat like a moronic horror movie protagonist. The place is silent, just a few disparate corridors winding through big open rooms, skeletal remains of a building once bustling with life. The game takes place in
I do
the
like
same
her
two
accent,
floors
it's very
and rooms,
cute.
meaning they've focused all their effort on making a select few locations look very, very good, and you can tell. The navigation is clear and well done, like in your standard hotel with readily available signage, there are maps and signs and arrows pointing you all over the place. It's really good, but also really subtle. Whoever designed the sets of this game doubtlessly have no say in the story itself, so credit where credit's due. It's a good looking game with a solid atmosphere. Like how a clam holds a pearl in its mouth, except the opposite. It's a gold gilded case with a little rabbit dropping inside. It's here that we get an introduction to the clunky writing, right from the get-go, and probably the first red flag.
What is the game actually called? I actually hear what she called what the game was called. I'm curious because I probably shouldn't look at it, but you say like Suicide it's Suicide of. Oh, okay. Oh, it's just literally Suicide of Rachel Foster, like that. I won't look on it on stream. I was gonna look it up on Google, but I was like, maybe not, just in case it has weird stuff. I don't know.
Concepts. You walk into an office and your lawyer calls you to say that
the hotel chain that wants to take over your hotel has just dumped a mammoth holy Bible of documents on my desk that I need to check through.
In possibly the clunkiest delivered line since Resident Evil's first release. Can you honestly not imagine a hotel chain name? Besides that, the running speed is fucking slow, but I digress. Eventually, you head to your childhood room and pick up a call from a FEMA agent called Irving Crawford, a stuttering moron with a laughable and relatable awkward phone manner.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Is this Miss McGrath?
Wilson. McGrath was my father's.
This is Helena Federal Emergency Management Agency.
He's just
My name is,
nervous.
Irving Crawford.
Irving will never appear to you in-game. In a Firewatch-like move, the
I like
suicide
that.
of Rachel Foster gives
I like
you
the
a
little
constant and
bunny
direct line to your
straps.
exposition.
Then,
Irving will
like,
speak
it goes
to you
into
throughout
regular
the game down the
straps.
phone, a primitive cell phone, might I add, being that this is the early 90s. But yes, keep that in mind. He is just a voice, but he is present with you through the story, explaining the hotel and its history, discussing your trauma, and making awkward comments and jokes. Irving probably has the most natural delivery of any line in the game, which doesn't say much if at all, but his presence brings a new issue along with it. He talks, and your character responds. Unlike the almost charismatic charm of Humbert, the articulate twisting of reality, Nicole is a cold bitch. A fucking vile bitch. Like, the writers looked at a cover of a book titled How to Write Strong Women and decided it meant spiteful cow. Your character is openly malicious, rude, and outright nasty to anyone who speaks to her, which in this instance is Irving. You're also introduced to the conversation choices this game offers, which are completely hollow and a stupid inclusion. You always have two options, many of them just the same flavors of yes or the same flavors of no, and no matter what you respond, Irving responds in a vague enough manner that you
Like
know
that timing of her saying yes and that. Hello, Aiden. I would suggest if you don't want to watch a video with this has very strong content about suicide, self-harm, and different topics, please mute the stream. If they're written well, yeah. This video has a lot of strong topics. If you do not want to listen, please mute the stream, and you can lurk for like about another hours. Yeah, PDF stuff. Yes. Just wanted to warn you, anyone who pops in, but I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for popping in. I hope you're taking care of yourself though.
Well, the writers didn't account for multiple choice. No matter what you say, he will have the same response every time. Essentially, the hotel makes your character uncomfortable for whatever reason you want out right now, and you voice your intentions to leave to Irving, who is desperate for you to stay as there's a blizzard. As you walk down to get back in your car, lo and behold, your keys are gone.
I can't find my car keys. My fucking car keys. I left them on the seat.
You sure?
You sure?
Think so. Maybe someone...
No. Listen. This office is about 12 miles from the hotel as the crow flies. It's 40 miles by road. There's nothing or no one in between, and that's not a good thing right now.
Wow, curious. The only other voice character in the game wants you to stick around and suddenly your keys have vanished. The character that's allegedly speaking to you over a primitive mobile phone in the early 90s through a blizzard with absolutely zero reception issues is crazy. I wonder if that'll be a clever double bluff. Irving says
add a pin. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me get the video link and then add the warning. I'll add the content warnings first. Perhaps. Can we also I'll put in the title actually, content warning real quick, because I think it'd be good to put it in the title too. I don't remember all this. I'll pin this. And then I'm gonna put I think people know. Do people know I feel like people usually know trigger warning more than content warning, so I'll put it as TW. Title changed. Pin message good. We should be good on that.
Seriously, if you ended up out there with your car gone dead, with 12 inches of snow and 20 degrees below zero, your lungs would collapse in a few minutes.
And your character really smarmily goes,
As a FEMA agent, I have to insist...
You know, you're not the first man.
To do what?
To try and stop me.
Hey, wait!
Bye.
The first man to what, you fucking idiot? The first man to warn you of your 100% chance of death if you try and walk away? I get that they're trying to go with your classic strong woman, but Christ, which clown thought that this was a smart or empowering bit of dialogue? Your character continues to persevere, apparently wanting to do this by foot, but the garage door is frozen over, either by natural means or human sabotage. It matters so little anyway. God knows what this woman intends to achieve. Nicole argues with Irving a bit more and is generally a cow, and then we conclude our day zero. So for the sake of keeping this essay tight, what's our summary? We're in a hotel in the middle of nowhere, we don't want to be there, and we can't leave. This day does very little besides establish our settings and characters, but that's fine. We needed a breather before things got weird anyway. Day one begins with you waking up in your father's bedroom. Irving suggests you take a look at the power system and familiarise yourself with the hotel, so you take a look around, or you don't, and just rush on to the next objective. But I did, and I found some shit you can take a look at. There's not a lot to this day besides some really awkward cringe banter shared between yourself and Irving. The concept of an old farting ghost floats about to maybe dangle the concept of a ghost story in front of you, but they bail on it pretty quickly and they don't mention it again. Firstly, the room is littered with books and notes, some of which you can pick up and examine, and some of which you can just sort of see from a distance. This setting starts to put a lot of groundwork into justifying some of the scenes we'll see later, so let me just run through a few things with you. Firstly, there are a lot of books about esoteric Buddhism, about the afterlife, where we go when we die, for example. Next, there's a bunch of scrawled notes about star signs, constellations, books on alternative dimensions, tracking the skies, following the stars, just your classic spiritual tripe. Finally, we find a book on a desk full of notes. Some of these include quotes like, "Can't see your smile, honey. Today I saw Rachel. There's light everywhere. Rachel doesn't want to do her speech therapy exercises. I heard you, Rachel. You were right behind me. Rachel is sad. Rachel says she feels alone. Love you, Rachel." Obviously, this is your dad, and this is one of the only times in the game you'll hear or read anything from your father's voice in first person, and the only time he addresses Rachel personally. And it doesn't take a genius to find out that he believes Rachel is calling to him from the afterlife with nothing but love for him, and that he perceives a romantic bond with her that supersedes both the decades since her death and the physical barrier of death that sits between them. His perspective, his writing, tells a story in which she has no voice. Sound familiar? Day 2 starts with the same banality of day 1, being that Nicole needs to source some food from the pantry. Although Irving assures her that they should be stocked and ready for a siege, they're empty. Just some mouldy old beans and some dusty shelves. As you search one of the freezers, the door slams shut behind you and locks for a moment.
Soup. Bean soup?
Once it cracks back open, Irving calls you to warn you about it. If you've not figured out this absolute Da Vinci Code already, he's clearly fucking with you. Not that it matters in the long run. Nicole, the daft fucking cow, microwaves a tin of food and goes to check the hotel.
Why would you put the whole tin in the microwave? It's gonna explode.
During her search, she stumbles upon an old wing, sealed off with chains and tapes as it's fallen into disrepair. She wistfully comments that it was her dad's old man cave, and almost bitterly, sullenly remarks that she tried so hard to forget that room. But why? We're never told why. Irving lets slip that he knows a bit too much. Nicole bristles, and he apologizes for upsetting her.
I'm sorry if I upset you.
She responds,
"No one can upset me."
And here we are already finding a weird dichotomy
Bald
in
head.
storytelling. Irving being a bit too familiar with her family and hotel sets off red flags so bright that Nicole snaps at him. "No one can upset me," she says, as though she is surrounded by jeering mobs who throw insults and accusations at her without justification. She sees herself and her family as a miserable Quasimodo, unjustly cowering under the rage of the mob. And yes, maybe a mob on her would be unjustified, but look at how she already is showing just how much of a pedestal she puts her dad on, remembering his man cave, devastated by the trauma she selfishly associates with it, but then defensively protecting her memories of him. You could argue this is the natural response of someone perhaps trying to forget trauma of that degree, but as the story goes on, you'll understand that this is merely how the writers see things. This isn't about Nicole facing her demons, this is a story written with the express intent of showing them not to be demons at all. She and her dad cower in this imaginary circle, facing the brunt of attacks from all sides, at least in her mind, and this sets a precedent for the rest of the game that we'll explore in due time. Like, I'm sorry your dad fucked a kid, Nicole, but maybe we can get some perspective. Irving begins to talk about Rachel. He tells you that girl's death, it was the result of painful events and now it's someone's obsession. And there we see it. Even a side character is referring to her suicide as a death and as a result of painful events, ergo not attributing blame anywhere specifically, plus giving a passive voice to her demise. She died. She had a death. She was the compliant passenger in an event that caused her life to continue no longer. And it occurred as a result of events that were or are painful, either physically or just to think about, non-specifically. He continues, her death ruined 2 families everyone looked up to. Again, blame. Blame on the girl whose ill-defined death was the direct blame for the crumbling of 2 local familial empires. We see so early on in this story that she holds the blame for this in the eyes of the writers, who never ever mention the father. The writers who penned both the mother's letter and Irving's dialogue. Oftentimes, people see characters as their own entities with their own opinions, but it is impossible to write a character in a vacuum without being influenced by your own worldview and perspective. If one character believes something, that's a character quirk. If every character in a piece of media believes something, that is the writer injecting their opinion into a universe they have created and are presenting to you. This isn't a case of a self-contained town with the wrong impression, this is a few dickhead writers with zero perspective, sitting in a boardroom, sucking each other off, writing down all the ways a 16-year-old's grooming, violation and suicide is the center of
I like how
Lost
harsh she is on the
father is no
writers.
active passenger in this. He
As she should.
mentioned. It is always the girl as an active participant who uses her death to ruin the lives of people around her. She's selfish, spontaneous, compulsive, erratic, crazy. Her death, her suicide, happens seemingly out of thin air. The paedophile is no willing participant. Through the speech, our characters tell us that he was barely even involved, except he obviously was. Nicole responds, they can get fucked. Every one of them. Fuck them. Because naturally, it is the people who staggered to pick up the pieces that need to atone. Nicole wakes up on day 3 to a phone call. She answers it and hears,
Hey, cutie pie.
Daddy?
Nicole, it's Irving.
Suddenly the voice on the other end is Irving, and the conversation staggers back to normality. Nicole has been spiked with some kind of sleeping medication, at least she alludes to that possibility verbally, but is a conversation topic abandoned just as soon as it's dredged up. Today is the day that the game really tries to suggest that Rachel is haunting you. In a move almost spiteful in its insensitivity, the game seems to imply that Rachel is a ghost, absurdly manipulated from the afterlife, and will be facing almost your
Okay, oh, sorry. Hello! Hello, Pink Zombie. Hello! How was your stream? What were you streaming? Welcome in. Hello, Raiders. I'll give you a shout out. Hello, hello. All good, all good. Don't worry. How is everyone? I'm Konnichiwa, Maid Connie at your service. I am Con or Connie. How are you guys? Hello, Joker. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Endernai. Hello. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. We're just doing some art today, doing outfit design, and also watching some videos. Thank you, my lyric. I will have to give a little bit of a trigger warning. The video that we're watching is kind of heavy. Is a little bit heavy. So I completely understand if anyone needs to step out or does not want to watch or needs to leave. Completely understandable. But right now I'll just yap at you for a little bit until I start it up again. So, all good, all good. Don't worry. The video is just a little bit heavy. Oh, that's so sweet. I usually don't watch heavy stuff like this, but we're on like topics, so yeah, we're just watching. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. I usually play. I don't know. I play a lot of variety of things. Recently, I've been playing a lot of shooter games, hero shooters. I play a lot of Marvel Rivals, Overwatch. Lately I've been getting back into Repo and Phasmo. A lot of fun games like that. Yeah, if anyone needs to go take care of themselves, sleep, eat, or anything like that, please do so. You're welcome to stay here and either chill with us. I will be playing games soon, but right now we're watching we're doing some art here. Let me show off the art real quick. Doing some outfit designs for myself. It's kind of like alternate outfit for me. She's very cute. Very cute, I think. Oh, the video's in the way just a little bit. I just realized, I was like, you can't see my face. There we go. Right there. Right there. I didn't mean to open that. How do I close it? Nope. Nope. I'll figure out how to close it eventually. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? How do I close it? I don't know how to close it. Oh god. I love using a program that arrow on the right. That makes it bigger. This one? This one. But then it's still there, technically. Maybe that's fine. Okay, there is a way to close it, but yeah. There I am. It's a very cute outfit. I really like the boots for it. Yeah. Thank you guys for popping in. I will start up the video again. I did put a content warning on the pinned message, so if you would either like to lurk, this is a bit weird with that. I did put a content warning on the pinned messages for anyone who is in my stream right now and doesn't want to hear about some heavy topics. This girl is talking about a game that she played recently and how it's done. It's done, the way it's written is written in a very bad way and it's not really that good. And yeah, so we're just watching it. It's kind of interesting. If you're interested in hearing about it, you could leave the stream open. Or you can just mute the tab if you want to lurk and still hang out. I'll be playing games in about like how far are we in this? How much do we have left of this video? In about 30 minutes, more or less. I will say like 35 minutes. But yeah, you could lurk if you'd like. Now is your content warning. I will start up the video again. Yeah, be careful. Be careful. I don't want anyone to like watch something that, you know, causes a trigger or anything like that. So please be careful.
story. Like you're here to face some truth or atone for
Yeah,
something
thank you for
or
the
forgive something
raid.
or what. But regardless, the power lines are down and you need to activate the emergency generator. This day gives a lot of light into Nicole's deep down feelings without ever really giving them much thought. She's got that classic post-divorce trauma and a cheeky bit of bitterness about her situation, but all her bitching just makes her sound like a fairly normal kid. She's not played as a parallel to Rachel, so this whole scene comes off as irrelevant, and that really is the core of Nicole's character, as we'll go on to discuss. Can I just say, the day loading screens are so long that you spend ages wondering whether you need to be clicking for stuff or whether it's crashed, because I have. Anyway, the day begins with Nicole looking at all the evidence she's found about Rachel's death. She's convinced that there's something deeper going on, obsessed more with the mystery around her death than she is the domino events leading to it. We learn a little bit about Rachel's father, Pastor Foster, who was a strict man even for pastor standards, and apparently spent hours with Nicole's father debating philosophy. From this, reading between the lines a little, we learn that Leonard and Foster were close and spent a lot of time together. How much of that time was spent in the company of Foster's family? How much of that time was spent in his home, near his children, in a position of trust? How much of that time was he spent watching Foster's daughter? Irving comments,
his daughter's death destroyed his ego.
though as some just punishment for a man whose strictness barred him from accepting his underage daughter's sexual relationship with a married man his age. Finally, they note,
I can remember him demanding total perfection from Rachel. That was insane.
Are we suggesting that Rachel's relationship with Leonard was an act of defiance? Their secret affair and sexual involvement a way to lash out at her father? Possibly. The suicide of Rachel Foster is very specifically set in Montana, where the age of consent is 16, which is no coincidence considering how much they seem to reassure us with the location. Don't worry, we made sure it's cool, they seem to say. Like when people desperately claim that the age of consent in Japan is 13 just so they don't feel dirty for looking at children. Spoiler alert, moron, it varies by province. The age of consent in Tokyo is 18, you dirty paedophile, so stop wearing
I love her so much because she is so right. She literally is just right about those people. Ugh. I love that she just doesn't hold back on any of her language.
that excuse like
Some
a
people,
crucifix
you
and
know,
turn
yeah.
yourself in. And even considering the fringe scenario in which a girl above the age of consent entered a willing relationship with her father's friend, it still doesn't account for the fact that his position of power was wasted. He engaged with her sexually while she was isolated and solely reliant on him, and she, pregnant, might I add, left that relationship in a coffin. Not to mention the suicide aspect of her story. If she was indeed suicidal, as the game suggests, and as Nicole takes to be the case, we are talking about a very mentally unstable girl in a very weak, vulnerable moment being groomed by a man over 30 years her senior. There is no way you can't play this that doesn't come off badly, and yet no one in the story questions it. This isn't a coincidence, this is a writer's intention. We glance at the notebook discovered on the first day, but Nicole regards it more on a supernatural, he's communing with her beyond the grave, than a, this man lives alone on a snowy mountain in a rundown hotel hated by everybody around him, and is likely going desperately mad on memories of a girl he groomed way. One record says someone saw Rachel in the hallway of the hotel after her death, another silly breadcrumb leading nowhere in the obviously false ghost girl narrative. We'll ignore this. Finally, we read a newspaper clipping about Rachel's suicide. The summary of this is, Rachel fell 90 feet off a cliff and died. Rachel was 9 weeks pregnant at the time. Rachel left a note, the authenticity of which was doubted. Coroners ruled it a suicide anyway. Rachel had spent the last 9 months with Leonard at the hotel. She was trying to fix her dyslexia and he had offered to help. The clipping ends with the quote, the 49-year-old professor and the teenager had been a secret until McGrath's wife exposed the scandal, eventually fleeing the hotel with the couple's daughter. What did Nicole have to say about this? She says, Rachel wouldn't commit suicide by herself, she must have been overwhelmed. Nicole is absolutely hell-bent on discovering the real reason for Rachel's death, which is kind of jarring in parallel to her stubborn head-in-the-sand attitude towards her father's hand in it. Any cause and effect that may have led to Rachel's suicide, i.e., you know, the grooming, is hand-waved away, but Nicole is absolutely desperate to discover the truth around Rachel's death, believing it a murder. Irving comments,
but sometimes it's better to leave the skeletons in the closet. Once they come out, you never know what they'll have to say.
And I suppose that is true, but there are skeletons Nicole is very generously ignoring here. It is a really strange and very unwelcome dissonance, like going around after a party and only picking up cans, sitting down surrounded by bottles of stinking alcohol and calling it clean. Irving remarks that Nicole is hard-headed like her father. I mean, if I was likened to a dead paedophile so casually, I'd probably have more to say about it, but Nicole seems fine. This is a short chapter, but a fairly eventful one. You wake in the snow with a lit fire ahead of you. Walking towards it, your
maybe I can
character
make a
begins
little
to cry
braids
out
for
for
this.
her dad, calling him daddy. He tells her about the stars, the inescapability of returning after death, how long after stars die their light continues to reach us. They are alive and dead at once, the same way that people can be. Nicole cries that she loves him and he says it back over and over again, and then he calls her Rachel. I don't think I need to dwell much further on this.
That's fair.
The game here again dives hard into pushing the supernatural narrative as Irving finds some ghost hunting tapes with some screaming teenagers on it. Overall, the plot of this game so far is really diffuse. There's no mystery to it at all. A girl got groomed by your father and committed suicide, and still 6 days in, the writers are dropping dribs and drabs of ideas on what could be going on. Like, we're not significantly further than halfway into the game, and we should probably be narrowing down on things by now. Baby ideas are kind of dangled in front of you and then abandoned or slightly teased again later, rather than worked with and matured until they're tangible ideas. So even on day 6, we end up with occasional conversations that suggest things that could be going on, but they go nowhere. During this conversation, you need to head to the basement to grab a key for room 117, and Nicole comments that she can't stand the idea that my family problems might end up on some tourist guide. And again, we have this really surreal disconnect between the sins of the father and the non-specificity of the family problems Nicole mentions. You could say that Nicole is clouding her memory or using avoidant methods so as not to confront the issue at face value, but as we will learn later in the game, this isn't true. Simply the way this dialogue is written keeps the blame firmly off the father, and that trend remains for the rest of the game. The game also makes no judgment on the age gap nor the child attraction, and in fact kind of encourages it. For example, during this very interaction, Irving mentions that he knows what Nicole looks like because he has Nicole's 1982 yearbook from 11 years before the game is set, at which point Nicole would have been 14 years old. And Irving remarks
Crazy.
very dreamily and kind of creepily that she looks beautiful like nobody else. Instead of being kind of creeped out by this adult man gawking over his only visual reference of her, a photo of her as a young girl, Nicole gets really flattered. She remarks, "Oh, Irving, you're so sweet." No. Nicole goes on to address the relationship between her father and Rachel specifically in this chapter, finally, and we learn some of the specifics of their involvement. We learn that Rachel and Leonard were involved romantically and sexually for at least 9 months before her death. Rachel was 16 years old when she died, Leonard was 49 years old. If we tick 9 months back from this, it is likely to have become romantic before Rachel reached her 16th birthday. This would put her under the age of consent, even disregarding the creepiness of the age gap. God knows how early Leonard's attraction started before he acted on it. During this 9 months, Rachel was isolated with Leonard in a hotel. He was helping her overcome her disability, dyslexia. So let me break this down. Leonard groomed an isolated, disabled child in a situation where she was physically apart from her family, friends, and support bubble. In a situation he controlled and she could not escape, being that she struggled to read and communicate. How else would she get off that mountain if not through communicating her escape with others in a time pre-telephone, with the only on-site radio being in Leonard's office? Nicole hears this and begins complaining about how she was affected by the divorce, giving absolutely no airtime to the real issue here. This is, in my opinion, where any attempt to humanize Leonard fails. The story is not told through his eyes, but rather the eyes of Nicole. And although I suppose the writers want to humanize and even deify Leonard, for Nicole to help Leonard's image in any way, she cannot acknowledge the gravity of what he's done. To look at it in detail for even a moment would be to expose every problem with their relationship, so instead, the game and the writing tries to keep us firmly blinkered, never allowing us to focus on the greater issue here for even a moment. Not until they've said everything they want to say, because for some reason they think that will change your mind. Very clumsily, the writing staff present us with evidence of Leonard's actions and then straight up have Nicole hand-wave them, because to address them, even before the game's big reveal, would irreparably ruin ruin the audience's perception of him. Instead, she plain-faced ignores what's being told to her, creating this really strange dissonance where we see evidence of paedophilia, grooming, and rape, and then listen to a girl bitch about her post-divorce trauma as though she never even heard it or saw the evidence in the first place. In my opinion, it was the only way the writers could conceive a positive outlook of Leonard from the audience by the end of the game, because this isn't Humbert explaining to us all the ways he adores this child from his first-person perspective. This is Leonard, shown to us through scribbled notes and newspaper clippings and a game full of sleight-of-hand tricks designed to draw our attention away before we make too keen a judgment. Humbert dances in the grey area, Leonard's activities are black and white. Nicole gives more attention and consideration to hoaxy ghost hunting videos and old supernatural rumours than she does tangible evidence that her father was a predator, the intention being sheerly on the shoulders of the writers themselves as they try desperately to take away the audience's judgment until the final moments of the game. The conversation turns to cell phones while I was still grappling with the fact that a man impregnated a child 33 years younger than him, and the game acts like it never even said anything.
Irving, are you hitting on me by any chance?
What?
No. What are you... I mean, it's just...
Relax. I was kidding.
I can never tell when you're kidding.
This game really is going to try and keep pushing their very half-baked...
Some states are like, this is like, I have nothing to do. And very alarmed, yeah, there's a lot of really bad... I thought with those states, though, they have, like... I don't even like using this excuse. It's just disgusting. I thought it's only for, like, the stupid Romeo and Juliet law type of thing. Or is it like literally for everyone? It should be 16 to 17, yeah. So they allow, so that's crazy. I don't even want it really to be. I just, you know, why? Some states allow minors to have consent with each other at 13. I still think that is actually still crazy, like that weirdness of that. But anyone over 18 is restricted regardless of the age gap. Okay. 13 to 17 is crazy. You're just getting out of 8th grade at 13 years old. With a 17-year-old is crazy. No one's yeah. How much of variety say? Oh. Icky.
Plotline, isn't it? They are constantly doing this, pushing little crumbs of an idea but never developing it because they know it's not the angle they will go with in the end, and even as a first-time player, you can tell it too. They half-ass this plotline so badly that you can smell it's fake from a mile off, just a clumsy red herring to keep you off the fact that a child was groomed in this building. There's a bit of a weird, awkward flirtation between Nicole and Irving, and then he tries to admit his feelings to her, but she tells him to shut up so that she can listen to some noises a ghost machine is making.
Believe me, right now, I would also like a little bit more presence.
You know, people get close in lots of ways.
Please, shh, a sec. I'm trying to listen to this noise.
All right, I get that I might be overdoing it. Sorry, I'm a klutz, and sometimes it's...
Irving, please, shut up. Thanks. Listen, we'll get back to this, but let me figure this out.
Hey, can you shut up?
Coming from
the ghost.
I don't hear anything. Anyway, later.
It is really uncomfortable. The chapter ends with Nicole remarking that Rachel talked and moved with the confidence of an adult. She wore a dress with a bow at the back.
She talked and moved with the grace and confidence
That's such an
of an
icky
adult.
thing to say.
She wore a dress with a bow on her back. She was so beautiful. Perfect.
Moreover, the picture we see of Rachel is some
Where's this
yassified
leaking
model.
out?
Nothing at all like a teenager wearing the fashion of the 1980s. She has long, dark hair, a face full of mature makeup, heavy, smoky eyeshadow, and dark, arching eyebrows. This game does everything it can to make it seem like this child is an exception to the rule of consent, an adult in the body of a child, and therefore willing and able to fully understand and consent to the consequences of a sexual relationship with a married middle-aged man. This is the first time Nicole really talks about Rachel, and the first thing the script does here is try to make her seem older than she is, physically, and it highlights her femininity and her alluring dress. As though there's a maturity and a sexual milestone a 15-year-old can reach that would justify interest from a man leading towards the later years of middle age. And this is the hill the game is going to die on. It is going to
It looks
tell
like
us
a
that
child,
Rachel
an older
deserved
child, but
this.
yeah, it does look like a child. But that is a gross thing people try to do a lot, or like say a lot, like the gross Reddit that used to exist. It was such a gross Reddit. I don't even want to say what it is. It is such a gross Reddit. And it was like main page stuff, like in old Reddit days too. New Colorado's no better.
Day 8 begins with Rachel snapping awake in a rotting chapel below the hotel. She explains to Irving that she sleepwalked down there and hasn't sleepwalked since she last lived in the hotel. Spooky, I guess, if we're still going with that. Just a side note, there's a really annoying bit of dialogue here where you have the option to tell Irving that he can call you Nikki, or you can say Merry Christmas. Irving's response is, Merry Christmas, Nikki, which enraged me because clearly it is a response to both, and like all other choices in this game, it is so hollow that they don't even bother to record different lines depending on what you say.
Oh, Irving?
Yeah?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Nikki.
But now comes an interesting turn of events. Nicole actually takes the time to reflect on her parents, and it is weird. For her mother, Nicole remarks that she was too pious and too cold.
I gather you didn't exactly have a high opinion of your mother when you were a kid.
Well, she was really busy with the hotel. I was always running after Leonard. He was much more fun than she was, no doubt about it. He was a philosopher capable of calculating the motion of celestial bodies while taking apart and refitting a motorcycle in less than half an hour.
What about her?
What did you delete?
In the same half hour, she could have audited a business balance sheet. There you
go. Oh, he's white people. And you deleted that. Oops. Hi, Kai. How are you? Don't go with that. I wasn't going to, but now I kind of want to. We're watching kind of a heavy video, but it's interesting to hear about this game and how stupid it is. What is this on the side of my screen? Oh, it's just my YouTube glitching.
go.
Ah, a businesswoman.
No. What I understood later, living in such proximity to her, is that Mom loved feeling needed.
But her dad was awesome. A philosopher capable of detecting celestial bodies, allegedly, who could take apart and put together a whole motorcycle.
So cool.
Nicole talks about a man who understands space-time better than he understands consent, with absolute wonder in her voice. And her mum, a woman who found out that her husband was an active paedophile, is treated like a cold, insecure shrew who loved to feel needed. Ironically, Nicole snaps out of her reverie to complain that hitchhikers have been using the chapel to shelter from the cold. Like, suddenly she cares a whole lot about people using her home without her permission. So I suppose on some level
Why are you saying poor thing to me? I understand space-time better than consent. A bar, yeah. Men will land on the move for giving people rights. That's about right.
She does understand violation, just only of property. I wonder how that might be relevant. Nicole and Irving talk some more, and Nicole returns to her starstruck adoration of her father. She smilingly and whimsically explains that her dad was so clever, so infinitely cool and intellectual, that he invented fun riddles for her to learn and memorize to help her figure out her way back when she got lost in the hotel.
Oh, something like, down the stairs, watch your step, don't fall apart or it's your end. Round a corner, turn around, there's your way in front of you. All that's closed can be.
He sucks at rhyming. Your dad sucks, man.
Beyond its looks.
Man, like.
But how can I remember it?
Bro, like, you're already a pedophile. Like, at least be good at something. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was ass. Like, you're. No poor present, I know. Oh, Jesus.
Wow. Total mystery. Wanna play?
Her mum is the most boring person in the world to her, but her dad truly remains the center of her universe. So much so that Nicole sees fit to really begin fleshing him out, weaving this story of Leonard. His darkness is swept under the rug as she begins to talk about him, very clearly looking up to him, seeing him as some incredible figure in her life. To us, he is introduced with an air of mystery, like some deified figure that was swept out of reality and vanished, raptured away, not really dead, but almost deified.
If it's going to end up where she was abused too, the main character. She hasn't said anything, but I'm wondering if that also happened, maybe.
Idolized and immortalized.
That's why she idolizes her dad so much or something.
I thought that
too, just that trauma or whatever.
As the chapter wears on, you venture into the space under the stairs and find a little girl's bedroom, or at least a recreation of a little girl's bedroom. A small, isolated room deep under the bowels of the hotel.
That's a word.
The bookshelves drawn on the wall in chalk, a rocking horse, and a retainer. A girl's bedroom. It's Rachel's bedroom. It's debatable whether or not Rachel was actually made to live here in this creepy hidey hole when she was alive, or whether it's a shrine created after her death, although it's not specified, so take whatever interpretation you want from this. Sure, Nicole calls it a recreation and a shrine, but Nicole is unreliable as it gets, so it could potentially be either one. It's also got a whiteboard.
If the topic was handled with care,
so stark that
I definitely think that this game would have had potential if they just portrayed it, if they had good writers. Like she said, like literally all the writers in this room just did not have anything proper in their mind with like portraying this topic or actually wanting to be delicate with it. They just wanted to make some horror story that was like quote unquote shock value, you know, like shock value to like in the worst way possible. Like it could have been like, there's no like, I'm not saying this could have like this topic is a well done topic at all. This topic's terrible, but if you want to portray like such a horrible story and like have it be not where you're like bigging up a pedophile, like it's very, you know, it's very easy to not big up a pedophile in a game. Like it's very easy. Like, yeah, she's defying her abusive, like I feel like if they were like trying to show like Nicole going back to like you know, be like you know, do anything of that sort would have been like, would have like helped the story, but like, you know, she's just like, yeah, my dad's a great guy, he's really good, my dad's incredible. Like, no girl, your dad's a pedophile, like he's terrible.
Was laugh in shock when you see it. Like, this was supposed to be some kind of poignant moment. No, the writers of The Suicide of Rachel Foster do not do poignancy, they don't do nuance. Every poignant moment they craft is purely coincidental, specifically how they subconsciously coded Rachel's room. You see, throughout the game, we are constantly told how adult Rachel was, how capable and mature, how far beyond her years she really was, how feminine and sexual she was. The writers tell us one thing
about what happened, and this is just how she finds out and she hates him. Yeah.
set here tells us an actual reality. Why? Because it is a child's room. There is a small single bed, the kind a kid would sleep in, with a little wooden headboard, a rocking horse, the kind any teenage girl with an alleged rebellious streak would have tossed out long ago. There's a quaint little chalk bookshelf, a very short, you'll notice, chalkboard, sitting well below the height of 25-year-old Nicole, meaning the original owner of it was much smaller. There are books for treating learning difficulties in developing children, a teddy bear, sheet music. Nicole herself even describes this as, quote, a child's room.
Books, sheet music, a pink bed. It's like a kid's room.
You've told on yourself there a bit, writers, because no matter how much time you spend saying to us that Rachel was capable of consent and in a loving mutual relationship with this man, you are accidentally showing us the opposite, using your internal bias with the way you have coded Rachel as a child in your own minds. No matter how much you try and convince us, even in your own head you know Rachel as a child. She is not a young woman like in your mother's letter. She is a child, and this room is proof. The biggest rule of storytelling is show, don't tell, and you have shown us all we need to see. And after seeing all of this tangible evidence not only of your father's sick obsession, but also his clear sexual attraction to someone well below the ability to consent, Nicole remarks that Rachel is probably a ghost. Even when Irving tries to pull it back, remarking,
"Give me a second. Well, let me play the video. I've been offered food, and I just need to check the menu of the place. So let me open another tab on my other monitor real quick."
about your father, with the weight of his family and Rachel on his conscience, he wouldn't let the past slide with a shrug, whatever that means, obviously, since we can't seem to manage a coherent sentence, being that it might accidentally alienate the audience. Nicole snaps back, "You're joking, right? You think he did this?" Nicole goes on,
"Leave out that he cheated on my mom. Leave out that he fell in love with a 16-year-old, but fucking hell, don't you dare even think that."
I can excuse pedophilia, but I draw the line making a shrine to a dead child.
He would never have built a fucking underground shrine for a dead person.
Nicole, please, why do you keep just sidestepping the horror of what this little girl went through? In the case of Lolita, we were a passive audience sitting squarely in the back of Humbert's mind. We watched and listened as he committed acts and then spun them back to us with his take. We had only him to explain things, so we could either take them at face value or we could question them, but we could never know. Humbert's delusion is the story. With the suicide of Rachel Foster, we are uncovering physical evidence over a decade after the act takes place, with neither the perpetrator nor the victim here to speak for themselves. But the writers here are still desperately trying to shoehorn in the Humbert delusion, trying to rewrite what we are physically seeing in front of us. As a result, we see evidence of grooming and molestation, and we hear our protagonist sidestep it and blame it on ghosts. He's already fucked to Nicole. He's already isolated her from her family and kept her here for the better part of a year. He's already betrayed her trust and her father's trust. He's already gotten her pregnant. She's already dead, Nicole. Why is the hardest part of this to accept is the fact that he recreated her bedroom? I just found out there's a shrine to Rachel in my hotel. Oh god, that's freaky. I guess it is Nicole. Nicole scampers back to her room and just talks about ghosts and ghosts and ghosts. She drops the idea that Rachel might secretly be alive, where she's hiding if she is. Probably in the broken down section of the hotel, right? Not any of the nice rooms, but the broken wing of the house exposed to the elements. That's where a little girl would live. Nicole rants and raves and finishes on the question, "Are you trying to tell me something, Dad?" As with the usual deflections this game pulls, the day ends with her reminiscing about a time she won at a sports event and she was really excited to tell her daddy how well she did, and then how upset she was when her mum and dad argued. Nothing we've seen is concluded upon or summarized, nothing is faced or challenged, nothing is acknowledged. Again, a girl died, Nicole.
It's crazy. Okay, wait. I have to finish.
As day 9 dawns, the story begins to spin another tale, another stupid red herring to draw our attention away from the reality of the situation. Nicole begins to decide that her dad was the key to all this, the secret, the gatekeeper of the truth. My dad must have done this, Nicole decides, as though he's some mysterious arbiter, having left her an elaborate treasure hunt to muddle through, a puzzle with one final piece for her to place, and all the truth will be revealed. But it's not a puzzle, is it, Nicole? It's just a big yellow post-it reading, "Your dad's a nonce," and you won't won't even look at it. Still, the game absolutely insists, and captive to the walking simulator, we have to sit out whatever stupid ideas it pushes on us, and so we follow the trail. The trail being a few disparate clues flung in our face, so disjointed that they can't conceal the fact that Leonard is a monster. The dissonance is absurd. The game clearly shows us that he groomed and raped a child, but the game very insistently and repeatedly tells us this weird wistful mystery about true love and cosmic connection. This is worsened by our protagonist, who, despite everything we're shown, all the subject matter this game absolutely trips and falls flat with, so absolutely worships her dad despite what she's learning about him. Like he's some weird legendary figure, but it's so dissonant with reality that the story just ends up confusing and disgusting. Nicole starts today by apologising for leaving Irving high and dry after getting upset at him because her dad had a shrine to a dead girl. They discuss the next steps. Nicole talks about how someone must be trying to share information with her somehow. Her father is trying to communicate the truth to her. Dad must have put the medal in my music box, and if he did, there must have been a reason, she says. So now he's some forward-thinking genius who leaves clues to be discovered over a decade later. A pseudo-god figure, omnipresent and all-knowing, and quite uncomfortably all-loving, I suppose. You go check out the storeroom under the stairs and find a room full of mannequins. One of them holding a hockey stick, one of them lying on the floor with a baby in their arms, like a fully formed baby, not a 9-week-old fetus, by the way. Nicole reports it to Irving, who, surprise surprise, makes a very sudden change in character. He suddenly disappears from the call and you run to find him. In your classic low-budget walking simulator fashion, Nicole never actually sees him in person, because animating people well is expensive and hard, so for some reason he just bolts for a little bit, but then he comes back. He reappears and begins talking to you again down the phone. Irving tells you, your father wanted to keep you out of it. I convinced him you were the only one who could solve the equation. What equation? He raped a child. Why have we turned this into some legacy questline? Some deep mystery to unravel. In the true spirit of the suicide of Rachel
is going to be
Foster, you get an
obtained soon.
opportunity to say one of 3 different answers, and
I don't
his
know how
answer to
soon,
all
but
of them is exactly
kind of
the
soon,
same.
I guess.
What did you do, Irving?
These walls ooze with memories.
Iconic. Irving finally reveals to us his true identity and his true intention. Turns out he's Rachel's brother and he wants revenge for her death or something. He also drops the R word at one point, and I guess it's accurate for the time, but watching it right now it is laughably inappropriate. Like, I saw it and burst out laughing. He tells us,
But I could hear her cry at night. I wanted to protect her, but I couldn't.
For a moment I thought he was talking about during her time with Leonard, but it turns out she was talking about her before her relationship with Leonard.
What's the point of making her so I know now Irving's the brother of Rachel. What's the point of making Irving flirt with the main character then? Was it just like a fake out, or like is he just weird? Because he makes the comment about the main character Nicole when like saying that she looked attractive in her younger pictures. Well, is he a freak too? Like what the? Is he also a little bit of a pedo? Like what's up with that?
Gan, like she was depressed and he was the light that stepped into her life.
One day, that beautiful, luminous creature met someone. A human being that saw her. For real.
My dad.
Yes. And I was the invisible witness of what happened. A love. Simply a love. Nothing more, nothing less. But that love was too much, and it would be punished. Who paid for this love, Nicole?
Rachel.
It's not love.
Your sister.
Well, that move went down like a hot shit, didn't it, writing room? In a swerve that suddenly posits Rachel as a...
So we're not gonna sit here and be like, so you're telling me they had every opportunity here. They had every opportunity to have Irving be like, your dad didn't love my sister. It was just not even love or something like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Irving could have been the one that like kind of saved the writing here, but like he called it love. That's not love. Irving could have been like, that wasn't love. He didn't love my sister. That's just gross, or like whatever. He could have just gone in there. I feel like they could have just had him go in. Hi, Story. We're watching something dark right now. Yeah, thank you for popping in again. I hope that your sleep was well. That's crazy. Yeah, I will say, yeah, this you might want to we have like 15 minutes left in this video. If you want to look for another like 15 minutes story, mute the tab and come back, and then it will be done with. Just to warn you. I'll give you a second just to make sure. I don't want to start the video and then oh, I think this girl is doing a very good time, like commentating over the video. It's just this story is horrendous and just really badly done. Absolutely. I will assume story is lurking now. I'm gonna start up the video just to warn people. Starting it up again.
Strange virginal Mother Mary figure, and Leonard as God himself, Irving paints their twisted age gap and horrifying sexual manipulation as something so pure and sacred that it overcomes all issues usually associated with a predatory age gap so foul and so exploitative. Their sex and resulting pregnancy as a strange,
You have to get food. Okay, get something yummy to eat, Kai.
By the
Take care.
audacity of this game to refer to a paedophilic grooming situation as simply love, you wander into the off-limits wing and find Irving's stuff scattered around a battered little room. Sleeping bag, radio, etc. Maps, notes, tools. Surprise, surprise. If the flawless mobile reception didn't clue you in, Irving's been in the hotel the whole time. Above you, in the attic, you find
Makes
the tape
sense.
recorder from your dad, and you hear his voice for the first time in the game. The voice actor is warm, affectionate, and patient.
How are you, Nikki? You're probably tired. I can imagine. At this point of your journey, the marks and voices of this old hotel will have already whispered all their secrets.
Like some Christ figure that went to his death willingly and empathetically out of compassion, knowing that he will help you better from the afterlife. Like he died for the sins of the people around him, who sought to ruin his love life, who sought to ruin his true love. He speaks slowly and gently, like this is the voice you've been waiting to hear for so long, putting things right by finally speaking to you, finally giving you the answers you've needed all this time. He tells you that he's proud of you and that he loves you, and this is the part of the game I assume you're supposed to be tearing up and feeling the emotion at, because this game really wants you to be absolutely on your knees with relief to finally have heard from your dad. It really does think it's doing something here. It really does think this is some kind of Mufasa moment. He murmurs, love is and remains. It hates those who didn't allow it, those who cast it aside with indifference, those who can't understand it. Understand it? Leonard, you raped a child. Leonard finishes his speech with, figure out what Rachel is saying, Nikki. She's here. You can take some time to look around here, not that you'd want to. There are naked sketches of Rachel all over his wall. A decade after her death, a direct result of his actions upon her, he draws her from memory, romanticizes her. Like with Humbert, the game tells us that these feelings were healthy and mutual, but unlike with Lolita, we never hear Rachel's voice. She's the only character in this game that never speaks, a specific action taken by the writers here because what could she say? No, instead we see Rachel through the dialogue of Irving and Leonard, two men who encouraged and cultivated a predatory sexual relationship and absolved themselves of blame when she died as a result. Irving comments, Leonard was a very special man. His soul was big enough to love both you and Rachel. You were just a jealous kid. Are we implying incest now? Are we implying that Rachel wanted a sexual relationship with her father? Or just that the love he had for Rachel was the same as the love he had for Nicole? If not, are we implying the innocent love of a father has any overlap with the vile impulses of a predator? Because of their age difference, their intellectual offsetting, their bond being purely manufactured on Leonard's end, there is nothing that can appeal to him about her. There's nothing they have in common. There's nothing between them, no matter how much this game insists that she was an adult in a child's body. And this is where the game not only gets worse, but triples down.
I know.
You see, Nicole is told that she is the
They
only
triple
person who brought
down?
the finale to the story. Rachel commits suicide, allegedly. Your mother seems to have committed suicide. Leonard seems to have committed suicide. Do you understand where I might be going with this? Nicole heads downstairs and finds Rachel's retainer in a blood-covered blanket in the trunk of her car. Like an awkward movie montage, her memory constipation finally clears up, and suddenly she just remembers everything. She remembers that out of jealousy, her mum murdered Rachel and staged it as a suicide. Nicole's mum beat Rachel to death with a hockey stick and then drove her out into the middle of nowhere.
What is this ending? Oh my god. No way. Like, that was what that was? You're telling me when she saw those mannequins there when she saw those mannequins there of the baby being held, that's what that was supposed to be. And one of them told, okay, that's, oh my gosh, what is wrong with these writers? Jesus Christ.
Now, I'm no coroner, but surely that would show. When we consider being beaten to death with a hockey stick, a thin wooden implement,
yeah, that's what I'm
a lot
saying.
of bruising, a lot of broken bones, and a lot of bleeding.
Unless she like
Probably
paid off
thin,
the
dark bruises where the
coroners.
sharpest part of the wood makes a small but heavy impact. Your mother then drove her out dead and threw her off a cliff. How long later? Yeah, she might shatter on the way down, but those wounds will then be post-mortem, since her body is.
That's what I'm saying. Like what? Did she like pay off the? It's like when you submit an essay last minute. Yeah, I just don't get what the point of this. Even in the 90s, they would have figured that out. Yeah, they would have. They had potential to make an actual, like, decent, like, good commentary story, but, like, this is what they came up with. That's
Dead, there will be no bleeding and no
God.
swelling, and the blunt force trauma will be much bigger.
Whatever.
Therefore, she'll have a set of
This
injuries
is just
from the
pissing me
hockey
off
stick in the
now.
initial murder, and then she'll have
It was
some
pissing me off
post-mortem
before, but it's
slackage
pissing me
from
off
her trip
even
down
more
the side
now.
of the cliff. Surely that would show on an autopsy as foul play. But anyway, why is this the big reveal? Why is this
Yeah,
the big
that's what I'm
scandal?
saying.
Irving is really insistent that Nicole keeps telling the story, but to what end? He already knows that she's dead. Rachel's life is ruined by Leonard and ended by Nicole's mother, but she was likely dead long before then. Two adults took a defenseless child and ripped her to pieces. Why push this any further? Why string this out? Rachel's corpse was rolled up in a blanket and, as we are consistently reminded, dies with a baby in her belly, presumably to force us specifically to have that mental image of a dead innocent mother, a victim to society who won't allow her true love. I mean, she's only 9 weeks along, so it's probably more the size of a fly. It's certainly not an infant. It would never survive out of the womb at that age. No organs or eyes, just some tiny limbs and a big alien head like a tadpole. The idea that we're calling it a baby at this point is a bit of a stretch. Like, you imagine some crying, breathing child, but it literally would have been a clump of cells the size of a pound coin. It's clearly a way for the writers to try and force some visceral image in your mind. After this revelation, Irving says, "We can all be reunited at last," and he kills himself. Wow. Irving walks out into the snow saying, "That's exactly what we did wrong, Nicole. We didn't do anything." What do you mean?
What is this? What is this? Shock, only shock. It's the story was, I don't even know what direction is this. So you're telling me the brother, like, this is so bad. I'm like, I don't know how, but I'm getting more pissed off every second. Like, I didn't even play the game. I'm just hearing it being talked about, but like every second I hear more about this game, it is pissing me off. I didn't think I was gonna be able to be pissed off more, but like, who are these writers? They need to never touch the like pen again. They never need to touch another story again. I wonder if they've made any other like games, because if they have, like, is it just as bad as this, or is this their first? This is a game, yeah. No. We're not listening to someone's dumb book. This girl is commentating about a game that was made and how poorly written it was. It is not well written at all, and the turns that they're taking for it is just very poorly written in every sense of like everything. Ugh, it is so bad.
Irving didn't do anything to stop her death. You saw her get groomed and raped by a man, and you claim it was true love. You enabled it. Why is pedophilia okay to you, but murder isn't? Irving dies.
Murder isn't okay.
Hilariously, he's in a snowstorm, and his cell service is absolutely perfect. You can't even hear the wind.
Tough, pragmatic, stubborn Nikki. We'll meet again. Another time. Beyond this horizon.
I heard enough time to get food, that's rare.
Everything is...
Hi, Irving. He killed himself, if you didn't know, Nikki.
He's always got perfect service despite it being 1993. Nicole has some kind of panic attack and starts hallucinating that other people are there, and you wait for a while until she blacks out.
How is the game gonna end?
This is the suicide bit I warned you about in the introduction. I'd love to drop it as a surprise, and if you've not got the stomach for it, skip to the timestamp shown on screen. Anyway, you wake up in Nicole's car. She's holding the retainer in one hand and a phone in the other, which...
Anyone mute what time are we at? Mute the stream for a couple minutes, or like 2 to 3 minutes. I'll say just mute the stream for like 3 minutes if you don't want to see this, but like there it is. She says it's not graphic, but it's first person, and you rather, you know, she puts the content warning. Love that for her. It's very sweet of her. Warning anyone else in chat if just in case.
On screen.
Just in case.
You wake up in Nicole's car. She's holding the retainer in one hand and a phone in the other, which rings. It's the lawyer from earlier. The conversation with him is pretty irrelevant, basically to keep the hotel or not keep the hotel. But onto the real issue here. The finale of this game is interactive suicide. Like the pedophilia and grooming we've seen so far isn't enough. This game is giving you a step-by-step guide on how to off yourself. And this is shown to be the good ending.
That is crazy.
This is the game reassuring you that you've atoned for your sins, done your family proud, and will go into the afterlife with them. There is no option to take this to the police, to clear Rachel's name and find her justice and give her family some kind of peace.
That is crazy.
That would mean sullying your parents' name, I guess, and they're the good guys according to this game. It doesn't make sense for your character to kill herself, bar insanity, and there's no motivation for you as the player to want her to do it either. If you turn the engine off, thereby wimping out, Nicole will ring her lawyer and tell him she's keeping the hotel. But this is the bad ending, the non-canon ending. The ending where Nicole selfishly refuses to reunite with her family in the afterlife.
That's crazy.
In the original release of the game, although this was patched after player complaints, no achievement pops for this ending. And if you want to complete the game, you need to try again and actually go through with the suicide. Not that this is all about achievements, obviously, but it just further cements an ending that they consider to be canon over an ending that they consider to be non-canon. Remember those books on esoteric Buddhism from day one? Yep, I bet you didn't think they'd be used to justify an interactive suicide scene in the finale. Nicole whispers, "I'm back home, and I'll stay here forever." You look up to the left to see a hose stuck in through the window. Nicole seems to be hallucinating her family with her and starts talking to her mum about her happy memories with her daddy. Like, this man has had to face absolutely nothing during this story. Rather than being the dark villain like he clearly is, he seems to have been the key to her happiness. After the horrifying reveal in the attic, Nicole is now somehow at peace, somehow ready to go into the afterlife and be reunited with her family. The only character in this game that has not been challenged in any way being her father, waiting for her with open arms. Nicole goes on to say, "When we see each other again, Rachel can come along." Like all the revelations of the last 9 days have meant nothing to her? Yes, sure, your victim of grooming and rape can come along and have a picnic with us if she likes.
This is such a poorly written story, it's
this
crazy.
is the truest state here, the happiest moment. You then have to step by step kill yourself. Or don't. Gear, dashboard, on, off, blah blah blah. The smoke starts coming in and your character comments that she can't see anything. And in the most mind-boggling finale of dreadful writing, insensitive handling of themes likely applicable to many of the people who would accidentally pick this up assuming it was some kind of murder mystery, and almost laughable justice, your character kills herself. The credits start to roll. I mean, what? This was written by a woman?
What? That is crazy. I was not expecting that, but that is crazy.
And that's the suicide of Rachel Foster, a game so horrendously short-sighted, so dreadfully ignorant, so disgustingly morally positioned that I couldn't help but talk about it at length. I picked that game up assuming from the title that it would be a cool murder mystery, maybe with some ghosts, maybe with some hoax, some rumours, some gossip, some cool puzzles. And what I got was Epstein's Gone to the Rapture? Paedophile Watch? What Remains of Pedo Finch? A disgustingly blasé examination of a heinous age gap, a betrayal of trust, and a situation of grooming and violation so explicit that it was impossible to ignore. I have never in my life seen a game handle themes like this so poorly, and I cannot fathom how nobody on the writing team thought to reassess any of this before it was put out to production. You see, Vladimir Nabokov's Lolita was never a morally good book. It never wanted you to like Humbert, it just wanted to see how far it could go with the concept. It takes the getting into the mind of the psychopath theme seen in titles like American Psycho, but it goes a bit too far. Lolita skirts the thin white line between understanding the mind of a predator and glorifying a paedophile. From the first person view of a protagonist who obviously sees pedophilia as an excusable and even wholesome activity, it is hard to read it and not see it as something that pushes for it. But it was an examination all the same, an uncomfortable one, a difficult one to read, a proper, unreliable narrator whose reality is entirely twisted alongside our own. Who sees the world through different eyes and reports back to us with plain-faced honesty. This game examines nothing because it challenges nothing. It takes the story of Lolita, tells it from another perspective, a character who is not a paedophile over a decade later, and still
I do want to write something on the apron, but I don't know
both ourselves and Nicole and fails miserably. This is absolutely no exercise in convincing or quality writing. This is just one team taking on subject matter they were
I just
never
need
equipped
to
to
do
handle
the
in the first place,
draw the
and
palms
fumbling
on
the
the
bag
last
big
one,
time
and
in a
that's it.
story that gets more
But for now, I'll
strongly
wait for that.
uncomfortable by the moment. All in all, do not play The Suicide of Rachel Foster.
Yeah,
Don't
this
even look at
not
it.
a good
Even if it's on
game.
sale, do not buy it. It's a 2-hour platinum. Don't touch it. This game is not worth your time. It does not deserve any chance you could give it. It does not deserve the grace of a central and centrist examination. This is a disgusting game made by people who do not understand the trauma associated with child grooming. And that is all I have to say about this. Thank you very much for watching.
Actually, really good video by her. I like that a lot. I'm definitely gonna have to check out more of her stuff. I think the way that I did not mean to replay it, but I think she has very interesting stuff. I might have to like check out her Twitch streams. See what a good game looks like. Yeah. But she had very good commentary. I thought she was very interesting. Very good. I like that a lot. But we did basically finish our thing. I just have to do the palms of the hands and then I'll be finished for today. And then I have to go bother Junior. He might actually, Junior might have fell asleep, honestly. I wouldn't be possibly, just because I know he said he wasn't feeling well, so he might have fallen asleep. But man, we have a couple videos to watch next time we do art, actually, so yeah. Gosh, that I never thought I'd be so pissed off at a horror story being so poorly written, but that every single second of that game, like just as it was building up more, I'm like, this is pissing me off more and more. I felt like I feel angry after that. Like it just how do you mess up writing like that badly? There's no way you do something like that badly. Oh, oops. There you go. All done. Oh, I forgot to add the collar on that one, but it's, you feel like they should have compensated everyone who played it for being so bad. I know. I think on Steam, I actually am very interested to see like the reviews on Steam because there's no way that they're good reviews. I think B said that they were mixed, but I want to see still. Store the suicide of Rachel. It's an $18 game. Yeah, it's mixed reviews. Let me see some of the reviews that have not recommended. Played it, finished it, will never play again. This game started off strong and I was enthralled with the game going on. However, the Lolita reveal in the second half ruined the sense of wonder. Yeah. I think some people this person just I don't think like I think some of people who are recommending it, this game should not be censored because people don't like the subject matter. I think it's just a poor portrayal of everything. $18 for two, yeah. Most people don't think it's good. I think the people who are recommending it are kind of missing the point of why it's just poorly written. It's genuinely, it just seems poorly written and how it's portrayed and everything. It's kind of crazy. I don't know that game. I'll have to look it up sometime. Still awakes the deep in yeah. Kind of crazy. Good literacy rate. That is true. That is true. Hi. It's super evil, so you're gonna go to bed like okay, all good, Miyoko, please take care. Oh my gosh. I appreciate you always supporting. It's so sweet. Just it's great, dude. Yeah. Okay, let me before I forget, save the thing. Save it. It's saved. Okay, now I can close everything. We could go over to the other screen. And we can go play something now, actually. Yeah, look. Oh, good. Thank you for the look. But man, that was... oh, ho, ho. That was an experience and a half. That experiencing the... I didn't even play the game, but hearing it was an experience. I'm gonna go open my door real quick because it's very hot in my room. I don't know what we're gonna play now. Let me go message Junior to see if he's up. If not, maybe... What do I want? I need to do something to like get me my mind off of whatever that game was. Okay, Overwatch. Ah, yes, that would definitely get my mind off of the game. I hate Steam so much. I hate Steam so much. Please get the stupid... Get these stupid games off my For You page. That's what's up. That's what's up. Actually, do I still have Subnautica downloaded? I kind of want to play Subnautica and be lost as hell. It's only 6 gigabytes. I'll install it. I'm gonna play some Subnautica. It'll be a little bit until it downloads. I should grab actually, I have a snack right next to me. So, is Subnautica Below Zero a continuation of the first game? Or what does Subnautica Below Zero have to do with the Subnautica series? It's more of a spin-off. So it's not really like important. Or would it be worth picking up? Why is my stream dying? Oh, it's because I'm downloading something. I'm just asking because it's on sale right now, but I have it on my wish list, and so I was wondering if it would be worth it because it's like on a big sale. I guess that's true. How long does it take to complete the first Subnautica? Is it all dependent on how much you like get into it? I'll buy it. $50? Yeah, I can finish it. I just be run it. No, probably couldn't. I want to restart my run of Subnautica. I want to restart it. But I'll buy Subnautica Below Zero for now. And maybe we'll play it sometime soon. It's almost done downloading, so my Wi-Fi should be good now. I can't wait to finish Dark Souls. Do smile. Thank you. So, I'm gonna be honest. I know the bare minimum about Subnautica. I have a save right here, but I'm gonna start a new game. I'll do a survival, but we'll try it again because I didn't get to play much of it. Wait. What am I waiting for? Oh. I started it. Oopsies. Oopsies.
Launch in 3.
Let me turn it down for chat real quick. I'll turn it down and wait, can I pause it? I think escape only skips cutscene. It's gonna hit me in the head. Ouchie. They pause before escaping. Music volume like 10. Ambient sound like down a whole bunch. Put it to like, I don't know, 75. That should be better, right? Am I in the game, lol? You are. How do I climb? Oh, I have to. Okay. Just gotta really make sure it's good there.
You have suffered minor head trauma. This is considered an optimal outcome. This PDA has now rebooted in emergency mode with one directive: to keep you alive on an alien world. Please refer to the databank for detailed survival advice. Good luck.
Okay. First time. Yeah, but we're good. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember a lot of what I've done before in Subnautica. Oh, this is gonna make me throw up, actually. Wait, is my food here?
The Aurora suffered orbital hull failure.
Let me go check.
Cause unknown. 0 human life signs detected.
Wait, Junior, are you back? Think you're gonna retire as a mod? I'm gonna throw up. I forgot how I should be good to just jump in. Oh, there's a ladder. Ah, lovely. Fishy.
Copper is an essential component of all powered equipment. Your probability of survival has just increased to unlikely, but plausible.
Oh, there it is. Junior, you ready to play some Repo? I only booted up Subnautica because I was waiting. Increased to unlikely. I'm just eating a protein bar right now, but it's not really filling me up. I'm waiting for my actual food. You have to. I don't know. You had to farto, or you saying you had a foo? What that mean? What's farto? Sure, acid mushrooms. I'm sure they'll help me. I need to find more copper.
Oxygen.
Alma? I'm being racist. I'm being racist. Help me, help me! I make a battery. I need more copper ore to do that. Iron cup. I also need to get food. Is you literally far? Okay, yeah. Okay, go do your farto and then and let me know when you're ready for repo. Or did you already do your farto? Oh, you did. We ready for repo then? What the hell? I did it. Good job. Okay, wait. Give me just a second. I'm gonna get super. I'm gonna turn this down to like. Oh no, that's the speed of that. It'll be a 60 graphic. But mouse sensitivity, I'm gonna turn down to like 5 maybe, because it is making me super motion sick. Accessibility. That's I feel like that's a lot better maybe. Traps. I forgot how to make everything in this game, so I'm just gonna collect things until I have enough materials. I need to find more metal and more copper. I don't know where to find more of the limestone.
Oxygen.
Can make more now. I can make titanium. Oh, I just need 3 titanium.
New blueprint acquired.
Acquired. And my dog's licking me. Look him back. Yeah, Subnautica is super scary to me too, but someone did buy me this game. I do want to finish it, but it freaks me out. Subnautica. That's such an ugly sound. I don't know what that was, TBH. This is an alien planet, though. Jagnotica. I want to make another oxygen tank. Like one more, so I can dive a little bit longer, but we'll have to see. He's farting, what the hell? Ugh, nasty. I was trying to grab one. He farted. Wait, why is that one yellow and that one's green? Oh, it was just the color. I need food. I forgot how to catch food. I don't remember. I'm gonna start starving soon. I just eat rocks. OT.
Detecting increased local radiation levels. Trend is consistent with damage to the Aurora's drive core, sustained during planet fall. Calorie intake recommended.
Like, there should be some emergency rations in here, no? Yeah. I'll take a water bottle too. How do I get out of this? Escape? Nope. Tab. How do I eat it? Tab. Consume.
Vital signs stabilizing.
You don't know. I don't care how this games. So basically, what happens? You are like, I think, a research scientist on some type of ship, and what ends up happening? Your ship crashes on an alien planet, and you have to like find your way to survive and get back to home. I think. That's the extent that I know of. Because you can see here, let me go out again. You see right there, that's our big ship that we were on, and it broke down, and we are just kind of abandoned in here. It's a really big fish that you see later on in the game. Oh, there's a first aid kit too, just in case we need to. Flare. Blueprints. I wonder if I can make another oxygen tank for 100, or what I could do. Oh, I can't. Chest. I should make some chests. Oh, I need. What is this? Cookies for all. Thank you, goods. Okay, we'll do a little more dive. Can I just grab a fish? I grab it. Oh, there. I got it. I got a fish. How do I cook it? Okay. How do I cook it? Ooh, we got a cured peeper. Oh, I didn't mean to eat it. I didn't mean to eat it. Well, I guess I won't be hungry for a while. I do have to get more foods ASAP. Grab it. Grab it. Grab it. There we go. What is that huge ass thing? That big thing there. Oh, there's some stuff here that we can look at. Scuba dive one day. Kids, grab your kid. He doesn't seem mean. He just... What is that? Fragment. Hey, can you be quiet? Give it a head pat. I'm scared too.
Alien life forms may have unexpected applications.
I grabbed him.
Utilizing alien resources is a proven survival strategy.
Not first time, but I guess kind of. It's been a while since I played. I never finished the game when I first started it. It was too scary. Get your egg. Come here. My fishy. Yeah, we basically did. This is our ship that we were on, and I don't think anyone else survived, and now we're living in a little pod over here. Because you ran out of power and got your sub stranded in a dangerous place. There is VR for this game. I do want to play Subnautica 2 with people. That's why I want to finish this game. Oh, I forgot that's the fish that gets turned into water. Okay, and then we can cook this fish. Keep it on us for food. Okay, I need to look for more stuff. I forgot what's the first actual thing that we need to make and stuff. We need quartz. I forgot where you find quartz, but... Yeah, the second one has multiplayer. Yeah. I forgot where to find everything. I remember where... Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. I remember I kind of knew where to find stuff before, but now I don't remember. I'm just going to go around real quick looking for some supplies for a little bit. The salt. There's some more stuff here, but I'm gonna go up for air. There's Alex could probably tell you better, but I don't think you necessarily need to play the first one, but it does help a little bit with the lore. Oh, my inventory's full. I see I gotta go make a chest. You just watch, like, yeah, a let's play for the first one if you just want to play 2. Look at that little fishy right there. Come here. Oh, couldn't grab it. Oh, I forgot my inventory's full anyways. Yeah, absolutely do not. Okay, yeah. If you want advice or help, just ask. Thank you, Glitched. You know actually why the first one of the reasons why I never finished my first Subnautica run. Someone was judging me super hard about how I was playing Subnautica. They're like, why don't you have this yet? Why aren't you doing this? I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Why are you judging me so hard? They kept like being so insistent about like, why didn't you do this? Why haven't you done this? I was like, what the hell? I don't know. I'm just doing stuff, man. Just let me live. Isn't this it? Okay. Good lore reference, but nothing that picks again. I forgot. Oh, you put this. There we go. Okay. Actually, what can I do with my scrap metal? Let's put the alien egg in there because I don't know what it does. We got storage on. I keep forgetting it's tab. Okay. Hear more. The only question that he likes to ask when it comes across, especially first time, is where they've been so far to get the idea of it. Mm-hmm. Make batteries. Oh, I did not mean to make that, but like, sure. I mean, I'll take it. Forgot what we need for each thing. Air pump. I remember last time I wanted to make this. Silicone rubber. I forgot where I find that. I don't need to eat for now. I do need to drink some water, I see. I'm thirsty. I do need to get more water. I think that will be my first thing. We'll be getting more water. Yeah, if I do need any help, I will definitely ask, Glitch. I do appreciate it so much. I guess I'll just make my scrap metal into, it's tab, you dumb hoe. Sorry, I couldn't remember the button. I'll make my scrap metal into this so I can have more room in my inventory. I was yelling at myself, sorry. Oh, what kick W means? It's just an emote, Junior. It's just an emote. I was like, what do you mean? You were just asking what kick W means. That's it. It's an emote. It's like a laughing, yeah, a laughing emote. How do I move this? Can I guess I... Grr. I'll put that away for now. I'll have to make another one of these, but let's go exploring. I need to grab these guys for water. Wait, no, not those guys. Which guys were it? Which one of the flat fishies give water. Or was it that guy? No, it's not that one. I remember. Okay, we're gonna go look for the fishies for water. Spoilers, you know, people sometimes... Yeah. You don't give water. Can't find any of the fishes that give you water. I need aqua. And grab. Why are you so fast? Yeah, my goal right now is to get more water. Oh, those ones right there. Those ones, that's what the ones I need. Okay. You get a bunch of those just for some water. I need to extract them for their H2O. What's in here? I remember those ones. I forgot those explode on you. I forgot about them for a second and I just remembered them. I was like, what is that? And I just remember they just explode on you. No, another one. Get away. Ugh. Go away. Okay, here we go. Do I have the capabilities of getting this? I do. Ow! Ouchie. Dang, I'm scared too. Try that. Oh wait. I feel like it's so hard to see my thing. Oh, underwater, it's easier to see.
Caution. Continued degradation of the Aurora's drive core may result in a quantum detonation. Continuing to monitor.
There is the other modes where there's, like, this is survival mode, but they have the freedom mode where you don't have to worry about oxygen and stuff, I think, and food. Then they have the creative mode. Aqua. Aqua, please. I actually have to see if this is still good to consume. Make my last 2 fishies into aqua. Just I'll consume 2 waters. Does your health slowly regenerate in this game when you're full or no? I can't remember. Do you know? Or like how does... Okay, yeah, it does. It does regenerate. Very slowly, yeah. I think I remember that. What do I need for quartz? Glass. Oh, I need a glass for the thing. I need 2 glass. Okay, I need 1 more glass because we want to make a higher oxygen tank. Okay. Infinite medkits. Oh, wait. I didn't know that gives... Okay, wait. I didn't know that gives you another. Okay. Then I could just use the one that I have in my inventory. Thank you for telling me. I did not know that was an infinite medkit. I'll take one with me. I want more of those water fishies. I don't want to go too deep just yet until like I start getting more of the stuff that I need for... I remember I had to travel kind of far for some of the stuff that I needed, but is 75 as much as I can have right now? Or can I make another oxygen tank just to make it like 100 or something? Or do I have to have the higher oxygen tank for that? I'm gonna go... No, I can grab that one. I just finish hospital and just go back home safely.
30 seconds.
I can make my other glass real quick. You need a higher action check, but if you have multiple in your inventory, you can swap. Oh, and fly. Oh, it just takes a... Okay, okay. I probably won't do that. I'll probably try to do it like, just get a higher oxygen tank. But that's very nice to know. Thank you, thank you. see this? Thank you so much. I'm gonna cry. Sorry, I'm just gonna cry because I don't know. I cry when people are just nice to me. But this is what I mean when I like, hey, we could just chill together. You don't have to yell at me for not knowing how to do something. Just drop the inventory on death a lot better. Leaves behind a little black box. Oh, nice. Okay, okay. I don't think I've actually died in this game before. Can I be honest? I don't remember dying ever. Down. That's down. Come here. I'm gonna put all the things that I need for my other stuff in here real quick. Wait, no, I need you. Just put anything that I don't need in there for now. And all my survival stuff on me. More water. I do need more water again, actually. I think that's gonna be our goal right now. Because we have some bars, we have a fishy. We'll probably get more food. Food and water seem to be our biggest thing right now. And then we can start getting... I forgot where I get silver. I know it's like deeper underground, but for now, I'm just gonna try to get the like, you know, bare necessities for now. Hello? Just did tricks on me. There you go. He's farting, disgusting. Okay, we got... Okay. I want to get a few more. There's one more here I wanted to grab. Okay.
30 seconds.
Okay. We have like 6 of those fish, I think. I'll probably get a couple more, maybe. You're pretty sure that even so your deaths were just drowning? The one time you were accidentally too close to the Aurora at the wrong time and didn't realize you could die that way? Interesting. Okay, now I want to get regular fishies so I can get food. Can I just grab you, little guy? Hey, can you, Oh, I can't grab those guys, I see. They're too big for my little hands. I can grab the boomerang fish, though. If it wasn't so fast. There we go. You're not that fast. You're fast, but not that fast. I'm struggling just a little bit.
30 seconds.
I want to get one more fishy. Actually, I can get one more of these guys. Then, if I can, grab this little guy. If he wasn't... Damn! Damn! Damn!
Oxygen.
I want to make as much water as I possibly can because I think it's gonna be important for me. And then food, I'm not too worried about because it seems like hunger doesn't go as quickly away as sorry. My brain is going so slow I can't speak English properly sometimes. Hunger goes away slower than thirst. That's what I'm trying to say.
The fabricator cooks small organisms while disposing of the skeletal structure, bodily fluids, and internal organs, thus rendering them safe for human consumption.
Okay, so we have a lot of water, so we should be good for a little bit to explore. Okay, wait. I forgot what we need. We have, so for the oxygen tank, we have the glass, we have the titanium, we need this one, so we need a little bit more titanium. I think we have a lot of titanium for it, so we should be fine. We just need silver ore. I'm gonna look up if I can find silver ore because I don't remember. In chat, you could try to help me, but I am very much more of a visualizer than word descriptor sometimes when it comes to like navigating things. So, I might stop playing in just a little bit, because I am super hungry. I don't know when my food will get here, but I'm getting to the point where my hunger is making me a little bit dizzy. Just a teensy bit dizzy. So I might have to grab another snack before my food gets here. Subnautica, silver. I ordered food. It's on its way, I think. I hope. Your current air tank to make a better air tank. Oh, you can unequip your current air tank to make a better one. Oh, okay, so we already have that. We don't have to make another one. Okay. Yes, that's what I meant. Thank you. The wiki should tell me maybe. Yeah, my brain is going a little. I like looked at this. I looked at the message. I was like, "What does he mean?" And then I was like, "Wait, I know what he means now." It's in the like seaweed place, I think. I think. So let's go check there. I don't know what the biomes are called in this game. I just call it like what I think it's called. I know there should be some silver here in theory, but we'll see. Like somewhere around here in these parts. That's definitely not seaweed, but you know, might as well grab it. Salt for curing stuff. Do I have to go down here? For gore? Nothing here.
Life on this planet grows in unusually distinct and diverse ecological biomes. Further study recommended. 30 seconds.
Another creature egg. Okay, we still have room. I remember these being helpful in some type of way. Oh, I don't have a knife yet to cut them. Oh, do I have to go down further? I don't remember having to go down that far. Oh, that might hurt me a little bit. Do you just question, do you die immediately when you run out of oxygen? Or does it take some time? Does it like tick down? That's lead. I want to find out.
silver-based
silver ore.
wiring kits are an essential component of many habitat modules.
What the hell? Get away, get away, get away, get away, get away. He's trying to bite my toesies. He's trying to bite my toesies. You get a few seconds after you hit 0 to get hair and then you die outright. Okay, okay. Also, question, what do we do with the creature eggs? I never found out what you do with the— oh, he's gonna bite me. Is he on me? Okay. I just need one more silver, I think. Or how many silver is it? I forgot. Oh, I just need one?
30 seconds.
I would still like a few more. You put them in a tank and hatch them for— oh, we can hatch them! Yay!
Oxygen.
Oh, I have one silver. Okay, we can make our item now, actually. Okay, nice.
Warning. Local radiation readings suggest the Aurora's drive core has reached critical state. Quantum detonation will occur within 2 hours.
I'm sure that's fine. I don't have anything to worry about. Like, I'm sure nothing bad will happen. In a tank and hatch. Okay. Wait, sorry, I just read that. I was like, my brain just— sometimes my brain just like does like the Men in Black— is it neuralizer, is it called? And just forgets messages that I just read. It just neuralizes that message. Oh wait, I have to go back out and pick up my stuff from the containers. I need my glass. Where's my glass? My glass. Some titanium. I think it's like 4. I think. Okay, let's see. And then my oxygen tank I can take off and make it better. Yay! We did it. Yippee! 90 seconds of oxygen. That's really good. Okay. Even after all this time, you still accidentally hit escape. Yeah, I keep doing that. I think it's because every other game it's escape, and like having it be a tab for this one, it's kind of weird. Okay. Let me message you. Okay, I wanted to put away some stuff in my chest. I wish you could stack things. I don't know what to put.
Congratulations, survivor. You have exceeded your weekly exercise quotient by 500%. Data indicates that swimming was your favorite activity. Be sure to vary your routine for uniform muscle development.
So the next thing is silicone rubber. I think we want better flippers. That would make sense. I just don't remember where to find that. Silicone. That's from the kelp? Oh, so we need a knife now. Because we need a knife to cut it, no? So we need... Wait. Then how do we get a knife? What would be the next best step for us then? Because I thought it was we would need... But we need the knife in order to get the rubber. Or should I just go searching for some stuff? Or can you find seed clusters already like broken off? Oh, you don't need a knife for this. I see. I tried to go up to the glowing bulbs before, but it didn't let me collect them for some reason. Maybe I wasn't close enough to them? Okay, my food is on its way finally. It took forever to get prepared though. It's on its way though. Yippee! Oh, I just had to get closer. I wasn't close enough. I should be fine with that. Okay. Oh, I might. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That could have been it too. Price for gore. You know, can I be honest? I'm having so much. I know this is like just I'm having so much more fun with this now that I like am not being yelled at for doing something wrong. It's so much fun. I mean it's really fun. I'm enjoying it. We need to make silicone. I'm just gonna use it all. And what else do we need for it? Titanium. I think I left my titanium in my thing. Okay. Yeah. See, I think people get very passionate about how they play the game, so they just start throwing all of their stuff onto people, being like, "That's not how you do this." Because I like, you know, I'm all for people playing games however they want, but it's just like if you don't want to watch someone play a game like how they want to play it, just don't like close the stream. Just leave them alone, you know? Like, I don't know, just close it. You know, you don't have to be there. 2, 4, I think I need 8. 2, 4, 6. Okay, there we go. I really want to get to my one goal that I really want to do is base expansion. I wanted to make another chest, and then also I want to unpin that, and then oh, the rebreather. I wanted to do the rebreather too eventually. I remember that's probably a farther goal, but like the rebreather was one that I really wanted to figure out how to make, but I never did last time. Alright. What are we making? Knife. A knife.
Weapons were removed from standard survival blueprints following the massacre on Abraxas Prime. The knife remains the only exception.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Glitch. You're always very, very sweet whenever you pop up in chat, and I do appreciate you just like coming in, helping me out, being chill about it. Always appreciate it. Okay, you have knife. I wanted to place down another chest because I know you can label the chest, but I'll just like, you know, eventually it's gonna be so like unorganized. I'm like, what chest is what? Put the egg in there. Oh, I didn't mean to drop the egg. You know what I want to try? I want to try modded Subnautica because I've seen some. So the only reason why I say that is because I've seen some mod. Oh wait, we can make the flippers now. No, we need 2 of them, I think. I saw a mod. Like I've seen some mods that look really cute. That would be fun to play. You getting frustrated when people are too panicked to pay attention to anything around them. Okay, it's not worth it. Yeah. See, that's what I get it. Sometimes like you watch someone play a game and it makes either sometimes some people do have good intentions while other people don't. And you're like, oh my gosh, I want to help this person. You like start like trying to explain them. There's some really expansive mods for some. Yeah, I've seen some really expansive ones and I'm like, that's so cool. I love that.
The fabricator draws from available data to provide environment-appropriate equipment using locally available materials. For your safety, this setting cannot be overridden.
Is fiber mesh just an item I can pick up, or is it something specific I have to look for? Because I want to get, I think that's my next thing is the rebreather, I think. And then eventually see if I guess I can figure out how to expand the base eventually. You just want to help people, but sometimes you just want to call people an idiot and tell them to calm down because they looked at what they were searching for 7 times. So I still didn't realize that. Yeah, that's fair. Because, like, I get it. I do that sometimes too, where I'm just stupid because I'm like, what does that mean? Oh, I don't know. That's fair. Wait, is my food here? I gotta keep checking because I won't hear it on my phone. Fiber mesh is made from kelp you get with a knife. Okay, so I have to like cut the kelp, I believe. Is it here? Okay, there we go. Is it, how much does it take? Oh. Can you leave me alone? I got a knife. I'm not afraid to use it. I got a knife. Yeah, that's what I thought. Stay back. No, actually, I put Subnautica 2 places have been an exercise like nobody. They'll notice eventually. Has been funny about it, yeah. Right, there we go. Okay, there we go.
Emergency. A quantum detonation has occurred in the Aurora's drive core. The reactor will reach a supercritical state in T-minus 10.
I'm sure it's
9,
fine.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
I'm sure this is fine, right? That looks fine. We can buff that out. That can be buffed out.
For your convenience, the radiation suit has been new blueprint data acquired.
required. I'm guessing if we get the radiation suit, we can go in there. First, eat food, and then drink some water. We'll have to get some more water, actually. Fiber mesh and lead. Oh, we actually have... Wait, do we have 2 lead? Wait, we can maybe make it. We need fiber mesh and lead. I think we have 2 lead. You thought the game didn't give you a bigger heads up for the boo. It's either we have 1 lead or 2. Oh, we have 1. So I just need to get a few more. Okay, I need to get 4 more fiber mesh. Because I need it for... Wait. I need... I can actually check it in here. For the rebreather, I think you just need 1, no? You just need 1 fiber mesh? Yeah, okay. So rebreather needs 1 fiber mesh, so we need to get 2 more creep vines. This one needs 2, and we just need 1 more lead. So I need 2 vines. 2 vines. Can I actually change my hot bar? I forgot how to change my hot. I want to move this. Oh, I could just do that. That's hard. 2 creep vines and then 1 more lead. Okay. Oh, I see 1 more. Okay, and I will literally stab you. Yeah, come here. Yeah. That's what I thought. Now that I'm equipped with a knife, you want to pull up. You want to pull up. Like, homie doesn't want the smoke. Gold? Silver. There's more salt here. What is that thing? I haven't been here
Local
yet.
Scans show a nearby cave entrance, depth 90 meters, leading to an unknown environmental biome.
I'll have to go check it out later, lady. More gold. I actually don't know what gold is used for, but I'm sure it's pretty important. What is that? I'm gonna go get some air real quick then. There's just capros. They're protecting the shines. That's fair, but if he's gonna pull up on me, like he gotta know. He's gonna catch these hands. Okay, I need 1 more piece of lead. I'm sure there's another place that might be better, but let me just check around here real quick just to see if I can get any more little like pockets. Right here, maybe. What is that? Titanium. Titanium. Lead.
Be advised, a common complication for cave divers is loss of orientation, followed by eventual asphyxiation.
Okay, we got some more. Here's some stuff. Gold is just for a lot of mid to late. Yeah, I figured. Just like real life. Okay. Makes sense. I was gonna say, I figured like it's used for later stuff, but I don't know if it was like something specific, like that was like very good that you had to get. Okay, so we can make the radiation suit now. We just gotta just gotta... What was I thinking? My brain lost every train of thought that was possible. We just gotta look for a wiring... Oh, S. Apparently that one's gonna be called S. What was I looking for? I don't remember, actually. I said I needed something from the chest, but I don't remember what. So I'm just gonna go, like, go do this real quick. Okay, so now we can make the radiation suit. That took a while. Radiation suit, radiation gloves, radiation helmet. Dude, not soup. Radiation soup. Yummy. That's really funny. I didn't really enunciate my words, so that's fair. Oh, there, we can make a wiring kit. Oh wait, we can make the rebreather. Well, I found out how to make the rebreather. Can you only have the rebreather on or the radiation helmet? Or can I have both on? Okay, I can only have one or the other. Okay, I will keep that one on for now and keep the other one on me for later. You should make a I would love a bracelet that said good soup, Santina. That'd be so cute. For hand tools, you mostly need titanium batteries. Remember, one needs you remember one needs a piece of sulfur, another needs diamond, but you... Okay. Thank you. I think I'm gonna get more food. Is gonna be my first goal here, you guys. Because I do think I need more food. This one full. Okay. We need more food and water. So this actually, we still need more food. Okay, so we're gonna go hunting for some more fishies and stuff. Let's go up for a breath of air, then do this. You won't need unless you yeah, I was planning on going towards it, but maybe I'll just put this in a chest for now. Or the radiation helmet. I put it in the chest for now. I thought I had the other one on. I thought it was confusing. I do need 4 of these so I can put my helmet. Okay, I will name these accordingly. What's in this one? Oh, is my food here? Nope, not yet. Not quite yet. Okay, that should be fine for now. It's near my stuff. Okay. Food, water, right here. Water. Okay. I want to get more salt though, so I can cure my food instead of cooking it, because it would be really good to cure my food versus Just cooking it, I think. I like the boomerang. The hell is this fish doing? What kind of moves this guy has? Okay, how many water fishies we have? We have a lot of water fishies. I want to get a few more water fishies, and then I think I'll feel good. Just like a couple, like.
Oxygen.
Oh, I forgot I need air. I think that should be good for now. I just want to get a little bit more salt actually before I go back on my ship, because salt is good. Salt is yummy. It's kind of hard to see TBH, so I might just, you know what, we'll just go back up. I think I have some salt in my chest, but I don't know. We'll check. Yes, we do have some salt. We have one more salt anywhere. Alright, it's okay. We don't have quite enough salt. If you find some quartz, you should be able to... Oh, we can make a Okay, okay. I think I did have I might not have any quartz. I might be wrong. I thought I had some, but... Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. What is this type of Oh, that's bleach. I was like, what kind of water is that? It's bleach. Did you... Oh, yeah, I did. I remember what quartz looks like now. Now that you said it. I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I'll check my chest real quick to see if I have any spare. I probably only have one spare if I had to guess, but... Or... No, we'll see. We'll click the last one. Okay, we have cured fish. And that... Okay, I see. We'll try to cure more fish because causes... Oh, this one gives you 8. So this one takes away H2O, that one gives. Makes sense, but the other one expires over the other. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. Let me check my chest real quick. Whoops. Copper, lead. Gold, copper. Oh, I might not have any left. I don't have any left. We could go check the caves real quick. This one, maybe? Oh, whoa.
Detecting sulfur deposits in the local cave systems. Sulfur is an essential component of the repair tool.
Sulfur, sulfur. Up this way. I don't think this is where I found quartz, but that's good to know about that cave right there. There's a little cave. Tiny cave. There's some quartz. Okay. One quartz right there. We'll have to get air real quick. It'll be tricky to find since he's... Oh, okay, okay. And food, but they degrade. As they degrade, they take water. Okay. Need a, just I don't know how many more quartz we need, but I guess it would be nice to have just a little bit more quartz anyways, because I never know when I can find it useful. There. Yeah. Oh, whoa, this is a big thing. Oh yeah, this is big. I've never found this before. This is my first time. I want to check out that tiny cave. Okay, let me go up for air real quick and then come back and check this out. I want to check out that cave. Let's get one more quartz. I should... I have a little bit of inventory left to see what's in here. This... Oh, it's a creature egg. I don't want to go deep. I have time. Oh, those are tiny creature eggs. They're the boom boom fish. Oh, he is kind of angry at me. Take the middle ones and then get out of here for now. Oh, the gold flew away. Might as well grab this one. I almost have full inventory. Or crash fish eggs? Oh. Interesting. I guess I'll see what those look like later on whenever I get to hatch stuff. So, let's see what these... Probably have to get more water. Is my food here? Nope. Sorry, I get like I'm trying to check my phone for notifications. Not here yet. That's deployables. Equipment for me. Yeah. Let me see. Blueprints. Miss Lady has for me. The notifications go away for this. Okay. Bro, go away. There we go. Here's a flash. Oh, flashlight. Battery and glass. Okay. One trick that with crash fish is they swim away for a moment to start with and then swim straight back past them. You see you effectively if you have to turn around. Okay. Okay, I need glass and battery. Oh, I need 2 acid mushrooms. I have a bunch in my chest. I'll probably organize my chests a little bit better by what's in them. But for now, everything gets slapped everywhere. I forgot I have a chest in my thing. And then this one has not a lot in it. I'm guessing for a battery we need like 2 quartz. Battery. Oh, just copper ore. Need copper ore and 2 acid mushroom. Okay, food is here. Give me a sec, I'll be back.
やれやれ。
So sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm back. I'm back. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was grabbing my food. Oh, have a good rest though. Data, thank you for the raid. Also, hi Kaime, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, thank you. Konnichiwa, I am Maid Connie at your service. Connor Connie. Oh. I hope Jada's stream was good today. What was she playing? Because my thing you were playing Phasmophobia? Phasmophobia was so much fun. It is kind of glitchy right now, but fun. Oh, oopsie. I just dropped my phone. Just dropped my phone. Okay. I have my food now. I think I got all my food. Yeah, I did. You know what I forgot? I forgot utensils. I was like, there's something important I'm forgetting. Utensils. To actually eat my food. Ooh, they cooked everything perfectly. Like it's dog food. I will go grab utensils in just a second. I just want to open my drink. I got so I got IHOP. If you don't know what IHOP is, it's called the International House of Pancakes. It's a very American restaurant, probably in Canada too, but mostly American. It's known for its pancakes, but I got so they have steak tips. So you can get steak tips with it's like a steak tip meal with onions and mushrooms, but I don't like mushrooms, so I don't get the mushrooms. Ironic, isn't it? I have mushrooms all over my uniform and I don't like mushrooms. It's a steak tip meal. It's pretty yummy. It comes with eggs, hash browns, and pancakes. And I'm about to mess it up. Dude, internationally in 2 countries. I guess it's technically that's really funny now that I think about it. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. Let me try the drink because I shouldn't be having coffee at this time, but I kind of want to do a long stream today, so maybe it's fine. Oh, it's super sweet. It's pretty good. Not too bad. Okay, let me go. I'm gonna go get more water, get a utensil, and then go pee real quick because I do have to go pee. So I'll be right back. Again, sorry. Also, hi, MCat Gaming. Welcome in. I hope that you're well. I'm back. You go to IHOP? Really? I didn't know that. I thought it was mostly, well, it's probably mostly American, but like, I did not know it was actually international. Can I be honest? That's kind of crazy. I feel like it wouldn't be popular in other places. But they probably have it orientated towards the country, now that I think about it. I probably won't eat my pancakes right now, TBH, but I will eat everything else. I'm about to tear it up. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is so good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Maybe I will eat my pancakes after this. Yeah, that's what I was just told. The Below Zero is kind of like a spin-off that's just like a bit more fun. Poor choices by the devs. Oh, that kind of sucks. I'll put my music on back for now. IHOP is in Americas, Middle East, India, Pakistan, and Philippines. Damn. It is actually international. I was wondering why it's actually called. Let's see. Moment McDonald's more international than the restaurant that calls themselves international. Mm. This is so good. You guys got Taco Bell and Five Guys before IHOP? Amy, I'm curious, Glitch. Would you be interested in actually going to an IHOP? Because I want to know, like, it doesn't feel like a place that, like, I don't know, like, it's so American, but like I said, it's probably like dishes are orientated more towards the country than anything else. You want Taco Bell here? It's where, don't worry, you're not missing out on Taco Bell. I like to say that Taco Bell is definitely one of those places that you just go to best, like, is like hungover food. Or, I mean, at times Taco Bell can hit, but it's not really like, it's not like no tacos in general. That's kind of crazy, I feel like. I wonder what's the reason. Is trash craving food? Yes, that's the perfect way to put it. Mm-hmm. App would be probably do well in some parts. Oh, okay. Maybe it would do well then. Going to be. Whoever made my food today put so much love and care into it. I love you. Really? Starbucks bankrupted itself when you tried to come there. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to Repo. I'm gonna save my game real quick. Let me go back to the ship, and Junior invited me to Repo, so we're gonna hop over to Repo. And make it yourself. You're also lacking good tortillas. I think that's the key thing. Use some good tortillas. Start outpricing themselves with local coffee shops, yeah. Yeah, making tacos is really easy. It just depends on what type you're making. Yeah, usually tacos are very easy to make. Not to mention becoming increasingly hostile to well being a coffee shop. Yeah. Waltzed into Australia with their American coffee, thinking they would blow, but no worries. Willing to learn the hard way. Really love proper coffee. That is true, yeah. It kind of sucks that it has been that way. A month, and reached to 50 maybe. Sounds about right. Da, 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 da. Here, recently is a sucker for American culture. I think Starbucks is the only thing that can work like for mostly America, unless they very much orientate their stuff towards the country that they're in. You know. Is my repo not opening? Hello. I think in general, just because of immigrants, too. Still launching now? Okay, now it's launching, maybe. Oh. Let me turn on my music. Food standards are so low that most places have recipes and sell products. Junior? Locally old restaurants always do better, yeah. Made some bracelets, you're excited to make more later. Did you send pics? Dina, let me see. So cute. Those are so cute. Every culture has different tastes, yeah. Hold up. If we have too much of it in a lot of American products, especially if it's high fructose corn syrup, a lot of things use it. I think it's just because of the overuse of it in a lot of products for no reason. Is the reason why for it. It is basically, it is the same, but it's just, I always say preservatives don't matter as much because I would rather, like, it's not like bad. It's just the overconsumption of it in a lot of American dishes is what it comes down to. New news streaming. He wants to do share chat. Yeah, that's fair, babe. There's a lot of, like, there's actually a lot of, like, actual, like, how do I say, health influences. There's a few food and health influencers. There's this one nutritionist that I really like to watch. She's Asian, and the way that she talks about food is so, like, refreshing and so nice, where it's, like, not, like, puts you off and with being healthy with food. There we go. I don't even like cereal as a breakfast food, can I be honest? I think I don't like cereal. Unless it's like very plain. I guess I like Cheerios. I just don't like cereal in general. I've never really liked cereal. I could just be weird. What? Yeah, I'm definitely saving my pancakes for later. You'll die without your cereal, that's fair. There he is.
Hey.
Hmm.
I was just setting up my stuff. I was just like, oh, might as well, you know?
There are healthy cereals for sure. I just don't personally like cereal.
Oh, girl. My body's just off.
We were just talking about
I have a
foods.
hole in my tooth, and I haven't, like, gone to the dentist or anything.
That's fair. They're expensive. But you knew.
I'm like,
I just finished my food. It was so yummy.
why am I on that pain? Why? Oh.
Most cereals are basically just stomach filler at best. Yeah. I'll push.
Is Rico gonna not let me play my music? That's some poopy shit.
Why is your ping so high, girl?
I know.
It spiked for no reason. It was at 200. And I'm like, you're the host.
I'm the hoe. Well.
Dental health is so hard to keep up with. Yeah, it is. TBH.
I'm not be able to. The only song I have downloaded on my Spotify is Pinky Up, and I'm not gonna just keep replaying that. I mean, I could. Well, you see. Oh, well, they'll be fine listening to Pinky Up over and again. Pinky Up. Okay, mind you, we're starting on level 6.
I couldn't. I love songs. So, I'm like weird the opposite. You know how you like love a song, Junior, you put it on repeat? I'm the opposite. If I love a song, I can't put it on repeat because then I will get sick of it and then I'll feel upset about it because I'm like, no, I don't want to be sick of the song that I like.
No, you're like, this is such a good song.
Yeah. I think it's so funny that like it's like opposites for us.
Oh, that breeze outside feels so good. I'm wet now. Okay, let's do this.
How's the weather where I am? Right now it's been weird. It's like cold at sometimes, like super cold, like rainy. And then it goes the opposite where it's like pretty, like it's actually nice weather. It's like sunny, but with a nice breeze outside.
Well, earlier over here.
Is on your sis with?
Shouldn't be that much of a
in
difference from us. When
What?
it comes to weather, it shouldn't be that much of a difference, huh?
I guess the only thing, do you guys have like major snow for you guys? I'm in a mountain,
maybe,
kind of like mountain forest. That's why.
Oh yeah, maybe not then.
It's usually
Because,
pretty
like,
similar though.
Because it's always wet over here. Like it's always raining. Always fucking rain, dude.
Oh yeah,
even
luckily
during
it's
the
not
summer.
always raining for us. I don't know if it could.
It's so depressing over here.
Speaking of what, Anna says my city rains all year round.
Oh. Your cat.
It's raining a lot, but still 90. Oh, that's disgusting. It's raining, but it's 90. Where's Miyoko? Oh wait, I forgot I had one boot on. It looks so stupid. You're in a drought, so you need it, but like, damn, yeah, that's fair. Oh, Chaska coated. No, I am Chaska coated, but I only got one boot. I was gonna say, where's Miyoko?
I thought you said you only had one move. Wait a minute.
Crazy.
One boob?
I only have one boob.
Hey.
Do you want to hop in Discord too so we can have each other's PNGs on screen? Or no? Oh.
Oh, that's right, yeah. There you go. Sorry.
I was like, what?
pinky down.
Let me see if Miyoko's in Kai's server. And if you want to...
All
do you want to
right.
vote? Oh, do you want to mute each other on Discord, or how do you want to do this? We can just mute ourselves?
I muted you already.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
There
we
we
can
go.
mute ourselves too, yeah.
Yeah. Well, if we mute each other, then our PNGs still, like, move, you know? Because if we mute, then we can... Yeah. Or, oh, wait, not that. I need to turn you down on Discord. You know the volume button? Just turn me all the way down instead of muting me. Because then it will still move. Yeah.
Oh my god. There you go.
Period. Singular titty.
I hella forgot. I
and
was
Jack.
like, where is my peen?
You said you and Jack sound similar. It's because they're gay, isn't it? No, I'm just kidding.
It's because Jack and I are black. Is that why?
Yeah, Jack is so yeah.
Yeah, because we're black.
That is the funniest thing ever.
Oh no, chill. Alright, good night.
Jack is gay? Jack is bi, more specifically.
Yeah,
Rick,
right.
you know that. Stop joking around. You knew that. You've been known.
He's bi. Yeah, right.
He is. He's like, actually, he is.
I need to have a talk with him.
But he's bi, but I think he has a male, like, you know, male lean. You know how usually bi people usually have like a lean towards one gender? I think he leans more towards men, though. Jack is bi.
Oh.
Like, straight, like, actually. I'm not...
Is that
Jack
why
is
he's
bi.
a top? That actually makes so
That's
much
probably,
sense.
yeah. You didn't know this, B? I thought him being a
I
furry made it
genuinely thought he
abundantly
was
clear.
full gay.
Full gay,
Wait,
yeah.
really? I wouldn't have ever thought that. That's so crazy.
You thought he was full fruity? That's fair. I don't know how much
thought
his
he was
lean
fully
is,
gay.
but I think he really does lean towards more towards guys, just because of how straight men are. Like, genuinely, he just doesn't. Yeah, he just does not like straight men, so he usually just instead lean towards men. Well, we can
I'm pretty
ask him
sure
when
it would
he
have sounded
gets.
offensive if he was here. Ricky.
I don't like straight men either. He doesn't want to be associated with straight men, so that's why I think he's usually.
They're just disgusting.
I was gonna say something, but without him here, he sounds very offensive. What do you mean?
It's gonna sound offensive no matter what, boo.
Yeah, that's why you date women now. Are you? I know you buy 2B, but are you like 90% women? Or are you full Sapphic now, or like full Liz? Liz.
Dragon, of course you come in here to say that real quick. Into general Discord, because I was trying to say that MJ was getting fucked, but I said fuckled. And then he comes in fuckled. Dragon real quick. Girl, you haven't been here this whole time.
Dude, my man attracted. That's funny. As a street man myself, I can. Yeah, Jack is gonna be here later, you guys. Though, if I'm,
dude, I didn't even know that.
You want to play? I think Jack is gonna be here at 9:30. He's finally free. He doesn't have any less work now, so he can play games with us.
That makes a lot of sense, B.
But not enough to date one. Ew, that's so fair.
Right.
So valid. I said this was full
I'm not gonna
covers.
lie, I didn't know Penguin was a guy.
Who? Penguin? Oh, you didn't know Penguin was a guy?
No, whole time I deadass thought Penguin was a girl. That is crazy.
Really funny.
Have
You
I
like
ever
men in
heard
theory,
Penguin
not in
talk before?
practice. Yeah.
I don't think so. That's probably why.
That's probably why. Well, we play golf. Were you in voice call when we played golf?
I think so, but I don't think. Was Penguin talking?
Yeah, Penguin was talking.
I can't remember.
Yeah,
Penguin
maybe you
is a
just don't
bird.
remember. Penguins and birds can be boys and girls.
Yeah, who would date a guy? Ew. Yeah.
Says dating. Everyone's an ew. Who would date a guy that everyone's dating? Some type of man.
Get that gay shit out of here. I can do this shit.
I forgot bird was a gender. True.
Are we? I feel like we're never going to use this shit just because it's
not good.
So,
like, I feel like you would fall off the map by accident because of it.
Yeah.
And it's
Get
not like
okay.
It doesn't feel like useful for anything, you know? I guess it does have a storage compartment, I think, a trunk or something. I don't know how it works.
Honestly,
I thought it did.
Penguin, I was probably high out of my mind. Like deadass. Like I was
probably yeah.
Because I remember taking like 2 blinkers or 3
You
before we
seen
started
a
playing.
hilarious video of that little car?
Okay, I have to tune into one of your streams because I had no idea. My bad.
Shout yourself out, Penguin, real quick. Do your big one.
Yeah, do your big one.
Flush 2.
I do miss Jack too, though.
Yeah, he's gonna be here. He said he can play games at 9:30. I don't know what he said he wanted to play.
I'm assuming probably.
Oh yeah, he said
Marvel.
Rivals. Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Oh,
He's
dude,
playing
it was hot
Halo.
as the devil's balls earlier. Now it's cold as. Hold on, let me find something.
Now your little bolitas are shriveled up.
Yeah.
You did simple. Yeah, just like so simple. I don't know why that threw me off.
My bolitas are like the cats in ZZZ.
Yeah.
Oh. Girl, what the hell?
Yeah, I took a hit.
What the hell? Oh, hell no.
Oh my gosh, you should have heard me earlier. I had such a bad cough when I woke up from my nap and started streaming. It was disgusting.
Dragon changed his name back. He's so irritating. I'm gonna kick him out of the server.
He named himself Sparky again?
No, he just named himself back to Dragon.
Oh,
That's
so annoying. Well, I mean, he's straight. Like, I mean, what else do you expect of him?
True, there's nothing eccentric about him. Sorry.
Who the TF is Sparky? I don't know. Dragon in our server.
Dragon?
In our other server, he named himself Sparky for some reason. I don't know why. But then he changed himself back to Dragon. We like to have funny nicknames on that server. Is it bad that you heard cats and ZZZ and you really went to Nekomata? You love your cat girls. Penguin's a fleshy? Yes, Penguin is a fleshy. I forgot I have him nicknamed as Bottom, so anytime he messages me, I just see Bottom.
Every time on Discord, I have him nicknamed as Hole, so it'll say like Hole Mess. It's fucking crazy, but you know. Oh, whoever's watching my stream, bro, Pinky Up's probably gonna be playing for a minute.
Yeah.
Bottom. Greg, you know you don't want to put that name because you're just gonna change it to. I almost cried.
You good? Bootooms.
The mice is actually
Lisa's
crazy.
voice actor. Yeah, she is black. I was surprised you didn't know that, Brie. Yeah, she does voice Storm in Marvel Rivals.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Lisa's voice actress is black.
Is it bad to say that she moans like a white girl? Like, I don't know if that...
Well, I mean, she's portraying a white character. Maybe that's what.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait, stop.
What? I'm stopping?
Wait, stop. No fucking way.
I'm stopping. What?
Wait, Lisa also voiced... The girl who voiced Lisa in Genshin also voices... voices Storm in Marvel Rivals? Wait, because then she also voices Sindel in Mortal Kombat 11.
Censored. You can't say that word, V. Yeah, it was censored. She voices Evelyn too.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh,
damn, she is popping.
legal.
What the hell? Dude, hearing her Lisa's voice, I would have never thought it was Storm's voice or Sindel, because the way
she's
Storm's
really
voice
good.
is,
Like, she's really good
Marvel,
at like.
She sounds very. Because the way how it is, she's like, what is it? What did she say when she ults?
B, are you going? Wait, B. Just saying. I used to go to SAC Anime a lot. I'm down depending on what day you're going, or like which one you're going to. I'd be down to like make it a trip. Oh, ew. Okay. Sorry. I only say that because SAC Anime in summer is the worst time, but I still would be down to go. Is it like in a couple months? I don't know if I have the money for that. Oh, we'll see.
You said, Sam, you good girly. I didn't know what Sam said. She said, I'm on her side. My message is crazy, because who the fuck says that? Obviously me, but like...
Ooh, wait, actually, yeah, I'd be down to rent, we could like, I don't know how we want to do it, but I'd be down to Cali is expensive. It is expensive, but yeah, it is. But I still would be down to go with you. I haven't been family reunion in sorry.
That's kind of crazy because, you know...
But not Cali expensive, yeah. Wait, what? Were you just saying something about...
Because family reunion in Ballsack is funny as fuck because we all came from a Ballsack,
yeah.
so it's like... It's wild.
If you do... B, I would be so down to like... We'll have to look at... I don't know if it's... I can't remember off the top of my head how bad hotels are, but I'd be down to go. Just saying, I'd be so down because SAC Anime is the one that I used to go to a lot. So, and I do miss it. So I'd be down to go. I just have to get I need to get the rest of my money.
Wait, how much health do you have? I don't know. I think you should be full, right?
Yeah, I have full HP.
Pinky up. Pinky up. Oh,
Apps open in June, so you'll know. Okay. Let me know, B.
You punched me.
I'm sorry. I can't even lift my arm.
Yeah, we don't need to lift our arms.
I even tried to lift my arm to like pretend to punch you, but I couldn't. I was like, how do I?
You have to like use items and stuff. Like
you still have like two more tables to possibly pay for. Okay, sounds good. B, just let me know because I'd be so down to go with you. Like that'd be very nice first time meeting you and going to a convention. Because I want to wear my cosplays again soon, and I want to go to a convention soon. I can't wait to be poor because I would buy everything. You want the baby cart? How many jumps do we have?
You guys can't see it in the game, but I'm doing the dance. God, that dance is tiring as fuck. I will say that. Oh, God, there's so much energy in it, and I just.
Bonnie, that's me, Ricky. You want another strength, actually?
Yeah, I was like, fuck, it's 19k better than 26k strength.
Yeah, we have 91k, and you already have a gun for this one, right? Kind of.
Ooh. Oh!
I didn't mean to get on this. So I did not.
Oh shit! I almost pressed it. Remember, we put the stuff in the thing, but we didn't press the button.
Yeah. That was so funny.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
New Teto X Miku song. Is that just Miku condoms? Oh, okay. You said. Yes, y'all. Ooh, it's a teaser for that. That art looks sick.
I trusted y'all. No. No, Sadina, now.
Ooh, I'll have to. It's by Talk. Okay, everyone, stop what you're doing. Talk it. I love Talk.
Talk that talk.
That's. Oh my gosh.
Tell me what you.
I'm so excited. Talk. I always say this. Talk is my favorite Miku producer, hands down, 1000%. I need Talk to get on. I want a Gummy song. Or Gumi, sorry, I always say Gummy because I think it's cuter. I want a Gumi song and I want a Rin song. Either a collab between those two or just a Gumi song. I'm talking about Vocaloids. I've been nerding out about Vocaloids.
You said a Gumi.
Yeah, okay. Her name's spelled Gumi, but it's pronounced Gumi.
Oh.
Yeah. But I always call her Gummy because I think it's cuter.
I look crazy on your stream.
You look high and then you got like you look like you got high and then got into a fight.
Yeah, like what the hell?
I was too, but I'm excited. You are crazy.
What the hell?
Crazy handsome.
Crazy ass bitch. Oh.
Oh. Wait, do we need any crystals? Oh, I can't tell. You know, that actually sucks. We can't see what.
Let me grab.
Yeah, let's get one just in case.
10k, 12k, I guess 10k. Yeah, and then we'll just leave the Screaming from the night. It's a state of mind, how. Oh yeah, this is the same one. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of crystals in there. Never mind.
Oh damn. Well, we got more.
We got more. Yummy, yummy.
That's against the world taking ass in the party.
Look how many grenades we have.
So crazy. Take the big one. And I kill them for you. If you that deep.
B, you need to join us for our repo session sometime. I feel like it's been forever since we played repo.
I think.
You want me to take it?
Unless you want maybe.
Oh, I don't have room. You want to take a grenade then?
Yeah.
There you go.
But that'll be better. Okay, there you go.
You haven't played it so long. They added so much stuff, like customization and new monsters and stuff. I think you'd be so freaked out, but it'd be so fun to play.
1, 2, 3.
I want to play Yap Yap again, but I want them to add new stuff before Giant Group Repo again would be so fun. Oh, actually, you can take the big cart.
Sorry, I always have to do the dance break for Pinky Up. Uh-oh. That's crazy. We're on level 6 and we have the.
Yeah, that is crazy. I think we've gotten strength every time. Oh, whoa, cryo chamber.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you want to put the
Oh, that's right. Now, toss it around. Hell yeah. Honestly, we could probably just throw it right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
New EP of a show that you watched just dropped. Ooh, okay. Enjoy, B.
Oops.
Oh, it's stuck a little bit. Uh-oh. It just bonks me.
There we go.
And
then you can,
we'll fix it. Yeah. Okay, wait. Let me pull it a little bit.
I don't think there was anything else up here. I didn't see anything. How many jumps do we have?
Yeah, we
Out of control. No,
So
one,
two,
stop.
like Socrates, the only true wisdom. Ah!
You having fun playing Phoenix? Ooh, for how much you like to play Elsa. Okay. You like playing the orange-haired girlies, the gingers. I think a monster spawned. I heard the music. Stop. He didn't even notice. Hey, Glistina, when we all cosplay Shrek together, you're gonna have to be Fiona so you can be the ginger. When we all dress up as Shrek characters. Although it would make sense for you to be Shrek since you're Shrek though. Outside light. Oh, this is an emergency. Help me. Well, that's big. I don't know what Shrek character I would be. I think I would be the gingerbread man. Oopsies. I was thinking about what I'd be in Shrek. And this item's too big to fit in the cart. I'm lagging so badly, not gonna lie. Oh, here, take this. How fast you took it. You're like, no problem. Oh wait, you guys aren't on screen. Chat's not on screen. I was wondering, every time I look at screen, I was like, something's missing. It's you guys. You guys aren't on screen. How could I? How could I?
I
forgot I have a gun.
I forgot I had a gun.
America,
yeah. Hello.
I have a delivery for you.
Wait. There we go. MG, so American. Oh gosh, you're so American. Like, that's crazy. That was so gross, sorry.
Oh wait, there's something over here.
Look at my... You got it? Oh, there's a watch here. Oh!
$5. $5 came out of it. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, uh-oh.
Oh.
There we go. Oh, it's stuck to my hand. Junior, it keeps happening. It gets stuck to my hand and then I can't let go. There we go. There we go. You can take it off.
Okay,
now we
yeah,
can
now
send
we
it.
can send it, yeah. Stay minded, delusion, philosophy. Oh, like Socrates. Is knowing you know nothing. No, I get that just if they try. Oh, the other card.
Last time we left the money, it was so 25k or whatever.
Oh my god, yeah, it was so much, dude. We haven't came across any monsters, but now that I said that, we're probably gonna come across
I did hear the
monsters.
music for monsters, so I can't wait to get blasted by a clown.
I wonder, it's not a loop. They would have came after us already.
Yeah. Oh, we should have put this in there. There was a oh, we didn't see it.
What is
this fire thing right here?
Pinky down. Pinky up.
You always craving something? Do I feel hungry 24/7? I mean, I don't eat a lot, so I feel hungry when I don't eat. But I usually eat like 1 meal a day. Well, 1.5 meals a day, depending on how I feel. How bad it is. I don't always feel hungry though. Once I eat something like satisfying, I'm like, I'm good. Thank you for the head pass. Am I Gregnet? Maybe you're not eating are you getting enough veg?
It goes like this. I'm shitty.
Maybe eat more potatoes. Just eat a bunch of potatoes. Those fill you up really well.
Rotating in the parking lot. I love
you. You love me.
There's a bunch of stuff in that. Ah! Oh, get off of me. Shotgun gun.
Oh my god.
You are eating potatoes? I wonder. How big are the meals that you eat per day? Maybe you just need to eat small. So what some people do, like, it just depends. Like, so I know what some people do. Some people eat like 6 meals a day, but it's all... Ugh! Sorry, I got scared. They're all like small meals, you know? And still feel hungry? That's crazy. I wonder why. Did you get shot? Don't Google what it is either, because Google's gonna tell you something dramatic.
Okay, they're both dead. But...
It's scary.
We lost one of the orbs.
There's also
no. Yeah, I
so
did see that.
There was a hunter and a rogue.
Robe, I saw.
I was like, damn. You see it? And then she fell. I was like, hell yeah. Load up and hoe.
It was just this week. Oh. I wonder what it is then. If it's just this week, then I don't know.
I love you, you love me.
If it persists, maybe that's more concerning. Yeah, when you Google what you have and it's like the worst thing possible, you have cancer, Anna. I'm sorry. I think you got cancer.
Oh, Grum.
I found the closest one.
I'm just fat as hell, so I just eat her.
Maybe the warp can fit in here?
Too fat.
Wait, lift up the orb real quick? Yeah, let me take the camera out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can put it in now. Now I can fit nothing else. Okay, let me go look for the
next point. It's...
Wow.
She just now.
I like. Oh, I did. She did not have to. We just yell at Dragon because he's a lame hoe. Joa. I'm lagging so bad. Like I'm like fidgeting. Okay though.
Pinky,
there is still a lot in that first room. You know that first room we were at with the there was stuff in the
4 of
yeah. Oh yeah. Shit. There was some more stuff in the first area, but maybe we can bring it over to the first point, so we should be fine.
Cause yeah, there is a few things.
But also, it doesn't. It's okay if we leave some stuff behind too. I'm not like too worried.
True.
Oh, here's the next one. Oh. Yeah. Do you want to press this one or? I mean, I feel like pressing this one wouldn't be bad, but because we have so much stuff. I could go look for it real quick. Let me see.
True, because that one that's over there is close. So
You know what? Let's just
look for it.
Yeah, we could just push this one, and then everything we find in that area, we just bring to the last one. How about that? You know?
Okay.
Damn, you flew. Ah. Please. Oh, wow. Please. Oh, yeah.
Get down.
I like how you can just put the baby cart in your inventory and everything comes out.
I can't do the same.
Just a banger song. Yeah. My stream is lagging a lot. A lot. My stream's lagging quite a bit. I'm wondering why. Actually.
She got the bottom. Check the hell out.
Oh, you're looking at the messages in Discord? I'm curious. Oh.
Wait, I thought I was gonna go back. I just felt it. I wasn't even close.
Thankfully not at the bottom.
They're funny. No seminar. No Chingo.
Chingo to bottom. That's really funny.
Fucking funny. Chinga to bottom.
Chinga to bottom. That's really funny. I feel like we should put that in prop. Chinga to bottom.
Chinga to bottom. Oh, is there something in here? Oh, there. The figures came from us calling and everything.
I like how my names always come from you, like you guys just saying my name wrong. Like Johnny. Molly has called me Molly.
That's crazy that they're in it as that, but when I read it out.
That's crazy.
Like, hello?
She's gonna change it immediately.
She's like, you know what? I'll put that semen.
That'd be great. I don't think Sam would do that, honestly.
I don't think so.
I don't even think I would do that. There's a gas container right here.
Oh, there's one. How did we?
What? Oh, how did we miss that?
What the hell?
Hey. 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 Oh. Hey.
Misspelling my misspelled name.
I don't think he heard me.
Alright, fuck me hard.
You stemmed from people spelling it wrong, and then funnily enough, people still kept misspelling your misspelled name. That's really funny. He's gonna see my grenades everywhere and be like, what happened? Junior, I fell. Junior, I fell. There's a gnome. Not him using my head to hit the gnome.
Back up, bro.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is that's where Coco came from. Coco Melon is because Rara, she I think she was trying to say my name because she was like, "How are you?" She was like, "How are you, Coco?" And she's like, "Wait, no, you're Con.
I think my gun fell off.
Wait, did your gun fall?
Oh yeah, yeah, my gun fell. Oh no.
That's some doo-doo butt.
That fat ass scene. Ah.
You know what happened? I was grabbing an item and just fell straight into the hole. Yeah.
That fat ass fucking thing.
Yeah.
You're a grenader.
Yeah, all my grenades are. You know what I said? And Junior's gonna see my grenades scattered everywhere and just.
I just came back and you were dead. Like.
Did you see what Sam said? Okay. Oh, yeah. Ay. Oh.
Cloud 9, bitch. Touched up if they try. If the sky Pinky down. Down.
Open the door.
If they got that.
Hey.
See him. Hey.
I don't know why I'm crawling around everywhere. Got scared. No. Oh, I thought that was a drop right here. Oh, a